Once dismissed as a disgrace to the Perdium household, Gislan Perdium was labeled uncontrollable, delusional, and unworthy. In the eyes of the nobility, he was a forgotten heir, Count Perdium's useless eldest son. But fate changed. Now seated on a throne amidst the ruins of battle, Gislan's resurgence became undeniable. The strongest knight of the north had fallen before him, shattering any doubt about his strength. As flames devoured the battlefield, Gislan emerged from the inferno clad in dark armor. His advance sent shockwaves through the enemy ranks. The bloodied knight, now trembling, realized too late who he had underestimated. Gislan hadn't just anticipated the battle, he had prepared for every detail. He had already uncovered the enemy's numbers, their spies, and even their reinforcement routes. Every hidden move they thought was secure had been exposed. Like a layered doll unraveling its secrets, their plans were stripped bare. With cold clarity, Gislan declared he had known everything from the beginning. Once discarded, he had always been a hidden weapon. His enemy screamed in disbelief, unable to grasp how this failure now stood above him. But Gislan silenced him. He had the plans, the knowledge, and now undisputed control of the war. A year before his rise, Gislan Perdium awoke in a tent near the family estate in the Luthania kingdom. Gasping in disbelief moments ago, he had faced death on the battlefield, but now he was alive. Confusion surged as he remembered being struck down, his blood staining the soil during a brutal war. That final battle had been devastating. As chaos engulfed the field, Gislan was overwhelmed. Despite his strength and title as one of the continent's 7 strongest, his enemies prevailed. The one who ended him was Idun, the Blood Knight, cold, composed, and efficient. With Gislan lying wounded, Idun declared the war over. Gislan, defiant to the end, swore vengeance, revealing his true identity. But Idun mocked his effort. He recognized Gislan as the eldest son of the fallen Perdium family, estranged since his sister's death. Gislan, shocked, questioned how Idun could know such details. The answer was more crushing than any wound. Idun admitted they had targeted him for years. His kingdom had worked in secret with the Pelfian household to destroy the Perdiums. This wasn't a battle, it was a long orchestrated conspiracy. Gislan realized too late that his family's fall wasn't by chance, but by deliberate betrayal from powerful enemies. As Gislan's blood spilled across the battlefield, the truth struck deeper than any blade. The conspiracy behind his family's ruin ran even deeper. Multiple forces beyond just the Pelfians had orchestrated the downfall, helpless and surrounded. He made one final vow of vengeance before everything went dark. Yet inexplicably, he woke up alive, whole, and back in his younger body. Staring at his reflection, he questioned whether the war had been a hallucination or illusion. Still, the pain and betrayal were vivid in his memory. Confused but alert, he began suspecting some magical interference. But one thing was certain, he would make his enemies pay. Soon, a familiar face entered the tent, Ricardo, a soldier from the Perdium estate. Gislan's instincts sharpened, and without hesitation, he turned hostile, interrogating Ricardo for answers. His abrupt aggression startled the soldier, who was unaware of the regression or past battle. As Ricardo explained, Gislan had supposedly thrown a tantrum before falling asleep, disrupting a mission to raid orcs. But to Gislan, none of it made sense. He didn't remember such behavior. This new timeline was unfamiliar, and he wasn't the same man anymore. With new knowledge and purpose, Gislan prepared to rewrite everything. Starting now, as Gislan questioned where they were headed, the answer stunned him: the Perdium estate. That name, once synonymous with ruin, was spoken as if nothing had happened. Confused and suspicious, Gislan demanded clarity. The estate, once a pile of rubble in his memory, now stood tall and untouched before his eyes, lush, vibrant, and full of life. It contradicted everything he remembered from the war. Ricardo, unaware of the truth, dismissed Gislan's reaction as a bad dream. But Gislan wasn't mistaken. The estate was exactly as it had been before its fall. Slowly, the realization struck him. He had traveled back in time. In this restored world, Gislan saw his younger face and remembered his past immaturity. Back then, burdened by feelings of inadequacy, he had grown resentful of his family. His rebellion and tantrums alienated him from everyone, leading him to flee the estate. Years later, hardened by war and countless battles, he became a renowned mercenary with fame and strength. He returned, hoping to atone for his past. But it was too late. The estate had already been destroyed. The family he sought to reconcile with had vanished in blood and ash. Now, given this second chance, Gislan silently vowed he wouldn't lose them again, standing in the camp surrounded by the familiar banner and faces he thought lost. Gislan felt disbelief and joy. Everyone he once failed to protect was alive. But celebration would have to wait. Today was the orc raid, a day that once ended in bloodshed. He remembered it clearly. The original report had claimed there were only 3 orcs eager to prove himself in his past life. Gislan had taken command without experience. But upon arrival, over 20 orcs awaited them. Nearly the entire squad died because of his arrogance. Now, given a second chance, Gislan knew he had to change the outcome. The orcs, lacking strategy, were not unbeatable, but trust was his real obstacle. Everyone still saw him as a foolish noble. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The orcs attacked sooner than expected, just like before. Screams filled the air as panic spread. The raid commander, Skoven, rallied his troops into formation, trying to restore order, but the squad had already taken heavy losses. It was clear they were unprepared watching it unfold again. Gislan realized the past was repeating itself, but this time, he wasn't the same reckless youth. He clenched his sword, ready to do whatever it took to save them before it was too late. In the midst of the raging battle, Gislan spotted a lethal opening, an orc preparing to strike Commander Skoven from behind. Acting on instinct and past memory, Gislan hurled himself forward, slamming both himself and the orc into the ridge to prevent a fatal blow. The bold intervention stunned the soldiers, especially the commander, who never expected such skill or decisiveness from someone previously thought to be incompetent. Without pause, Gislan re-entered the fray, cutting down several orcs with precise practice movements. Though he lacked access to mana in this younger body, his combat experience remained intact. Each strike he delivered was informed by a lifetime of battle, one no one around him knew he had lived before. As the orc corpses piled around him, the tide of the fight briefly shifted. Gislan, now bloodied but composed, approached Skoven. He extended his hand, not as a subordinate asking for orders, but as someone ready to take command. His actions had spoken for him. In his previous life, his failure led to the squad's massacre. This time, he intended to lead them properly, before history could repeat itself again. Gislan stepped forward amid the chaos, demanding command authority from Commander Skoven. Despite Gislan's urgency, Skoven, bound by protocol and distrust, refused to relinquish leadership, insisting that authority wasn't a matter to gamble with on the battlefield. Annoyed but composed, Gislan refrained from escalating until a towering red ogre suddenly charged into view. As panic rippled through the troops, Skoven stepped forward to fight. Gislan, still denied leadership, recognized the looming threat and prepared for action. Without further protest, he swiftly knocked Skoven aside with a blunt strike, seizing the moment to take control, shocked and enraged. Skoven confronted Gislan, but the blonde warrior ignored the commander and launched himself at the beast. In a flash of steel and motion, Gislan's sword pierced the monster's body with brutal precision, stunning the soldiers and leaving Skoven speechless at his overwhelming speed and power. As more monsters surged toward the troops, Gislan turned to Skoven and questioned his understanding of warfare. He pointed out the fear spreading among the men and the hopelessness that followed. Calmly, he declared that in order to win, what they truly needed now was not protocol, but momentum. Gislan surged into the battlefield, his blade cutting down the nearest orc with deadly precision. Without pausing, he leapt into a swarm of enemies, slicing through their ranks while the stunned soldiers watched in awe. His movements were swift and efficient, overwhelming the advancing monsters one after another. Each strike broke enemy morale and reignited hope among the troops. Skoven could only stare as Gislan stood on a mountain of orc corpses drenched in blood, challenging the rest with fearless resolve. As more orcs charged, Gislan launched forward without hesitation, his sword tearing through limbs and torsos with surgical exactness. Skoven, once dismissive, now questioned his own strength as he struggled to comprehend the young man's dominance. Though Gislan's breathing began to grow heavier, his technique never wavered. He used minimal movements to dodge attacks and delivered fatal blows to vulnerable points. His swordplay was calculated, efficient like that of a seasoned war veteran. Watching the relentless assault, Skoven recognized Gislan's mastery, likening him to a sword saint, or perhaps someone even greater. Gislan, unbothered by fatigue, taunted the orcs, pushing forward unshaken. With every step, he shattered their pride as warriors and led the tide of battle single-handedly. As the battlefield calmed briefly, Ricardo and others noticed all the orcs redirecting their attention toward Gislan. Panic spread, fearing he might retreat under pressure. Skoven seemed frozen, but a sudden realization hit him. Gislan was not fleeing aimlessly. He was leading the orcs toward the cliff's edge. Skoven's eyes widened as he connected the direction Gislan was running with the steep drop. Ahead, alarmed, he called for a shield wall formation. Just in time, Gislan, still drawing the orcs in, appeared to be preparing a final maneuver. Despite his fatigue, Gislan pushed forward, fully aware that his stamina wouldn't last. Still, he continued to thin their ranks and keep their attention locked on him. He silently counted on Skoven to realize the setup. Soon, Skoven understood and took position with the troops, blocking the only stable ground behind the cliff. As the orcs chased relentlessly, they found themselves boxed in. Gislan had led them into a trap, and Skoven's timing completed it. With no way back and enemies at both sides, the orcs were forced over the edge. Gislan leapt as well, not in retreat, but to complete the plan. Smirking midair, he whispered to himself, "Perfect." Now, as the orcs gathered near the cliff's edge, Commander Skoven shouted the final order. The troops were to push the enemies off the cliff without hesitation. The soldiers advanced, and chaos erupted. Gislan fought at the center, cutting through the orcs, forcing them closer to the edge. The ground trembled as dozens of bodies were hurled into the abyss, their screams fading into the void below. The shield wall held firm. Orcs fell one after another, their formations broken, their momentum lost. The soldiers cheered as they realized the impossible had been achieved. The orc wave had been crushed. Skoven called out in relief, only to see Gislan's figure hanging from the cliffside. Bloodied but composed, Gislan clung to his sword, which had been stabbed into the cliff to halt his fall. Skoven rushed forward, reaching out his hand, but Gislan, drained and slipping, couldn't hold on. Their hands missed. Scovin's shout echoed as Gislan plummeted into the mist. Silence fell over the cliff. Then, a soft voice called out from the void. A girl's voice. Gislan opened his eyes mid-fall, surprised. A familiar figure emerged from the darkness. Confused but alert, he whispered her name. Elena? Suspended in darkness, Gislan found himself surrounded by fragmented memories. Visions of Elena, his younger sister Elena, replaying emotional moments from their past. In this void, time felt weightless, and the warmth of her presence briefly returned. Confused, yet calm, he recognized the place as a space between life and death. Suddenly, Elena's image rushed toward him, and he awoke with a gasp. Gislan lay in a quiet room, bandaged and weak but alive. He realized the troops had saved him after his fall. As the pain surged through his body, he winced, a reminder of how far he pushed himself in the battle. Though exhausted, the pain reassured him that he had survived. His moment of peace was interrupted by the arrival of a maid, Belinda, his former tutor. Shocked, he recognized her instantly. In the past timeline, she had vanished during the family's downfall. Now she stood alive before him, worried but unaware of what Gislan had been through. Moved by her presence, Gislan embraced her. She had remained by his side in childhood and now returned in this second chance. As she spoke, he made a silent vow to tell her the truth and to change what fate had once destroyed. After awakening from his injuries, Gislan tried to warn Belinda about an impending catastrophe that would soon strike Perdium. He attempted to explain that he had returned from death, a truth tied to events that hadn't yet occurred in this timeline, but Belinda didn't believe him. She mistook his warning as trauma from the recent battle, dismissing his words as exaggeration. Gislan grew frustrated, realizing he couldn't yet convince her of the truth. The conversation shifted when Belinda brought up the upcoming festival, an event Gislan had nearly forgotten. Her mention of Elena eagerly awaiting to attend with him triggered a rush of suppressed memories. In his previous life, that very festival had marked the turning point of his family's downfall. Trauma had kept him away from such celebrations, and he had never been able to share that day with Elena, reflecting quietly. He asked how much time was left. Belinda responded, about a week. The realization hit hard. That festival wasn't just any date, it was the day his sister would die. Haunted by that truth and unable to forget the past, Gislan now faced a grim countdown, 1 week to change fate, or lose Elena again. Gislan, now reborn, ran into Elena's arms and hugged her tightly. The girl stood frozen in confusion, her mind racing to make sense of his unexpected gesture. Belinda, watching nearby, was equally startled and demanded an explanation. Gislan, overcome with emotion, simply said he missed them, but Elena, disturbed by his sudden warmth, pushed him away with surprising strength. Recovering from the shove, Gislan reflected on Elena's strength, something he hadn't noticed before. Belinda, suspicious, asked if this reunion was some kind of trick. Gislan remained silent, caught between memory and regret. Elena then reminded him of the cruel words he had once said. Her voice echoed with anger as she listed every insult. Gislan, stunned, admitted he had forgotten and awkwardly apologized. Shocking both girls trying to defend himself, he insisted he had defeated the orcs, though his disheveled state suggested otherwise. The girls scoffed, recalling how he'd returned unconscious. Despite the teasing, Elena and Belinda smiled softly, amused by his strange behavior. As Gislan knelt, watching them laugh, memories from his past life resurfaced. He remembered rejecting Elena's festival invitation. The last time he saw her alive, her death haunted him. Now, with this second chance, he silently vowed to protect her. Just after the emotional reunion, 2 bodyguards, Jamal and Philip, entered the room, informing Elena she was needed to assist with festival preparations. Gislan was surprised. Why would his little sister be burdened with such duties? Belinda subtly pointed out that it was likely because he'd always been absent and uninterested in the past. He had never cared before, and now he was realizing just how much others had been doing in his place. Feeling guilty and determined to change, Gislan offered to help. Elena and Belinda were shocked at his unexpected offer. Later at the festival site, Gislan's attempts to assist were met with resistance. People avoided him, scared of his reputation. Despite his insistence, no one welcomed his help. As he recalled the site where Elena's body was once found, far from the festival, suspicion clouded his thoughts. Someone must have lured or taken her there. Vowing to change her fate, Gislan realized he needed to learn the full layout of the castle. His resolve was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Fergus, a loyal old knight. Fergus rushed to his side after hearing about the orc incident, though touched. Gislan knew he had much to fix, starting with his own image. Determined to change the course of fate, Gislan asked Fergus to guide him to the castle's abandoned training field. Surprised but obedient, the old knight complied. Upon arrival, Gislan was taken aback. The facility was in far better shape than expected. Fergus explained it had been preserved, anticipating Gislan might one day use it. Gislan realized that in his past life, he had ignored such preparations, too blinded by pride and resentment. Now, with clarity, he decided to train seriously. Fergus, puzzled by his sudden maturity, questioned his motives. Gislan confessed that he had once died and returned. While Fergus dismissed the claim as nonsense, Gislan waved him off, intent on his mission. Once alone, he reflected on how he had wrongfully viewed those around him as burdens or threats. He admitted to being short-sighted, failing to value Elena, Belinda, or even Fergus. As he traced the timeline in his head, he recalled that Elena's death had occurred a week before the festival. That tragedy had exposed the hand of a neighboring lord, leading to war and the destruction of House Perdium. Now, Gislan understood Elena's death was the turning point. Preventing it meant saving his family, their honor, and their future. Alone in the training hall, Gislan committed himself to rebuilding from the ground up with fierce determination. He resolved to fix everything, starting with his body. Time was limited, but he knew mana control could accelerate his growth. Sitting in meditation, he began to circulate mana, a supernatural force that pushes humans beyond their natural limits. Drawing from past experience, he skillfully gathered mana particles and shaped them into a core. He recalled that while others struggled just to sense mana, he had done it effortlessly, even amidst battle. With calm precision, he spun and bundled mana, forming a powerful core. But he wasn't done. Using knowledge from an old, half-burnt magic book and his understanding of Titan physiology, Gislan pushed further. He forged a second, then a third mana core, weaving them into a potent structure. Blood spilled from his mouth, his body strained, but he succeeded. Though 3 was his current limit, the explosive power he generated was enough to turn tides. He remembered how this unstable technique had cost him dearly in his past life when his mana ran dry. But now, with youth and time, he had another chance. With blazing resolve, he swore vengeance on Idun, House Delphine, and every conspirator. He would destroy them all. Lone week passed. On the day of the festival, Gislan emerged from the castle, fully armed and composed. He had trained relentlessly, and now it was time to act. As he stepped into the crowd, he immediately drew attention. Elena spotted him first, surprised he had actually come. Elena commented on his absence from past events, joking that he never cared about festivals before. Gislan responded that it was only right for a Perdium to attend once in a while. She noted how differently he'd been acting lately, hearing from others that he had been training non-stop. Gislan brushed it off, claiming it was normal for someone in line to become Lord. Elena smiled, happy with the change. She said it felt like the old Gislan had returned. Deep down, Gislan reflected on how even small actions had begun to shift the future. His efforts were making a difference. Internally, he compared the past and present to chess moves. While the general flow of events remained the same, he now had the chance to influence smaller turning points. With everything in place, he declared his preparations complete. As night fell and the festival neared its end, he wondered, had Elena been spared this time? As Elena was led away by Jamal and Philip under the pretense of exploring new festival areas, Gislan's eyes narrowed. He recognized them instantly, not as protectors, but as traitors, the same ones responsible for betraying their house in the past. His instincts confirmed it. The danger had begun. Gislan watched silently as Elena was led away by Jamal and Philip, her longtime escort knights. In his past life, it was believed they had died while protecting her. But now, standing here and seeing their expressions shift, Gislan realized the truth. They had betrayed the family. The group arrived at a remote alley. Elena questioned the location, puzzled by the empty surroundings and lack of festival activity. Gislan remained alert. From the layout, he could tell it wasn't just an abandoned street. It was a trap. The escape routes were already blocked. These preparations had been made in advance. As Elena hesitated, Gislan tried to steer her back. Sensing danger, she resisted, confused by his sudden concern. When Philip stepped in and grabbed her forcefully, Gislan knew it had begun. The guard's tone changed, voice cold and unfamiliar. Elena, startled, called out his name in disbelief. Philip's demeanor shifted entirely. No longer hiding behind loyalty, he addressed Elena with disturbing calmness. His expression turned sinister as he explained that they were simply responding to a reasonable request. Elena stood frozen, fear slowly replacing confusion. Gislan's suspicions were now confirmed. The betrayal had begun, and this time he was ready to stop it. As Elena was held captive, a group of cloaked figures approached from the shadows. Leading them was a man with long silver hair and dark glasses. Frank, his calm stride and cryptic praise made it clear he was the one orchestrating the event. Frank acknowledged the knight's clean work as Elena was presented like merchandise. But as he scanned the group, he noticed something unexpected. Gislan Frank hadn't requested the young heir of House Perdium, and his tone turned cold. Jamal dismissed the concern, mocking Gislan for following them blindly. To Jamal, handing over Gislan was an extra benefit. He boasted about fleeing Perdium, blaming the land's hardships and poverty for his betrayal. His words revealed his resentment, not just toward the house, but the entire region. But before he could finish, Gislan struck. With a sudden, clean attack, he pierced Jamal without hesitation. Shock spread across everyone's faces. Elena gasped, and even Frank was momentarily taken aback. Standing tall, Gislan reminded them that though some once left Perdium out of necessity, they never sold their own people. Jamal had crossed that line. With mana crackling around him and eyes focused, Gislan made his position clear. He was done being fooled, and now he was striking back. Philip, enraged by Jamal's defeat, grabbed Elena, unable to believe a mere amateur had bested a trained knight. But Gislan had already anticipated it, with controlled mana and precise timing. He struck again, his blade piercing through Philip's helmet, ending the second traitor instantly. From a distance, Frank and his hooded allies watched in disbelief. They questioned whether this was truly the inexperienced eldest son of House Perdium. Frank confirmed it was, Yet he couldn't explain how the boy had instantly killed 2 knights, using advanced mana techniques no one expected from him. Elena, shocked and confused, clung to her brother, demanding answers. Gislan, composed yet silent, gently laid her down to rest. Frank stepped forward, sarcastically thanking Gislan for saving them the trouble of eliminating the knights himself. He noted how different Gislan was from the rumors, more dangerous, but Gislan didn't flinch. Sword in hand, he readied himself for the next phase. Frank and his 2 cloaked subordinates revealed their true strength. Unlike Jamal and Philip, they were real threats, but Gislan didn't retreat. With determination in his eyes, he demanded to know who had ordered Elena's abduction. When Frank remained silent, Gislan raised his blade, ready to extract the answer by force. Frank rejected the idea of finishing the fight swiftly. He preferred to see Gislan suffer. His cruel plan was to watch his target squirm before death, ensuring maximum pain and fear. As his subordinates acknowledged the command, Gislan, calm but alert, activated a small device. Smoke burst out, a distraction. Using the confusion, he dashed forward. One of the masked assailants charged at him, only to be met with a deadly counter. A blade pierced the attacker's skull before he could react. Without pause, Gislan transitioned into battle stance again. 2 more enemies engaged him from both sides. He evaded their blades with narrow precision, countering with fierce slashes. His eyes remained sharp. Calculating every motion, 1 more enemy lunged forward. In a flash, Gislan's sword found its mark, ending the threat suddenly. Frank launched a surprise attack from behind, but Gislan's instincts kicked in. He swiftly deflected the ambush, sword raised in time. Frank, shocked, realized his perfect sneak attack had failed. His expression darkened. Gislan wasn't just lucky, he was prepared, focused, and clearly far more dangerous than anticipated. Gislan launched a swift counterattack, his blade narrowly missing as the enemy leapt back in surprise. Using the opening, Gislan pressed forward and landed a sharp strike across Frank's neck. Blood sprayed, and Frank staggered back, losing grip of his weapon. However, instead of collapsing, he stood firm. His body radiated a faint glow, revealing he had infused his neck with mana at the last moment to lessen the damage. Gislan stood tense, puzzled by the enemy's survival. Recognizing the skill behind Gislan's swordplay, Frank's expression twisted into a grin. Channeling dark energy, he prepared a deadly retaliation. Gislan faced off against Frank, whose confidence surged as he dismissed Gislan's mana as weak. With fierce swings, Frank pressed the attack, believing himself invincible. But in the midst of the clash, Gislan's expression shifted. He wasn't afraid, he was smiling. Frank lunged again, only to be countered by Gislan's swift maneuver. A brutal strike landed, sending Frank crashing backward across the pavement. Staggering to his feet, Frank mocked the effort, still believing Gislan's mana to be insufficient. But his smirk vanished when he suddenly coughed up blood. Something had changed. Frank panicked. Gislan's power had spiked, cutting through enhancements that should have protected him. Shocked, Frank realized this wasn't the same man he underestimated. He now suspected a connection to Elena's death, a truth he hadn't expected. As Gislan approached, aura flaring dark and crimson, he confirmed Frank's guilt. Activating his 3rd core, Gislan's energy erupted, forcing Frank to question how such strength was even possible. Before Frank could react, Gislan vanished from view. A split second later, he reappeared mid-air and launched a blinding assault. Frank's eyes widened. Gislan was far faster than before, overwhelming, relentless, and now fully awakened. Gislan launched another fierce attack, his blade fueled by the awakened 3rd core. Frank attempted to block, but the force was overwhelming. His arms trembled under the weight of the strikes, and disbelief took hold. Gislan's power was exceeding any normal mana flow. Despite Frank's enhancements, Gislan broke through his defenses. Frank, stunned, realized that this wasn't ordinary energy. It carried something deeper, sharper, heavier. Beyond measurable mana, Gislan's body moved with relentless speed, transforming entirely in demeanor and strength. The clash ended with a devastating blow that sent Frank reeling. His torso slashed open, bloodied, but not yet defeated. Frank lashed out again, but Gislan countered and struck with brutal precision. Each move was calculated, punishing. Frank's body faltered under the assault. As he gasped and stumbled, Gislan seized him, demanding answers. Frank, defiant, tried to fight back. With a concealed dagger, he lunged toward Elena, hoping to claim her as a final act of vengeance. But just as he struck, another force intercepted him. Sharp threads of crimson energy restrained him mid-air. Calm yet commanding, Gislan warned Frank to comply. But Frank's blade hovered close, while Gislan's eyes burned with deadly purpose. The balance of power had fully shifted. Frank was caught in crimson mana threads, his limbs frozen mid-motion. Panic flooded his eyes as he realized he couldn't move. He hadn't even noticed when Gislan laid the trap. The young man stood calmly, his aura glowing ominously. Gislan, expression cold, struck with surgical precision, aiming directly at Frank's mana core. Though confident in his recovery abilities, Frank suddenly felt something far worse, his mana unraveling. The energy he'd built his strength upon was now scattering into the air. He tried to retaliate, channeling power into one final act of resistance. But Gislan didn't flinch. His focus remained locked, prepared to forcefully rupture the core if needed. Frank accused him of being reckless, claiming such destruction would consume them both. Gislan dismissed the threat, calmly stating he could handle it, a mastery reserved only for the most elite. Fear overtook Frank. Gislan wasn't bluffing. Faced with certain death, Frank finally broke. In a desperate scream, he confessed that Count Desmond had ordered the hit. Desmond, needing a pretext for war, had targeted Elena to destabilize the Perdium and Descartes families. Enraged, Gislan connected the dots. He now knew the enemy's identity and confirmed the truth behind Elena's death. The hunt was far from over. As Frank gasped, bleeding and broken, he mocked Gislan with a final threat, warning that the Perdium family would fall in the coming war. But Gislan, gripping him by the collar, declared this future would not repeat. He had died once before, but now reborn. He would ensure a different outcome. Frank's body convulsed violently as Gislan shattered his mana core completely. A blinding flare of unstable energy shot into the sky, then burst like fireworks above the city, signaling the end. As the light faded, Frank's body collapsed. Silence returned. Gislan stood alone amid the wreckage, breathing heavily. Elena lay unconscious nearby, and the bloody battlefield testified to the brutal fight. He looked at the sword still buried in the ground, then at the night sky, his strength nearly spent. Suddenly, pain overtook him. The toll of unleashing all three cores brought him to his knees. Even as he staggered, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He recalled from his past life that the enemy's base had once stood in this area. Determined, he forced himself into the shadows of an abandoned building. There, marked with the crest of the enemy family, he found his next lead. Count Desmond's forces were closer than expected. Gislan discovered a fallen knight framed in silence to ignite war. Realizing the danger of the evidence, he chose to destroy it. Flames engulfed the area as he carried Elena away from the chaos, bloodied but resolute. He vowed not to let their enemies control the future. From the shadows, a figure silently watched them retreat. Gislan's battle wasn't over. War loomed, but this time, he would shape its course. The mission was deemed a complete failure. A cloaked man knelt before a shadowed council, shamed by their scathing judgment despite deploying elite guard knights and Frank, one of their finest. The target had escaped. Their objective had been a mere girl, and yet they returned defeated. Under immense pressure, the man blamed everything on a single name, Gislan Perdium. His claim was met with disbelief. Gislan, once ridiculed as a worthless figure of the North, had apparently displayed abilities far beyond expectations. The council scoffed at the excuse, accusing the man of using Gislan as a scapegoat. But he insisted. This was no ordinary soldier. The Gislan they encountered moved, fought, and strategized in ways that contradicted all known intelligence. Flashes of the failed ambush returned to him. Gislan's devastating counterattack had shredded their forces. He fought like a warrior reborn. His eyes glowing with conviction and rage. Blood was spilled and fires erupted. It was clear this version of Gislan was a completely different threat. Desperate to redeem himself, the man begged for another chance, but the council, enraged, ordered his elimination. Just then, a mysterious voice intervened, offering him power, seizing the moment. He declared his plan, provoke a duel and kill Gislan Perdium, using someone special. To execute his revenge against Gislan Perdium, the cloaked man revealed his chosen pawn, Cain Loges. A towering figure renowned for his brute strength and swordsmanship, Cain was a fearsome warrior despite his youth. His raw power had shattered countless blades, and the strategist assured the council that no one in the North could rival Cain's might. The plan was simple. Cain, being Gislan's cousin, would naturally cross paths with him. A duel could be arranged without suspicion. As the council processed this proposal, the dark entity watching over the meeting gave a chilling warning. If this attempt failed, there would be no second chance. Terrified yet determined, the cloaked man pledged he would not fail. Elsewhere, at Paradigm Castle's training hall, a knight approached a young man mid-training. Before he could speak, a surge of energy erupted. Gislan, focused and calm, launched his sword with precision, halting it mid-air with a glowing thread of mana. He demonstrated full control of a technique rare even among veteran mages. Fergus, stunned, questioned how he performed it. Gislan casually explained it was mana thread, a skill that manipulates energy like string. Unbeknownst to him, fate was already drawing him into a deadly conflict. Gislan reflected on his regained ability. Mana thread, a technique he had mastered in his past life. Though his current mana capacity was limited, he adapted by crafting a single thread to conserve energy. Despite this limitation, his control and precision remained effective. The old knight, Fergus, was astonished. Even after decades of mana training, he had never witnessed such refined manipulation. Fergus silently observed, noting how Gislan, who once showed no talent for mana, now wielded it naturally. His transformation was beyond comprehension when asked if he needed anything. Gislan simply expressed gratitude for Fergus's role in protecting Elena. Though humbled by the thanks, Fergus was surprised. Such kindness was rare from someone so capable days past, and the local festival was suspended after the attempted abduction of Elena. Though Gislan saved her, no one believed his involvement. Elena confided her frustration. Everyone dismissed her truth. Belinda, her companion, raged at the culprits. Jamal and Philip, her former escorts, turned traitors. Inwardly, Gislan acknowledged the progress made. Elena was safe, and a larger conflict had been temporarily averted. But the enemy wouldn't stop. He realized that to protect his sister and their future, He needed more than strength. He needed political influence and a standing military force. The path forward had only just begun. As Gislan questioned why dessert was being served early, a riot broke out outside. Belinda pointed out the obvious. Resources were strained and the atmosphere was tense. Just then, a furious mob surged through the town led by a loud merchant demanding compensation for the canceled festival. The crowd, armed and angry, echoed the chant "compensate" from the window. Gislan witnessed the chaos. Merchants accused the castle of hoarding wealth while their businesses collapsed. Belinda, unfazed, had expected this. She reminded him that the local economy thrived on festival income, and with its sudden cancellation, the population's livelihood had crumbled. The situation had escalated faster than anticipated. Worried, Gislan realized the unrest would grow worse if left unchecked. He ordered Fergus to send soldiers to calm the crowd. But Fergus revealed a harsh truth. There were no troops available. Most had been dispatched to the forest to rebuild after the recent orc raid. Now Gislan fully grasped the scope of the problem. Their land, Perdium, was caught between unrelenting war with northern barbarians and constant threats from monster-infested forests. No soldiers, no money, and an angry populace left Gislan at a breaking point. The crisis was spiraling, and he had to act fast. Faced with a growing civilian revolt, Gislan turned to Belinda, the sharp-tongued maid who managed his finances. He proposed using his own money to settle the merchants, only to be hit with a harsh truth. He was broke. His allowance had long been cut off due to past reckless spending. Frustrated and desperate, he asked Belinda for a loan, but she, too, was penniless. Alone in thought, Gislan sat by the window, calculating his next move with no funds, no military, and unrest rising. The kingdom teetered on collapse. He needed money, fast. But before any plan could form, a panicked servant, Ricardo, burst in with urgent news. Cain Loges had arrived. The cousin he had once known was no longer the same. Bloodied and wild-eyed, Cain had torn through guards with savage strength, beating one after another into the ground. The castle halls echoed with violence. Gislan entered the chaos, stepping over bodies, his eyes locked on the monstrous presence ahead. Cain had come not as family, but as a challenger, possibly even a pawn of darker schemes. With no soldiers and no resources, Gislan now stood alone in the face of a living weapon. The true battle was about to begin. Cain Loges stood amid the bloodied remains of fallen guards, his presence monstrous. Gislan arrived. Eyes sharp, Cain turned with a chilling smile, greeting him directly. The long-awaited confrontation had begun. Gislan stood silently as his gaze locked onto a familiar figure, Cain Loges, the heir of the Loges County. Memories stirred. Cain had once been his only friend, and his most dangerous rival. As the memory unfolded, Gislan recalled Cain's towering presence, standing under the twin banners of their allied families. Back then, Cain was bold, admired, and confident. Everything Gislan wasn't. Now in the present, Cain had stormed into a tavern after hearing rumors involving Gislan. With his escort knight by his side, he left a man battered on the floor. Ricardo nervously explained that the tavern disturbance led them here, where they encountered Cain. Recognizing them, Cain had questioned the gossip. When the injured man tried to lie, Cain reacted violently, asserting his authority as the heir of Loges. Ricardo admitted that Cain claimed Gislan had exaggerated his deeds and justified the assault as a necessary correction. Cain's impulsive violence, disguised as loyalty, had only reignited old tensions. Reflecting on the past, Gislan knew this was typical of Cain. Always reckless, always dominant, praised as a true heir. In contrast, Gislan had grown up beneath his shadow, always underestimated, always feeling inferior. Despite Cain's usual arrogance, Gislan remained calm, his composed demeanor surprising even Cain. Internally, Gislan reflected on how his own failures and timid nature had always drawn more criticism than Cain's recklessness. Cain, observing Gislan's lack of reaction, noted how uncharacteristic it was. The Gislan he knew would have retaliated by now. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed a conspiracy brewing in Loges County. Cain had been approached with an offer: eliminate Gislan in exchange for powerful support. The plan was to stage the act as a trivial conflict between heirs, masking murder as misfortune. Though hesitant at first, Cain ultimately agreed, hiding the betrayal behind a confident smile. Back in the present, Cain feigned camaraderie, pushing Gislan to join in the festivities as if nothing had changed. But Gislan, aware of Cain's manipulation, stood still, silently questioning the intent behind this visit. Cain pressed on, urging Gislan to provide the usual drinks and women, his long-standing demands whenever he visited Perdium. This time, Gislan did not comply. He recalled the cost of constantly yielding to Cain's whims. Though he once submitted to avoid trouble, he now saw the truth clearly. Cain's presence was no longer welcome, and Gislan had no intention of playing along anymore. While Cain barked demands and reminded Gislan of past obligations, Gislan's mind shifted to a memory, the very reason their lord had once cut off his funding. His wasteful spending on Cain's indulgences had caused more than just scolding. Yet now, clarity struck him. A certain person, once unnoticed, held the key to reversing his financial situation. That resource had been there all along, snapping out of thought. Gislan faced Cain's demands again. Cain, as usual, expected entertainment and obedience. But Gislan had other plans. Calmly, he began pressing Cain for repayment, not just for drinks and favors, but for the years of being used and disrespected. Cain, caught off guard, tried to dismiss it. He laughed, calling it a friendship fee, mocking the idea of paying back anything, but Gislan pushed further, stating the debt plainly, 1,000 gold with interest. Cain's amused expression quickly shifted to irritation. Tension escalated. Cain insulted Gislan, dismissing his rise in confidence as the product of rumors. He accused him of leeching off the land, of being weak and dependent. But for the first time, Gislan didn't flinch. He stood firm, determined to rewrite the power dynamic that had defined them for so long. Cain's temper finally snapped. Enraged by Gislan's defiance, he insulted him, labeling him a disgrace to his name and a parasite leeching off noble status. Without restraint, Cain lunged forward, his fists swinging with violent intent. But Gislan was ready. With sharp focus, Gislan evaded the blow, retaliating with precise force. His movements were no longer hesitant. They carried purpose and discipline. Cain, shocked by the strength behind Gislan's counter, barely had time to react before being struck cleanly in the face. The tables had turned blow after blow landed. Cain's confidence crumbled into disbelief. The audience watching from the tavern's balcony was stunned. Gislan, the once passive heir, now stood victorious over the mighty Cain Loges. Even Cain's escort knight stepped forward in concern, but Gislan remained composed, demanding Cain stand on his own. No more pretending. Gasps and murmurs filled the room. No one had expected such an outcome. Cain, bruised and silent, lay humbled. From the sidelines, whispers erupted. Had Gislan truly defeated Cain, standing tall, Gislan smirked with clarity. His stance was no longer that of a shadowed noble. It was the stance of a man reclaiming his name. This was no accident. This was the beginning of change. As Cain and his knight exchanged smug words, it became clear that everything had been staged. Cain's humiliating defeat was deliberate, part of a scheme to provoke a public conflict with Gislan and justify a formal duel. Cain hoped to make a grand impression on a powerful backer and seize the opportunity to crush the fading Perdium line once and for all. Feigning outrage, Cain accused Gislan of assaulting him and disgracing nobility. But before he could declare a duel, Gislan cut him off calmly and boldly issuing the challenge himself. His voice was clear. Cain had insulted him in public, attacked his knight, and now would answer for it with a duel. Cain hesitated only for a moment before accepting with a sneer, amused by what he saw as Gislan's foolishness. But Gislan remained composed, blade in hand, his resolve unwavering. As Cain smirked, confident of victory, Gislan turned to Ricardo with a new order. He told him to gather the protesting merchants near the castle. Gislan, stepping into his role as heir, had a message for them. He would make them rich. No longer a passive noble, Gislan now moved with strategy, vision, and a plan for power. The city's festival was abruptly canceled, draining the vibrant streets of their cheer and leaving behind disappointed tourists who had come to spend their time and money. As the crowd wandered aimlessly, a new source of excitement emerged, a public duel. Gislan, a composed young noble with striking eyes, stepped into the arena, seizing the moment as a means to entertain and pacify the restless onlookers. Excitement surged as the duel between Gislan and Cain Loges was announced. Spectators swarmed the arena, eager to witness the battle and place their bets. The area transformed into a chaotic blend of commerce and spectacle, vendors shouting deals while a betting frenzy unfolded. Despite the festive chaos, the duel remained deadly serious. Cain entered, imposing and ruthless, declaring that his blade would show no mercy. Gislan, undeterred, calmly observed the setup, aware of the manipulative forces behind the event. The crowd had gathered, the trap was set. Gislan knew this was no ordinary fight. It was a show with hidden motives. However, the betting skewed heavily toward Cain. No one believed Gislan stood a chance. The outcome, they assumed, was obvious, but Gislan's quiet confidence suggested that things were about to unfold quite differently. As the crowd mocked Gislan's chances, the betting shifted from victory to merely how long he could survive against the feared Cain Loges. Among the jeers, one armored man stepped forward, slamming a bag of coins on the table. He defied the crowd's expectations and placed his bet on Duke Gislan. Moments later, another heavy sack dropped. This time, it was Elena, Gislan's younger sister, accompanied by her composed maid, Belinda, calm and determined. Elena declared her belief in her brother by wagering on him without hesitation. Her presence stunned the spectators, silencing even the loudest doubters. Gislan noticed her and froze briefly in surprise. Whispers spread rapidly. Lady Elena had joined the fray. With that much money now behind Gislan, the betting market began to shift. Belinda reminded Elena of her earlier advice against this move, but the girl remained firm. The staff, now satisfied with the stakes, gave the go-ahead. Tension filled the arena as Cain impatiently waited for the match to begin. Gislan, quiet and composed, finally drew his sword. He stepped forward with precision, ignoring the taunts. His expression betrayed no fear. Despite the odds, Gislan had drawn first blood, not in battle. But in the minds of everyone watching, as the match officially began, Gislan stood unfazed, calmly inviting Cain to attack. Cain smirked at the gesture, mocking Gislan's attempt to act composed without hesitation. He charged forward, launching a powerful downward strike with brutal force. The duel exploded into motion. Cain's attacks were relentless, forcing Gislan on the defensive. Each strike carved through the air the sheer weight and speed, creating shockwaves across the arena. Gislan barely evaded the blows, his sword moving with precision, but offering little counterattack. Spectators erupted with cheers for Cain, confident the match was already decided. His brute strength overwhelmed the battlefield. Amid the chaos, Gislan's younger sister Elena watched anxiously, while Belinda remained silent, analyzing every move. The crowd believed Gislan wouldn't last a single hit. Meanwhile, Cain's allies, observing from the sidelines, expressed amusement at Gislan's struggle. They viewed the fight as entertainment, one that would end quickly. Elena's concern grew, but Belinda held her back. It was too late to intervene. In the crowd, one figure whispered that no opponent had ever escaped defeat after facing Cain head-on. The outcome, they believed, was sealed, but Gislan still stood, calm, unshaken, his sword not yet truly in motion. Cain's strategy followed a familiar pattern, relentless force that overwhelmed his opponents until they crumbled. The crowd had seen it before. Victims would tire from constant defense. They were broken under Cain's sheer might, leaving themselves open to defeat. It was how Cain had always won. But Gislan defied that pattern. He moved with precision, evading each strike without wasting energy. Cain acknowledged Gislan's growth, but mocked it as little more than improved evasion. No real threat. Blow after blow, Cain attacked. But Gislan remained composed, weaving through the strikes like water. Then, with a powerful swing, Cain sent Gislan soaring into the air. The crowd gasped, certain it was the end. Spectators panicked, crying out for Gislan. While Cain's ally grinned, proclaiming the fight over, Cain leapt into the sky to finish the duel, aiming to strike a fatal blow. But from midair, Gislan flipped, his expression darkening. His glowing eyes focused, and his grip tightened on his sword. Cain's mockery had crossed the line. Gislan had intended to restrain himself, but now restraint was over. Descending with calculated fury, Gislan redirected his momentum, ready to strike with lethal precision. For the first time, it was Cain who seemed caught off guard. As Gislan descended, he infused mana into his legs, landing with flawless control and using the momentum to slash upward. The unexpected move stunned Cain, who barely deflected the strike. Observers were shocked. Gislan's precision and control contradicted the assumptions of weakness. A voice in the crowd, watching intently, realized the truth. Gislan had stabilized mid-air through sheer technique and condensed mana, a feat that required immense control. Cain, still focused on brute strength, underestimated him. Gislan exhaled calmly and repositioned. He called out Cain's flawed swordsmanship, claiming Cain had grown complacent from overpowering weaker opponents. With calm determination, Gislan declared it was time to show him the difference. Cain scoffed, but rushed again with a heavy strike. Gislan met it head-on, their blades clashing violently. The exchange intensified, each blow now matched, not evaded. Gislan weaved in, bypassing Cain's guard, striking with surgical precision. Cain, caught off guard, began to falter. With a final flurry, Gislan disarmed and floored Cain, blade pointed squarely at his chest. Gislan didn't gloat. He simply stood still, eyes calm, while the entire arena reeled in disbelief. Bloodied and stunned, Cain fell to his knees. The crowd, once dismissive, stood silent, staring at the man they'd all written off. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Gislan, once mocked, now stood victorious over a bloody Cain. Whispers spread. How had he improved so drastically? Some regretted betting against him. Elena, smiling proudly, simply said, "See." Meanwhile, Cain and his ally stared in shock. The wound Gislan inflicted was shallow. Deliberate, he had the skill to finish it, but chose not to. Cain seethed, confused by Gislan's restraint and refined technique. Without a word, Gislan dropped his sword. The crowd gasped again, turning away. He declared the match no longer entertaining due to the skill gap. He would continue, barehanded. Cain's eyes widened in rage and disbelief. Gislan calmly explained that this was a chance to educate him, not with blades, but with fists. The atmosphere shifted. The duel had transformed. This wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a lesson, and Gislan was about to teach it, knuckle by knuckle. Gislan stood confidently before the bloodied warrior Cain, proposing a bare-handed duel instead of a sword match. Aware of his opponent's skill in brawling, Gislan deliberately offered a handicap and raised the stakes, betting double the original gold amount. His boldness stirred shock and whispers through the crowd as spectators questioned the fairness and sanity of the proposition. The cloaked man, previously anxious, now smirked at the turn of events. Gislan's decision to face Cain without a weapon seemed like a reckless gamble, but it oddly rekindled their side's hope. The audience buzzed with tension as the announcer declared the fight. While most favored Cain's brute strength, a few placed faith in Gislan's calm, calculated presence. As the duel began, Cain revealed his true intent. He drew a sword despite agreeing to a bare-handed match. The crowd gasped at the betrayal. Belinda, watching from the sidelines, urged Gislan to arm himself. Cain lunged with violent force, blade raised high. Gislan, however, remained still, unfazed by the incoming strike. With unwavering composure, he silently judged Cain's actions. The moment called for clarity and strength, not rage. Bracing for impact, Gislan prepared to end the fight on his own terms. Kane charged in with brute strength, swinging his massive blade in a wide arc aimed at Gislan's head. The impact could have shattered bones, but Gislan effortlessly sidestepped, his movements calculated and minimal. Kane pressed in harder, but each strike was evaded with fluid precision. Gislan used his footwork to disrupt Kane's balance, exposing his blind spots. As Kane lunged again, Gislan ducked low and delivered a swift uppercut. The force lifted Kane off his feet. Blood sprang from his skull. Disoriented, Kane staggered backward, stunned by the sheer power and accuracy of Gislan's counterattack. He struggled to process how such refined motion could exist in someone so young. The crowd erupted, astonished by the reversal. Gislan remained composed, telling Kane to rise, stating he hadn't even begun. Enraged, Kane launched himself again, but Gislan stood unfazed. When the attack came, Gislan closed the distance and struck cleanly, dodging the sword and neutralizing Kane's momentum in one smooth motion. Each move Gislan made revealed control and confidence. Kane's fury only made him more predictable. For the first time, Kane realized the truth. He had never been in control of this fight. Kane, driven by wounded pride and desperation, launched a final wild assault. He shouted about Gislan's former submission and declared his intent to kill him to preserve the Logis family's future. But his strength was no match for Gislan's precision. With one fluid motion, Gislan disarmed him and countered with brutal efficiency. Blood poured from Kane as blow after blow landed, relentless and overwhelming. Crushed and barely conscious, Kane collapsed in confusion, questioning how the tables had turned so completely. Gislan, standing tall, gripped Kane by the face and calmly expressed pity, not for the man but for his father. It was a condemnation laced with truth. Count Logis, Kane's father, had once supported House Perdium, out of loyalty and friendship even when it brought hardship to his own domain. But Kane, unlike his father, saw opportunity in betrayal. He had chosen ambition over honor, hoping that eliminating Gislan would secure dominance. Gislan exposed this contrast before all, reminding Kane of his father's integrity and his own disgraceful deviation. The scene then shifted to the past, revealing how Count Logis ignored pressure from his retainers and continued supporting Perdium, refusing to abandon an ally in need, unlike the son who stood bloody before Gislan now. Years ago, young Kane had begged his father not to continue aiding House Perdium. He could not understand why support was offered so selflessly, but Count Logis, firm and silent, followed his principles, choosing friendship over convenience. Now, bloodied and defeated, Kane finally recalled his father's words. There was no political reason, only loyalty. Gislan's blows were merciless but precise, ending the duel without killing. Kane, stunned and broken, could only hear the echo of his father's convictions as Gislan asked if the lesson had finally sunk in. Gislan extended a hand and demanded Kane rise, not to fight but to acknowledge defeat. With the arena silent, Kane slowly kneeled and admitted his loss. The crowd erupted. What seemed impossible moments ago became reality. Gislan had won. The onlookers were stunned, and one cloaked observer clenched his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, cheers rang out. Gislan's supporters rejoiced, with his little sister Elena shouting in joy alongside Belinda. Yet in the background, dark intentions still lingered. A mysterious figure moved quickly amidst the commotion, signaling that Gislan's victory was only one part of a much larger game still in motion. Despite Kane's formal surrender, his cloaked superior erupted in anger, grabbing him by the collar. Unable to accept the outcome, he scolded Kane for yielding so soon, calling him weak and dishonorable. But Kane, battered and humiliated, had nothing more to give. He pulled away, declaring that he was done. Gislan approached the cloaked man with a casual air, wearing a smile that masked a quiet threat. Before the stunned crowd, he publicly declared the cloaked noble responsible for providing food and drink for all attendees. A surprise declaration that left the man shocked and flustered. Gislan sealed it with a reminder. The extra 2,000 gold was still due from the bet. If he ran, the consequences would be clear. The noble tried to protest, but Gislan's cold, quiet glare ended it. A menacing aura surrounded him as he warned of what would happen if the man tried to flee or renege. The masked noble could only nod in fearful submission. With the duel concluded and the crowd erupting in cheers, Gislan left the arena in triumph. The next day, back in his quarters, calm returned. For now, but with enemies watching and stakes rising, Gislan knew this was only the beginning. The next morning, Gislan received a chest overflowing with gold. The prize from his duel, he marveled at its value, realizing it could fund an entire mercenary corps. Yet time was short. His ambitions demanded faster preparation. As he sat pondering his next move, his sister Elena and maid Belinda entered. Elena innocently asked about the gold's purpose, teasing him. Belinda assumed he'd use it for Lady Amelia's upcoming birthday, convinced he was trying to impress his fiancée. Caught off guard, Gislan froze. The word fiancée rang unfamiliar. With wide eyes and a stunned expression, he silently questioned everything. I have a fiancée. Gislan sat in silence, stunned by the revelation. He had once been engaged. Belinda and Elena, standing beside him, dismissed his confusion as mere embarrassment, teasingly reminding him of Amelia from Rayfold County. But something deep stirred within Gislan. The name unlocked a memory far darker than expected. Amelia Rayfold, once hailed as a noblewoman of virtue and compassion, She was beloved by the people for her fairness and generosity. Yet history told a different tale. Despite her pure beginnings, Emilia would later rise as the Witch of the North, a cunning force who fueled rebellion and betrayed the kingdom by siding with the enemy. Gislan's eyes hardened. This was no ordinary fiancé. Realizing time was short, Gislan questioned Belinda about his father's return. Learning the Lord would be gone for another week, he decided to act with purpose. He declared his intent to visit Rayfold not to celebrate but to demand financial support from them. Meanwhile, in Rayfold, Emilia stood among the impoverished without hesitation. She offered her own shoes to a barefoot girl, shocking the crowd. Her actions reaffirmed her devotion to her people, insisting that only she should walk barefoot on her land. The people watched in awe as she commanded aid be given immediately. Emilia's barefoot act of humility moved the crowd. One by one, voices of gratitude echoed around her. She stood tall, not just as a noble, but as a symbol of dignity among the people. Later, in her garden, she rested while Bernaf, her loyal escort knight, acknowledged her work, though her actions earned admiration. Emilia remained focused on deeper matters. Her father, once in command of Rayfold, had left behind a legacy of balance and strength, but she knew stability required more than just goodwill. Bernaf remarked that Emilia had secured the people's hearts, an advantage in the looming contest to succeed her father. But Emilia reminded him of unfinished business. She demanded an update on a failed duel, pressing Bernaf for accountability. He explained he lost on purpose to avoid drawing attention to her. His allegiance was clear, his strength, his blade belonged to her. Their conversation turned strategic. Emilia pressed him not to show weakness. Bernaf updated her on their covert operations. Through the merchant guild, they funneled supplies and recruited elite fighters, all while maintaining secrecy. They were preparing for something bigger. Suddenly, a servant arrived with urgent news. Gislan Perdium had come. Emilia's eyes narrowed. This visit was no coincidence. Something was beginning. In the lavish visitor's room of Rayfold Estate, Gislan and Emilia finally sat face to face. She remained composed, holding her white cat, while Gislan greeted her casually, masking his true intentions. Emilia, clearly irritated by his unannounced visit, reminded him of basic decorum. Gislan brushed it off with a smirk, claiming to bring an early birthday gift. He presented a fragrant flower picked from a nearby merchant guild and mentioned the Arctium Guild by name. The moment struck a nerve. Emilia's expression tensed. He had named a key piece of her secret operations. Gislan made no accusations, but the implication was clear. He knew something. Before she could dismiss him, Gislan asserted himself. A surge of pressure filled the room as he ordered her to sit. She hesitated. This was no longer the Gislan she remembered. Calmly, he got to the point. He needed 10,000 gold. Emilia, stunned, questioned the bold demand. He dismissed his father's involvement and struck even deeper, pointing out their engagement was meaningless. Now his final words were sharp. If she didn't intend to marry him, then handing over the money shouldn't be a problem. Emilia's silence was heavy. Her expression darkened. The balance of power had just shifted. Gislan leaned forward, pressing Emilia with veiled threats. He hinted that if her hidden power structure, especially her knight Bernaf, became known during Rayfold's succession battle, it could ruin her. Emilia's eyes sharpened. She warned him not to joke about such matters. Her cat, sensing tension, hissed violently. Smirking, Gislan said he'd keep her secret for a price, but if he left empty-handed, he couldn't guarantee silence. Emilia's patience snapped. She called for Bernaf. The knight entered swiftly, his presence tense yet composed. Gislan recognized him instantly. Emilia's most loyal warrior, feared and capable, a match for the strongest swordsman of the North. A fight here could spark war. Gislan warned. Emilia, unfazed, countered that the world would believe he died as a trespasser. With a chilling smile, she ordered Bernaf to kill him. The knight drew his blade without hesitation. Gislan sighed. If that's how they wanted to play it, then he would respond in kind. It was time to get serious. In a lavish hall, chaos erupted as Gislan intercepted a deadly ambush. His body twisted midair, using sheer strength to slam the masked assassin to the ground. With a powerful toss, he hurled the intruder across the room, crashing him into a table. The sudden burst of violence startled Bernaf, Emilia's loyal guard, who immediately recognized the gravity of the threat. Gislan realized the attacker had disguised civility as a cover for a sneak attack. He countered swiftly, launching a flurry of strikes that forced the assassin back. Bernaf responded in kind, accusing Gislan of inciting conflict, but the young lord ignored him and pressed on. Their duel intensified, steel clashing, spells surging, and blows exchanged with deadly precision. Despite the odds, Gislan held his ground, evading deadly swings and retaliating with explosive force. Bernaf was caught off guard by his skill and tenacity. As they regrouped, Bernaf conceded internally that Gislan was no mere talker. He was a capable warrior. Watching from behind, Emilia grew impatient. Her chilling command cut through the air, bring her Gislan's head. Pressured by her demand, Bernaf drew on hidden power, his sword glowing ominously as he prepared to unleash his full strength. Gislan stood his ground defiantly, eyes sharp with disdain. He refused to be ordered around by a mere escort knight, especially one who had already drawn steel against him. With sarcastic grace, he declared he would follow Bernaf's command if only to return the favor. As the two charged forward once more, their swords clashed with renewed intensity, magic surging in each strike. Bernaf struck with speed and power, forcing Gislan on the defensive. The young noble's surprise was evident. His opponent's speed exceeded expectations. Yet, Gislan quickly adapted, countering with calculated precision. Their movements blurred, blades colliding in rapid succession as they exchanged blow after blow. Watching from afar, Amelia's expression twisted in confusion and frustration. She couldn't comprehend how the so-called lousy punk was matching her strongest knight, the elite Bernaf, strike for strike. Her doubt grew with every exchange. As the duel continued, Bernaf switched tactics, attempting a surprise feint and close quarters throw. Gislan anticipated it, having seen this maneuver before, but couldn't fully avoid it. The knight's grip locked around him, sending both men into another spinning clash. The battle escalated, neither side backing down, as the power struggle tilted dangerously close to its climax. Bernaf's technique shifted mid-fight this time. He warned Gislan that the same trick wouldn't work twice. With ruthless efficiency, he slammed Gislan into the floor, regaining the advantage. Gislan gritted his teeth under the impact, but Bernaf pressed in, unrelenting. Despite the pain, Gislan rolled away and quickly rose to his feet, adjusting his stance. He realized that Bernaf was using mana to absorb damage and extend his stamina during the duel. While circling each other, Bernaf analyzed Gislan's unfamiliar swordsmanship. It was rough, unorthodox, nothing like the refined styles of noble instruction. He concluded that Gislan's skills were forged in real battle, not formal training. Bernaf mocked the improvised nature of the technique, confident it would fail in a head-to-head duel against someone like him. Still, Gislan remained composed. He acknowledged the difficulty of the fight, but noted Bernaf's precise strikes and his own limited time. The odds weren't in his favor, and he knew it, but Gislan adjusted his approach. With a sudden motion, he wove mana through the air, a glowing thread that distracted Bernaf just long enough in the blink of an eye. Gislan closed the distance and landed a punishing strike directly to Bernaf's jaw, turning the tide once again. Bernaf staggered back, dazed by the unexpected strike. Gislan didn't pause. He seized the moment, leaping into the air and bringing his blade down in a crushing arc. Bernaf barely blocked in time, but the force sent him sliding across the floor. Amelia screamed his name in shock. Realizing the growing danger, Bernaf urged Amelia to retreat, warning he could no longer ensure her safety. Power surged around him as he resolved to fight at full strength. Across the room, Gislan watched with a calm, satisfied grin. This was no longer a clash of duty. It had become a true test of might, and for the first time, he looked thrilled. Amelia dashed through the halls, clutching his cat as fury boiled within her. The humiliation Gislan inflicted on her was unforgivable. She speculated bitterly about who might have leaked sensitive information, details only insiders would know, fueling rumors of Gislan's heroics and victories. Despite doubting their validity, she now questioned whether his feats were real, but her anger turned to confusion when she discovered her station guards had been neutralized before her stood a cloaked figure surrounded by fallen men. As Amelia approached, she recognized the woman, Belinda, a maid of the Perdium household. Caught off guard, Amelia demanded answers, but Belinda silenced her. In a swift movement, she paralyzed Amelia and removed a strange pendant from her lips, an artifact linked to past events. Belinda recalled an incident at an engagement ceremony, revealing Amelia's childhood cruelty, raising spiders to terrify her siblings in retaliation for their mockery. With firm restraint, Belinda voiced her disdain for Amelia's manipulative displays, questioning whether her actions stemmed from trauma or pride. She crushed the pendant beneath her heel, severing its influence. Then, without malice but with calculated precision, Belinda asked for Amelia's cooperation, leaving no room for refusal, only the echo of shattered control. As Gislan stepped into the corridor lit with flickering mana, he immediately sensed the pressure, dense and aggressive. The air trembled with concentrated magical energy emanating from a lone figure ahead. Bernaf, cloaked in mana, his presence radiating hostility. Gislan braced himself, recognizing the weight of the challenge before him. Their confrontation escalated quickly. Bernaf mocked the nobility, deriding Gislan as merely a mercenary beneath his station. Gislan, undeterred, responded with composure, asserting his position and drawing his blade. Tension snapped as their swords clashed, mana bursting between them like lightning. Bernaf struck with purpose, each swing fueled by contempt and overwhelming force. Gislan staggered under the barrage, realizing Bernaf's attacks were relentless. He struggled to match the veteran's pace as flurries of strikes cornered him. Bernaf's precision and aggression forced Gislan into defense, pushing him back step by step. But Gislan's spirit held. With narrowed eyes, he countered, deflecting a blow and retaliating with sharp force. Still, Bernaf advanced again, faster, fiercer. The hall echoed with steel and bursts of energy as Gislan fought to hold his ground. This was no mere duel. It was a clash of pride, power, and the right to stand tall under the name of nobility. Bernaf launched another flurry of sharp mana-infused strikes, each swing of his blade reinforced by precise power and experience. Gislan held his ground, but his stamina waned, his defense gradually eroding under the relentless onslaught. A sudden upward slash pierced through his guard, cutting into his side. Blood splattered across the floor. Bernaf, confident in his dominance, declared the fight over. He assumed Gislan's last attack had already been spent, but But as he moved in to finish the fight, Gislan made a bold move. He absorbed the pain, allowing Bernaf's blade to pierce his shoulder, and used that moment to deflect and counter. The risk paid off. Bernaf hesitated, recognizing the tactic as both reckless and resolute. Despite his injuries, Gislan surged forward, pushing Bernaf back. The older swordsman acknowledged that Gislan wasn't an opponent to underestimate. Their swords clashed again, raw strength meeting seasoned technique. Bernaf, unwavering, emphasized the difference between a man who fights for purpose and one who fights for thrill. But Gislan's eyes didn't waver, bloodied and bruised. He still smirked, not from arrogance, but resolve. Though the clash continued with blinding speed, one thing was clear: Gislan, even cornered and bleeding, was far from defeated. Bernaf continued to dominate the battlefield with seamless control, his speed, range, and unbroken rhythm suppressing Gislan's every move. Attempts to close the gap or break his stance through grapples were swiftly denied. Every sword lock felt inescapable, a deception that dulled Gislan's openings. Worse still, his current mana reserves couldn't match Bernaf's raw power, but Gislan remained composed. His lips curled slightly as he acknowledged a key truth: he wasn't fighting with his full potential yet. In the depths of his core, a hidden reserve pulsed with deliberate focus. Gislan activated his trump card, his unique mana cultivation technique. A surge of crimson energy ignited around him. The air trembled as his third core awakened, erupting with blinding force. The shift was immediate. Gislan's momentum reversed. He launched himself downward, blade coated in explosive energy, striking Bernaf mid-air. Their swords clashed again, but the tide had turned pink and red mana blazed as Gislan forced Bernaf into defense. Their weapons rang out with brutal weight until Bernaf finally paused, eyes wide. Gislan, bloodied yet unwavering, radiated mana as if unbound by exhaustion. Bernaf, shaken, struggled to comprehend how such explosive power could manifest mid-battle. Before he could adjust, Gislan's blade was already at his head. Amelia, defeated and cornered, reluctantly handed over the 10,000 gold. Gislan, unimpressed, remarked that it would have been easier had she complied earlier. As Belinda restrained her, Gislan coolly informed Amelia that the fee had now doubled. With a smirk, he raised his blade. 20,000 gold was the new price for her poor judgment. The aftermath of the battle left the hall in chaos. Guards lay unconscious, furniture destroyed, and the air thick with mana residue. Amelia, furious and shaken, regrouped in a private room with Bernaf. Though she remained outwardly composed, her rage simmered beneath the surface. Bernaf, acknowledging his mistake, admitted he underestimated Gislan. Contrary to the rumors, Gislan had unleashed mana beyond an advanced knight's level. Amelia realized he had changed, and dangerously so. When Bernaf suggested reporting to the Delphine Duchy, Amelia quickly rejected the idea. She reminded him of her secret pact with Duke Delphine, an alliance forged behind her father's back. The Duke had promised support in a rebellion, and in return, Amelia was to assist in eliminating the Perdium line. But exposure would mean death, not just politically, but personally at the hands of her own family. They agreed that Gislan had to be killed before he uncovered more. Bernaf confirmed that though Gislan was injured and drained, he wouldn't stay weak for long to act. They had to move carefully. Amelia decided they couldn't risk using local knights. Instead, they would summon a deadly unit trained for covert missions. Her command was clear: activate the Wildcats, a feared and silent group meant for assassinations. Amelia outlined the makeup of the Wildcat unit: war orphans, outcasts, and magic adept individuals raised solely for assassination. She ordered a dozen to be dispatched, selecting only those proficient in mana. The mission was clear: eliminate Gislan without leaving a trace. Bernaf understood and moved swiftly, marking the ravine, the only covert route into Perdium's territory for deployment. As Amelia fumed over her earlier defeat, she vowed to make Gislan pay. Meanwhile, Gislan tended to his wounds aboard a moving carriage. Though battered, he remained composed. The gold extorted from Amelia would stabilize Perdium's finances, funding the territory's restoration. Killing her then would have incited war, something he couldn't afford. By letting her live while knowing her secret ties to the Merchant Guild, he gained leverage far more valuable than revenge. He rationalized the decision. Amelia's exposure would destabilize her faction, and the funds she provided would speed up reconstruction. As he adjusted his clothes, his resolve hardened. This time, he would use her instead of being used. Beside him, Belinda evaluated the situation. She recalled the specific steps Gislan instructed, all of which had played out precisely. Surprised by a detail he delegated to someone else, she realized he was always one step ahead. Suddenly, Gislan's body seized up, pain surging through him. The toll of awakening his third core struck without warning. Belinda and Fergus rushed to his side, but Gislan quickly assessed the situation. It was the expected recoil. Though the damage was lighter than before, repeated use would eventually leave lasting consequences. He urgently needed a way to stabilize his mana circulation. Belinda stepped in calmly. Her assessment was swift. His mana flow was unstable and disordered. Channeling her own power, she guided energy into his body, straightening the tangled paths within him. Gislan immediately sensed the change. The internal pressure began to ease. To manipulate mana so precisely was no ordinary feat. It demanded mastery far beyond what he'd expected from a mere maid. As his channels cleared, Gislan reflected on Belinda's true identity. Her skills, her timing, her calm under pressure, All were uncharacteristic for a countryside head maid. She was hiding something deeper. Still, he was grateful to have such a capable ally nearby. They were only beginning to uncover hidden threats, and trusted allies would be few. As the carriage rolled onward, Belinda asked about the gold taken from Amelia. Gislan's reply was simple. Amelia was the only rich person he knew. Gislan finally revealed his destination to Belinda and Fergus, the Forest of Beasts. It was a place long avoided, its danger woven into the region's history. Belinda was shocked by his decision, warning that Count Rayfold would react fiercely if he ever learned about the broken engagement and the hidden motives behind it. But Gislan remained calm, asking if she trusted him. He assured them both he had a plan. Fergus protested, recalling how generations before had failed to develop that area. But Gislan reminded him of an earlier request, which shifted the old knight's tone. Fergus then confirmed he had found the person Gislan was looking for, though the man's condition was questionable. Despite concerns about Gislan's health, he insisted on pushing forward. Returning home would only make them sitting targets for Amelia's retaliation. Gislan knew her nature too well. She wouldn't hesitate to silence him permanently. They needed strength, and for that, he needed someone who could act as a true vanguard. Their journey brought them to a remote, decrepit house marked by an eerie silence. It seemed abandoned, but as they knocked, a figure emerged from the shadows, an old man with a beast-like aura. Gislan's mysterious vanguard had finally appeared. The old man emerged, weathered and silent, prompting doubt from the group. Gislan, however, was certain. This was the one, despite his frail appearance. The man's identity was clear. Gislan addressed him directly, revealing his name, Galleon, once captain of the Pathrose mercenaries. With calm resolve, Gislan admitted he had long awaited this meeting. Fergus and others stood before a figure cloaked in legend. Galleon, the former captain of the disbanded Ratatosk mercenaries, a group once known across continents for their unmatched mastery of all weapons. Though his unit no longer existed, their legacy endured, whispered even in foreign lands. Gislan had come to meet this man, whose presence still demanded awe. Suddenly, a violent attack erupted from the shadows, a blade spinning toward Gislan. He barely dodged the strike, the velocity shocking everyone present. The ambush heightened the already tense atmosphere. Galleon stepped forward, his aura crackling with menace, eyes locking onto Gislan with suspicion. Realizing he was dealing with a man on edge, Gislan's allies prepared for battle. Belinda warned him to fall back. Galleon was not in his right mind. She named the illness afflicting him eternal punishment. Gislan responded with an offer that halted everyone's movements. He claimed to know the cure. As silence fell, Gislan described the symptoms: high fever, blood coughing, and red lesions blooming like cursed flowers. The disease's torment earned its name from the cries of those suffering. Gislan's words pierced the hardened captain's heart. He held the one hope for Galleon's dying daughter. Inside the dimly lit cabin, a harrowing scene unfolded. Rachel, Galleon's daughter, writhed in agony on a blood-soaked bed, her cries echoing like the wails of the damned. The once proud mercenary captain collapsed at her side, begging helplessly as his daughter's life slipped away. Gislan stepped forward, calmly assuring it wasn't too late. Time rewound in Gislan's mind. He remembered a future where he'd found Galleon too late, the man having taken his own life after losing everything to save his daughter. This time, however, fate had shifted. Surveying the worn-out house, Gislan recognized the sacrifices made. Every asset had been spent in desperate attempts to heal the girl. Rachel, her body ravaged by the disease, pleaded to die, her words breaking her father's heart. Determined, Gislan moved to begin the treatment, but Belinda stopped him. She warned that brute strength alone couldn't cure an illness even priests had declared divine punishment. Gislan disagreed. He had knowledge from the future, knowledge of a cure. He handed Belinda a list of herbs, instructing her to gather them. Among the ingredients was one critical element: Fairy's blessing, rare and expensive. But Gislan remembered the remedy perfectly for him. Saving Rachel was not a gamble, it was a certainty. Gislan worked with precision, crushing the fairy's blessing and herbs. Before soaking them in distilled alcohol, he stirred the mixture with care, letting it rest and settle into a glowing violet remedy, under the watchful eyes of Belinda and the others. He added the final ingredients, completing the concoction he remembered from the future. Galleon received the bottle with trembling hands. Without hesitation, he gently poured the liquid into Rachel's mouth. Her breathing slowed. Blood still stained her fragile body, but something shifted. Slowly, the color returned to her cheeks. Her pained expression softened. She opened her eyes. Everyone in the room froze. Belinda and Fergus noticed. First, the red spots across Rachel's skin were fading. Galleon clutched his daughter, overwhelmed with emotion. He couldn't believe what he saw. Even divine power had failed, yet this remedy worked. Gislan calmly explained that divine healing only boosts the body's strength. It doesn't remove the disease itself. This cure, however, targeted the root cause. Galleon, still in disbelief, asked if Rachel could truly recover. Gislan's answer was firm. With continued treatment, she would be cured. Within a few months, hope, once lost, had returned. And with it, Gislan had earned the unwavering loyalty of a legendary warrior. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Galleon knelt before Gislan. He offered everything: his body, loyalty, and even servitude, believing he had nothing left to repay the young man. But Gislan refused submission. What he sought wasn't a slave, but the return of the warrior captain who once led the feared Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian was stunned. Gislan's words reignited something long buried, his fighting spirit. Belinda, watching from the side, recognized it immediately. The fire in Gislan's eyes, not just determination, but the unwavering conviction of a dreamer without hesitation. Gillian cut off his long braid, a symbolic gesture of rebirth. The axe shocked the others. As the braid hit the floor, it was clear. This was no longer a broken man. His stance, aura, and eyes had changed. The old captain was back. Now fully revived in body and resolve, Gillian stood beside Gislan, asking his next command. But before that, he sought clarity. Were there others coming? Any enemies? Gislan calmly replied. Only the team present was with him. Yet when asked about enemies, his answer was clear. He had them, and more would surely come. The future wasn't safe, but with Gillian's strength now his ally, Gislan had just turned a hopeless past into a weapon for tomorrow. With a flash of blue energy, Gillian launched into action. No longer weighed down by despair, the legendary mercenary captain unleashed devastating force. His sword cleaved the ground, sending shockwaves through the cabin. He moved like a storm, precision, power, and wrath condensed into a single man. Using both sword and rope in fluid motion, Gillian intercepted a masked intruder. Mid-attack, the assailant had snuck in, but was now completely overwhelmed. Gillian seized him by the throat, demanding to know who had sent him. The man stammered in terror, unable to comprehend how Gillian had regained his strength so suddenly. Gislan, observing calmly, already knew the answer. He declined Gillian's offer to interrogate and stepped forward himself, though he hadn't wanted to draw his blade that day. Gislan made the call. He would handle this personally. With a single swift strike, the assassin was dead. The room fell silent. Belinda looked on, eyes sharp with concern. Gislan had killed without hesitation. His resolve was absolute, his mercy non-existent. As the blood dried, a new question haunted her. Why would someone like Gislan, so calm yet so lethal, seek out dangerous allies? What kind of future was he truly building? Gillian pledged his life to Gislan, marking the start of a powerful alliance for future battles ahead. A reconnaissance team had been dispatched to a remote cabin under the cover of night. Moments later, news of their complete annihilation spread through the enemy ranks, causing unease among the commanders. Viego, leader of the Wildcat traffickers, silenced the panic and demanded explanations. According to their intelligence, Gislan should not have been capable of such resistance. The loss indicated either faulty intel or an unexpected alliance. One subordinate suggested that a warrior named Gillian had joined Gislan. The claim triggered Viego's rage, and he violently grabbed the man, demanding confirmation. When the terrified soldier insisted he saw it with his own eyes, another hooded figure confirmed the suspicion. Gillian had finally made a move. It was no ordinary defection. Gillian had once served as their captain. Elsewhere, Gislan's group moved swiftly through the forest, traveling by carriage. Belinda, seated inside, voiced her discomfort, annoyed by the excessive luggage they had to haul. Gislan calmly justified it, saying it was necessary to accommodate their companion. Rachel, Fergus, and Ricardo, trailing in the rear guard, stayed focused. For them, the priority was clear: escaping the rift safely before any further confrontation could take place. Belinda informed Gislan that the captured watcher likely served Lady Amelia and wore the mark of the Wildcat traffickers. Recognizing the threat, they both concluded that the situation had escalated. The mask was a clear symbol of the Shadow Guild, an infamous organization operating in Rayfold. Their activities included smuggling, assassination, and human trafficking, supported by skilled ex-mercenaries. Gislan acknowledged the danger, while Belinda revealed unexpected familiarity with the group. Despite having lived in the castle, she claimed to know their workings well. Gislan remained calm, reassured by one key factor: they had Gillian. His presence alone was a counterbalance to the enemy's strength. Their convoy advanced steadily through the darkened forest trail, unaware of the trap set ahead without warning. Shadowy figures launched a surprise attack, causing chaos among the horses and passengers. Gillian, ever watchful, immediately noticed the signs of a ground-based ambush and leapt into action. With remarkable precision and brutal efficiency, Gillian engaged the attackers. He deflected blades, countered assaults, and neutralized threats in rapid succession. Despite being outnumbered, his combat experience overwhelmed the ambushers. Blood and steel clashed in the moonlit path, and one thing became clear: the Wildcat traffickers had underestimated their former captain. Gillian continued his onslaught, cleaving through enemy ranks with relentless force. His axe tore into the ambushers with brutal precision, leaving bodies behind as the forest echoed with the sound of battle. However, the true danger revealed itself not from the blades, but from the path ahead. As the carriage moved forward, a trap was sprung. The terrain collapsed, revealing a pit designed to destroy the convoy. Gillian realized the imminent threat and braced for impact, while the horses panicked and the wagon teetered on the edge of disaster. Belinda shouted in alarm. At their current speed, the entire group would be crushed. The ambush had been expected, but the scale of it was greater than anticipated. Multiple hooded figures emerged from the forest surrounding them. Among them was a former comrade of Gillian, a man who now stood with the enemy. He recognized Gillian not just as a warrior, but as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, accusing him of cowardice for abandoning the guild. Gillian offered no acknowledgement, only cold silence. The enemy, filled with resentment, commanded his forces to attack. In moments, the mercenaries charged. Gillian stood ready. The past had caught up with him, and it came with blood. Gislan offered to assist, but Gillian declined. The enemy's vendetta was personal, and he intended to settle it alone. As the masked warriors closed in, Gillian launched forward with calm resolve, cleaving through multiple foes in a single swing. The battlefield trembled beneath the weight of his blows. Despite the relentless assault, Gillian's movements were precise and calculated. His attackers, enraged and desperate, shouted insults, but their fury was no match for his experience. He parried, countered, and struck down those who dared approach. The leader of the ambushers observed from a distance. Impressed yet unsurprised, Gillian's strength hadn't faded. Realizing brute force wouldn't suffice, the enemy split into two flanking units to surround him, but Gillian was already anticipating the maneuver. He mounted his horse, drawing immediate confusion from the enemy lines. With controlled momentum, he charged directly through them, using his horse as both shield and weapon. From horseback, his axe swept through flesh and steel alike. Enemies scattered or fell. Unable to halt the rampage, Gillian became a moving wall of destruction, dismantling the ambush from within. Viego had miscalculated. The man they once called comrade was not only alive, he was unstoppable. Gillian's dominance on horseback left his enemies scrambling. They couldn't approach him directly, so one commander gave a desperate order: aim for the horse. But even that strategy failed. Gillian, anticipating their tactic, used the horse's momentum and his own mobility to keep striking from unreachable angles. His spinning strikes turned deadly, slicing through ambushers before they could react. Even when they tried to leap onto the carriage or flank him mid-charge, Gillian met every move with ruthless counters. One assailant, consumed by hatred, cursed Gillian and swore revenge. He blamed Gillian for the loss of his past life and now wanted blood. But hatred alone wasn't enough. The veteran warrior responded with overwhelming strength. He parried attacks and shattered bones with precision. As the enemy leader charged in, hoping for a killing blow, Gillian blocked him mid-air with a shield bash and retaliated with his axe. The man fell back, shocked by Gillian's power. And then, Gillian declared it loud and clear. He was no longer the captain of the Ratatas mercenaries. That time was over. Viego, stunned by the force of his words and strikes, were thrown into disarray. Those who remained turned and ran, defeated not just by strength, but by conviction. Gillian rejected his former identity, declaring loyalty only to Lord Gislan. His calm defiance enraged Viego, who, blinded by hatred, launched a reckless attack. Consumed by vengeance and betrayal, Viego vowed to kill Gillian at all costs, failing to see the strength of the man who had already moved on. Under the cold night, a brutal clash erupted between Gillian and Viego. Blades met with thunderous force as the two former mercenaries engaged in a deadly confrontation. Once brothers in arms, they now stood on opposite sides, driven by shattered loyalty and betrayal. Viego, masked and bitter, fought with relentless aggression, blaming Gillian for the collapse of their mercenary company. As Gillian parried each blow, Viego raged about his ruined life. He claimed Gillian's departure left him purposeless, forcing him into disgrace to survive. Gillian remained silent, absorbing the accusations while defending himself with precise movements. Despite the fury around him, his gaze stayed focused and sharp. Viego's strikes grew more erratic as he recalled their past, revealing how he once dedicated his life to elevating the Ratatas mercenaries. Now all that remained was his hatred. Empowered by dark energy, he condemned Gillian for choosing to serve nobility, calling it betrayal of their ideals. His eyes glowed red with uncontrollable wrath. Channeling that rage, Viego launched a devastating magical barrage. Gillian, steady and unshaken, braced behind his shield, deflecting the assault. Their duel surged with speed and ferocity, neither yielding ground as past loyalties crumbled beneath the weight of vengeance. Viego launched forward with renewed aggression, clashing violently with Gillian's blade. Despite the gap in their pasts, he believed he had surpassed his old captain. Fueled by resentment, Viego taunted Gillian, claiming that while Gillian had wasted years tending to his sick daughter, he had been sharpening his strength through endless battle. He no longer saw Gillian as a worthy opponent. The duel intensified. Viego moved quickly, trying to overwhelm Gillian with a flurry of strikes and explosive attacks. Gillian countered calmly, but Viego's relentless pace forced him on the defensive. In a bold rush, Viego declared the battle over and struck with everything he had. But just as he moved in for the kill, Gillian revealed a hidden power, channeling mana into his hand. He gripped his dagger with unexpected strength. Caught off guard, Viego questioned if Gillian had been holding back. The old mercenary struck with precision, sending Viego crashing violently into the ground near a massive tree. As dust settled, Gillian approached, unshaken. He questioned Viego's motives, not understanding the delay in his revenge. If vengeance had truly consumed him, Gillian wondered, why now? Why not sooner? The confrontation had become more than a battle. It was a reckoning of past choices. Viego's voice turned cold as he mocked Gillian, claiming he had already visited the former base of the Ratatas mercenaries, only to find a broken, irrelevant man. The Gillian he had once respected, he declared, no longer existed. All that remained was a shadow, not worth killing. His frustration grew into madness as he demanded to know where the real Gillian had gone, the leader he once admired. Gillian, silent at first, stood tall. Then, drawing his weapon, he addressed Viego directly, acknowledging that both were bound by obligations and greater powers. He declared his intent to show respect one last time as the true captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. In that moment, he reclaimed not just his title, but the authority and pride he had long set aside. Viego's expression shifted from hatred to excitement. This was the battle he had longed for, a clash against the Gillian he once revered. The two warriors collided again with unrelenting force. Blades clashed, movements sharpened, and each strike carried years of unspoken emotion. The fight escalated as blood spilled and defenses shattered. But Gillian's stance never wavered. Raising his axe for a decisive blow, he prepared to bring their confrontation to its final, inevitable conclusion. The clash reached its end. Bloodied and breathless, Viego stared at Gillian one last time. Gillian, eyes firm, addressed him with solemn finality, acknowledging Viego by full title, 5th Unit Commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Viego Villanos. There was no hatred in his voice, only the weight of a leader closing a long story. In the next moment, Gillian delivered a fatal blow, ending the conflict they once could have avoided. As silence returned to the battlefield, Gillian stood alone over Viego's fallen body. The ground stained with blood. He retrieved Viego's dagger, now a symbol of the past, and turned toward the approaching figures of Gislan and Elena. The battle was over. Gislan praised Gillian's performance, impressed by his strength and poise. As they discussed loot and regrouping, Gillian apologized for the delay. Gislan, however, dismissed it without complaint. Watching Gillian now, he realized how exceptional the former captain truly was. Far beyond the legends, reflecting quietly, Gislan admitted that tales of Gillian had inspired his own journey to becoming the mercenary king. As they walked under the moonlight, Gislan pondered about his own past comrades, wondering where they were now. Someday he decided he would seek them out again. After the battle, Gislan, Belinda, and Gillian began looting the battlefield per Belinda's suggestion. Though Gislan tried to assign tasks, Gillian reminded him firmly that he wasn't his subordinate. 2 days later, their wagon entered Perdium territory. The sight of the distant castle stirred something within Gislan. Despite once running away, he now felt grateful to have a home to return to. As they rode through the war-torn land, Gislan asked Gillian his opinion. Gillian, distracted, gave a vague response, but Gislan pointed out the obvious. The land was in ruins. Farmlands lay barren, the buildings in disrepair, and the people were either gone or conscripted. The cost of war was everywhere. Gislan quietly vowed to fix it all. He declared his commitment to reviving Perdium, asking for Gillian's strength in the battles ahead. Gillian understood. His knowledge of the region would be invaluable. But just as the city gates came into view, Belinda spotted a familiar figure. Gislan's eyes widened at the silhouette in the distance. His voice trembled as he whispered the word he never expected to say here again: Father. Perdium Castle stood as a fortress of duty, yet its war council faced growing uncertainty. Austerity measures forced the leadership to consider cutting military forces, a dangerous move with front lines already strained. Suggestions to request aid from Rayfold were quickly dismissed. Rayfold had reduced their own support and showed signs of militarizing. In the war chamber, the young noble Gislan listened as officials debated logistics and damage control. Rebuilding outposts and limiting the Knight Order's strength were painful necessities. The faces at the table, Knight Captain Randolph, Treasurer Albert, and Administrator Homern, carried the weight of constant crisis. To Gislan, their talk sounded all too familiar. A cycle of decline he remembered all too well. But this time, Gislan bore the memories of another life. Once known as the Mercenary King, decades of battlefield experience now guided his youthful form. Returning home, he greeted his stern father, Count Zwalter Perdium. Though Gislan once resented his father's severity, he now saw the burdens that came with leadership. In a private moment, the Count questioned Gislan's recent absence. The young man admitted to visiting Rayfold. His calm reply masked deeper intentions, but word had already spread. Gislan had bested Cain in a duel, quietly reshaping the political balance behind the scenes. Suspicion surrounded Gislan's recent travels, prompting sharp questions from the council. While some believed he had gone to gamble, Gislan clarified that his purpose was business-related. Despite this, the general administrator reminded him of his future as the successor to Perdium, urging responsibility in every action. The conversation soon shifted. Gislan's actions in Rayfold had not gone unnoticed. News had spread of his confrontation with 2 traitorous knights, Jamal and Philip, who had attempted to sell his sister Elena. Though Gislan had dealt the final blow, others believed the traitors had turned on each other. Regardless, the weight of their deaths unsettled Knight Captain Randolph. Yet the Count prioritized Elena's safety over the means and unexpectedly praised his son, something Gislan had never received before. Seizing the moment, Gislan requested permission to lead an expedition. The council was wary, fearing he sought money again, but Gislan asked only for approval, to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. This request shocked the room. When the Count rejected him, Gislan confided in a comrade outside the castle. They discussed the forest dangers, a cursed place few return from, known widely as the Forest of Death. Despite its reputation, Gislan's ambition remained unchanged. Although Gislan's request to pioneer the Forest of Beasts had been denied, he proceeded regardless. Speaking with Belinda and Gillian, he acknowledged the risk but insisted the mission must go forward. When questioned about his obsession with the forest, Gislan kept the truth hidden. For now, privately, he recalled a secret from his previous life. A massive runestone vein lay near the forest entrance. This rare magical ore, infused with mana, was sought after for all types of magical tools and alchemy. In his past life, Duke Delphine had discovered it first, but now, that knowledge belonged solely to Gislan. Recognizing the value, he began assembling a team. Belinda agreed to follow his orders and was tasked with recruiting 200 mercenaries. Although skeptical of his aggressive spending, she obeyed. Gislan understood the dangers of hiring such a large group of mercenaries. Rebellion and theft were common. To mitigate risk, he planned to select the personnel himself. Alongside Gillian, Gislan would handpick capable fighters from the most elite small-scale mercenary units in the north. For Gislan, this wasn't just a dangerous mission. It was a calculated step toward reclaiming lost power and securing his family's future through bold initiative. Gislan's decision to recruit the notorious Cerberus mercenaries drew alarm from Gillian N. Known for their strength and savagery, they were infamous for turning against employers if situations soured. Despite this, Gislan remained confident these were the crazy dogs he planned to leash. Gislan and Gillian rode to the outskirts of the Zimbar territory where the Cerberus camp was located. The mercenary outpost was chaotic and tense, filled with unruly fighters. As the pair approached, they were quickly spotted through scopes and binoculars. From a distance, Cerberus scouts mocked their arrival, mistaking Gislan for a naive noble youth they could exploit. However, their laughter was short-lived. Without warning, Gillian sprang into action. In an instant, one of the scouts was struck down, causing a wave of panic across the camp. Gillian moved swiftly, tearing through ambushers with brutal efficiency. Several mercenaries tried to retaliate, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer speed and precision of the counterattack. Terror spread among the Cerberus fighters as they realized the newcomers were no easy prey. Gislan's calculated strike was not just a message. It was a demonstration of power meant to establish dominance before negotiations even began. As chaos broke out in the mercenary camp, the Cerberus soldiers prepared for battle. Their leader warned Gislan not to expect mercy. Unfazed, Gislan arrived on horseback, calm and direct. Without hesitation, he demanded their captain, asserting control with confidence that silenced the tense and aggressive crowd instantly. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, Gislan rode confidently toward the enemy camp. Clad in noble armor, he demanded to know who was in charge. The opposing soldiers hesitated, and one veteran with long silver hair stepped forward, smirking silently. Without warning, the man declared the young noble insane and launched an attack using a chained flail. As the massive weapon hurtled toward him, Gislan remained motionless. The enemy sought to teach him the weight of leadership through brute force, but just before impact, the chain was intercepted mid-air. A burly warrior with a scarred face and massive sword had blocked the strike with precise timing. The enemy soldiers gasped in disbelief as their attack failed. The attacker mocked Gislan again, but Gislan remained calm. Realizing diplomacy was useless, he gave a single order to his bodyguard. Gillian neutralized the threat, but ensured they lived. Gillian nodded and launched into action. With overwhelming strength, Gillian shattered the enemy's formation. His blade moved in arcs of destruction, disabling the enemy one by one. The chain weapon was rendered useless. In mere seconds, the tide turned, not with words, but with dominance. Gislan didn't need to argue. His strength spoke louder. The remaining mercenaries, angered by the humiliation, surged forward, shouting that Gislan's noble status wouldn't spare him, but their fury met Gillian's precision. With brutal efficiency, he disarmed and disabled the attackers, slamming one into the ground with terrifying force. The battlefield grew silent as the last body hit the dirt, and the remaining soldiers hesitated. Gislan and Gillian walked calmly through the aftermath, unbothered. Gislan gave a cold order to bring him the real leader. A towering man stepped out yawning, having slept through the chaos. At Gislan's command, the soldiers retrieved their captain. The man introduced himself as Kaor, captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Gislan, unimpressed, stated he was there to make a request. Kaor questioned his intentions, irritated by the violent welcome his men received. But Gislan dismissed the tension, calling his aggressive approach a personal greeting, his own way of taming unruly dogs. Kaor, both amused and slightly threatened, challenged the idea of being tamed. Still, he agreed to hear the request, intrigued by Gislan's boldness and forceful diplomacy. Inside the command tent, Gislan finally revealed his request. He wanted the Cerberus mercenaries to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The mention of the forest stunned everyone. Known for its vicious monsters and death rate, even the bravest avoided it. Gislan remained unfazed and formally introduced himself as the young Lord of Perdium. Kaor, initially intrigued, quickly became dismissive. He mocked Gislan for underestimating the danger, claiming he must have grown up too pampered to understand real threats. When Gislan insisted, Kaor abruptly ended the negotiation, instructing his men to prepare for their departure. Unshaken, Gislan calmly questioned if Kaor was simply afraid. He provoked him, calling the mercenaries overrated and suggesting their reputation was built on lies. Kaor flared with anger but tried to maintain composure, justifying his refusal with talk of profit and practicality. He claimed they wouldn't risk their lives unless the reward outweighed the danger. Gislan countered coldly, labeling those who made excuses as weak. His words pierced deeper than expected. Kaur, visibly frustrated, declared Gislan wasn't even worth killing and suggested he pay a bribe and leave quietly. But Gislan stood his ground, firm and sharp. Number that won't happen. Faced with Kaur's refusal, Gislan made a bold move. He invoked an ancient mercenary tradition, Moriana's recognition, a deadly duel fought with tied arms and daggers. Without magic, the challenge stunned the room. Even Kaur, despite his pride, questioned if the young noble understood the stakes. Gislan confirmed he did, fully aware of the brutal nature of the ritual. The tradition was clear, two fighters bound together, limited in movement, battling to the death or submission. Losing meant becoming the victor's dog, a term that symbolized complete subservience. Kaur, caught in a corner by the mercenary code, couldn't refuse without destroying his reputation. Mocking Gislan's audacity, Kaur accepted and called for preparations. Before long, the two stood shirtless in the center of a blood-stained circle, arms tied. The soldiers formed a ring, shouting and anticipating blood. Kaur jeered at Gislan, confident this was a desperate bluff. But Gislan remained still and composed, his expression calm. When Kaur struck first, Gislan narrowly avoided the blow, staying focused. Kaur, grinning, bragged he had done this 5 times before. But Gislan's silence, his lack of fear, and his calculated presence hinted at something else. This wasn't a reckless noble. This was someone with a plan. Kaur bragged about surviving 5 Moriana duels. But Gislan's calm expression didn't waver. As Kaur lunged, Gislan countered with chilling confidence. He had done it over 100 times. The crowd froze, stunned by the noble's revelation. Gislan and Kaur lunged at each other with fierce determination. Their clash began in an instant, blades sparking mid-air as raw power surged between them. Gislan's cold gaze met Kaur's feral grin. Neither held back. In a single heartbeat, they exchanged a flurry of strikes, muscles tense and timing precise. Kaur attacked aggressively, swinging both daggers in a whirlwind of motion. Gislan responded with equally swift counters, dodging narrowly and retaliating with clean precision. As the momentum shifted, Gislan landed a blow that forced Kaur back. The fight intensified. Onlookers could barely follow the movements as fists and blades collided. Kaur attempted to overwhelm Gislan with brute force, but Gislan's technique and footwork stayed one step ahead. A sudden turn allowed Gislan to deliver a punishing blow to Kaur's ribs, staggering him. Though battered, Kaur smirked and mocked Gislan's earlier boast of mastering the Morana recognition 100 times. He dismissed it as an obvious bluff. Without pause, he launched a powerful counter, driving his fist toward Gislan's face. Yet Gislan remained composed. He had regressed to this point with purpose, and no amount of taunting or brute strength would derail his plan. The duel was far from over. The crowd roared as Gislan lost his rhythm, his footing faltering under Kaur's relentless pressure. Enemies surrounded the duel, mocking the noble youth, confident his defeat was moments away. Among them, Gillian, a seasoned warrior with sharp instincts, watched grimly. His silence was heavy, his gaze unwavering. He knew this was a losing battle. The dueling circle was small, barely enough for one man to fall. Bound hands and no mana usage forced both fighters to rely purely on physical skill. Gislan, smaller and restrained, struggled to block Kaur's brutal swings. Kaur's size and strength allowed him to dictate the pace, slowly wearing Gislan down. Despite taking a few clean hits, Gislan refused to yield. He launched a desperate counter, managing to throw Kaur over his shoulder, but the exchange left him visibly shaken. Every blow landed without mana defense was building damage in his body. Kaur noticed. Mocking his pale face and weakening stance, Kaur sneered, declaring Gislan's strategy worthless. He claimed he could see through everything, the parries, the sacrifices, the limit Gislan was nearing. Gillian's grip tightened on his weapon, prepared to intervene if necessary. But Gislan hadn't given up yet. He still had something left. Kaur's taunts grew sharper as Gislan's fatigue showed. He mocked the tremble in Gislan's legs, the exhaustion painted on his face. To Kaur, this struggle was entertainment. With a sadistic smile, he pressed harder, launching a flurry of slashes that Gislan could barely parry. Their tied hands limited movement, forcing Gislan into direct confrontation. Each blow Gislan absorbed chipped away at his stamina. Kaur landed a powerful punch to Gislan's side, exploiting the gap in defense. The crowd gasped as Gislan staggered. Kaur grinned. He could see the end. Grabbing his dagger, he prepared for the final strike, convinced victory was in hand. He declared the fight over, driving the blade down with brutal force. Spectators and Gillian alike reacted in alarm, believing the young lord's life was moments from ending. Gislan's body slumped under Kaur's arm, the dagger held overhead. But something was off. Gislan's eyes, half closed and tired, still held clarity, not surrender. In that instant, time slowed. Gislan's hand twitched near Kaur's wrist, his body pivoting subtly. Whether by plan or instinct, he wasn't finished yet. Though beaten and drained, he was still calculating, still waiting for the right moment to strike back. Kaur's dagger plunged, but at the last second, Gislan twisted his torso, slipping past the fatal blow. The movement was subtle, calculated, and completely unexpected. Kaur's eyes widened. That stance shouldn't have allowed such a dodge. Before he could recover, a sharp pain ripped through his side. Gislan had countered with precision, his blade cutting clean across Kair's ribs. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Even Gillian and the armored mercenaries stood stunned. Blood streamed down Kair's body, and for the first time, his dominance wavered. But Gislan didn't stop. His follow-up strikes came faster now, catching Kair off balance. Despite the fatigue in his limbs, Gislan's eyes were sharp. He had found his opening. The spectators cried out as Kair took another hit. He gritted his teeth and charged again, but Gislan's movements were now cleaner, more refined. Each dodge and slash landed with purpose, drawing fresh wounds. Kair roared in confusion and anger. Moments ago, Gislan was struggling to stand. Now, he was turning the tide. With a final feint, Gislan thrust his blade deep into Kair's shoulder. The crowd fell silent. Kair gasped, stunned not just by the pain, but by the realization. He had underestimated his opponent. Gillian's eyes widened in quiet realization. Gislan wasn't resisting Kair's strength, he was redirecting it. While Kair's powerful swing stiffened his muscles and anchored his body, Gislan stayed fluid, letting momentum work in his favor. He had turned his weakness into strategy, offsetting the size difference through calm calculation. Kair's men shouted in frustration, unable to believe their captain was being outmaneuvered. Gislan's resolve impressed even his opponent. Unlike most, he hadn't used mana in desperation. He fought within the brutal rules of Moriana's recognition and endured. Kair, bloodied but grinning, acknowledged the shift. Gislan had earned his respect. Still, Kair wasn't ready to surrender. He reminded everyone that victory wasn't just about strength. Under Moriana's rules, stepping outside the circle meant automatic defeat. If Kair could throw Gislan's entire body out, it would all be over, regardless of who was winning the exchange. He lunged again, blade in hand, grabbing Gislan mid-motion and swinging him up with raw force. Gislan's body launched into the air, momentum carrying him dangerously toward the circle's edge. Kair roared triumphantly, convinced that the match was decided, but Gislan's eyes still held focus. The fight wasn't finished yet. As Kair hurled Gislan through the air, the momentum seemed unstoppable. A last-ditch effort to force Gislan out of the circle. But mid-flight, Gislan twisted his body and locked his legs around Kair's arm. Using the tied rope as leverage, he redirected the force downward, shifting control in an instant. With a brutal slam, Kair's back hit the ground beyond the boundary. Gasps spread through the crowd. The rule was clear. Stepping outside the circle meant defeat. Gislan landed firmly within the circle, battered but steady. Spectators recognized the outcome before Kair did. Kair, stunned and exhausted, stared up at the victor, struggling to comprehend the reversal. Gislan, eyes unwavering, had already moved past the fight. He approached with purpose, not gloating but resolute. Despite Kair's resistance, Gislan seized control once more, striking him down again, this time inside the circle. The message was unmistakable. The duel was over, and authority had shifted. Gislan stood not just as the winner, but as the new superior. Gislan launched a sudden and brutal assault against Kair, striking him squarely in the abdomen and sending him flying out of the ring. The crowd was stunned as Kair collapsed, bleeding and gasping for air. Desperately, Kair attempted to invoke the rules, insisting that stepping outside the circle should end the match. Gislan, however, showed no intention of stopping. Pinning Kair to the ground, Gislan mocked the idea of battlefield rules. He questioned Kair's logic, asserting dominance, not just physically, but mentally. Without pause, Gislan resumed his relentless attack, pummeling Kair with blow after blow. The onlookers hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. Though the bet had been settled, Gislan showed no signs of restraint. Kair was dragged back into the circle as he screamed in pain, and Gislan reminded him that he hadn't technically left the combat zone. Bloodied and broken, Kair tried to rally the guards to stop the assault. However, the soldiers hesitated, intimidated by Gislan's authority. Their hesitation ended when Gillian, an imposing older warrior, stepped in. He declared that anyone interfering with the young lord's disciplinary action would be executed. The soldiers froze in place, powerless to prevent the merciless punishment from continuing. Kair, bloodied and broken, could barely stay conscious as Gislan stood over him, unfazed. The surrounding soldiers tensed but remained still, their fear of Gislan and his authority outweighing any instinct to help. Kair's body trembled, unable to resist further. Gislan asked coldly if he was finished. Kair let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging the defeat. Memories flooded him, his life of manipulating nobles with fear and violence. He had always viewed nobles as weak, liars, narcissists, cowards through intimidation. He had controlled many and profited greatly, earning the nickname Mad Dog. Extracting wealth from the elite had always been a game to him, and he played it well. But now, faced with someone like Gislan, calm, ruthless, and unmoved, he couldn't understand how he was being overpowered. His confidence cracked. The noble youth holding him was nothing like the others he had humiliated. Gislan finally raised Kair's broken body and demanded aid from the stunned mercenaries, warning that their captain could die at any moment. Gillian watched closely, noticing how even the disorderly mercenaries obeyed Gislan without resistance. He realized something important. The young lord's dominance was no longer just physical. It was becoming absolute. In a world where strength held more weight than law, Gislan's dominance left a lasting impression. Through raw power and unrelenting force, he established control over the mercenaries in the clearest way possible. Fear and respect replaced defiance. Gislan had made it clear he was in charge. Soon after, Kayor, now battered and humbled, was brought to a table under heavy guard. Gislan placed a contract before him, demanding his signature. Kayor hesitated but ultimately obeyed, understanding resistance was no longer an option. The process was not without tension. When Kayor hesitated and questioned the instructions, Gislan's sharp glare was enough to remind him of his place. Kayor quickly corrected himself, expressing forced enthusiasm for working together. Gislan responded with a firm strike to the face, sealing the pact not only with a signature, but also with dominance. He declared them a family from now on, reinforcing the new hierarchy. A few days later, at the outskirts of Perdium territory, new recruits gathered. Among them, murmurs spread about their employer being the young lord. Some doubted his capabilities, unaware of the brutal example he had already set. Others remained hopeful, thinking this job might be easier than it appeared. At the gathering of mercenaries, a towering man named Gordon seized attention with his thunderous clap. Asserting himself as the group's representative, he claimed leadership in dealing with their new young employer known as Gordon the Muscle. His sheer size and confidence gave him immediate authority among the restless crowd. He encouraged the others to unite, suggesting that with collective pressure, they could extract higher compensation with less effort. The mercenaries agreed, placing their trust in Gordon's intimidating presence. Plans were set to stage a show of strength when their employer arrived. Soon after, a lone rider appeared on the horizon. The mercenaries watched with amusement, convinced the young noble would be frightened and retreat at the sight of Gordon. Gordon himself rallied the group, eager to teach the newcomer a lesson in how the mercenary world operated. But the situation quickly shifted. As Gislan approached, more figures appeared behind him, disciplined, heavily armed, and wearing the iconic dog-snouted helmets. Recognition spread quickly. They were the Cerberus mercenaries, a feared and elite force. Shock rippled through the crowd. Gordon and the others froze. Confusion turned to alarm as they realized their brat employer had somehow earned the loyalty of a group known for following no one. Gislan arrived at the mercenary camp on horseback, accompanied by Kayor, Gillian, and the Cerberus mercenaries. His calm presence contrasted sharply with the chaos the mercenaries had expected. Approaching Gordon, Gislan confirmed he was the representative and asked for his name. Gordon, visibly nervous, introduced himself. Gislan responded with composed authority, revealing his identity as the young lord of Perdium. The mercenaries were stunned into silence. Without raising his voice, Gislan instructed Gordon to gather the troops. He then declared the beginning of a new operation, the expedition to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. His clear command and presence left no room for resistance. The mercenaries, once doubtful, now stood ready to follow his lead. The sun rose over the treetops as the forest edge stirred with movement. Gislan, accompanied by Belinda, stepped from the command tent. Every element for the forest expedition was complete: base construction, resource gathering, and troop assembly. The temporary settlement buzzed with final checks as soldiers and workers moved with precision. Gislan surveyed the gathered forces. Belinda confirmed the numbers: 148 mercenaries from the recruitment office and 42 elite fighters under Gislan's command. With both groups combined, the total stood at 192. Confident in their readiness, Gislan ordered the troops to assemble. He verified that Commander Scovin had been notified and wouldn't interfere with the operation. Facing the formation, Gislan addressed the group. Their mission was to pioneer the Forest of Beasts, a region teeming with unknown dangers, monsters, hidden threats, and untold mysteries. Some recruits hesitated upon learning the destination, sensing unrest. Gislan offered a bold promise: triple pay upon success. Murmurs of fear quickly turned to cheers. Though some questioned the logistics, Gislan remained calm. He revealed a hidden goal: an enormous deposit of glowing blue crystals within the forest. The potential reward far outweighed the risk. With steady eyes, Gislan asked for trust, ready to lead them into the unknown. Belinda accepted the danger ahead, acknowledging that she had no choice but to follow through. Around her, the troops murmured in disbelief over Gislan's bold promise of triple pay. While some doubted his ability to fulfill it, Gillian reminded them that Gislan always had a plan. With the command issued, the Forest of Beasts expedition team began their march. They entered the dense mist-covered woods, where the path was blocked by overgrown trees and thick underbrush. As the group advanced, axes swung and wagons rolled. Gislan led from the front, sword in hand, personally cutting through obstacles. Soon, sunlight broke through as trees fell. He gave clear orders: cut, load, and dig, organizing the workforce to maximize progress. Drawing from knowledge acquired in his past life, Gislan recognized the forest's vastness. Though the ultimate goal was full control of its resources, he prioritized one thing: reaching the runestone vein. The wealth there would fund his greater mission: unraveling the conspiracy threatening Perdium. His active role surprised some mercenaries who questioned whether his efforts were genuine or performative. Belinda quickly silenced the doubt. Regardless of their thoughts, Gislan's determination was unwavering, and the expedition pressed deeper into the forest under his relentless leadership. Though Belinda questioned Gislan's decision to labor alongside the mercenaries, he insisted that faster progress required every available hand. He dismissed concerns about appearances. Survival and results mattered more than status. Belinda sensed he was acting with uncanny foresight, but didn't press further. Gillian and Kayor, observing the dynamic, joked bitterly, masking their own unease. A sudden scuffle broke the tension. Kaor was struck by a passing soldier. Though minor, the incident underscored rising stress. Still, Gislan remained calm, noting that operations had proceeded smoothly so far. However, beneath that calm, he was wary. The lack of incidents was unusual from a journal obtained in his previous life. Gislan had mapped out the area's dangers and resources. The former rulers of Delphine had focused on this forest for a reason. Why hadn't anything happened yet? As the group moved deeper, the forest darkened unnaturally. Soldiers began to question the absence of monsters and the effort seeming too easy. Some joked they deserved a refund, but Gordon's confusion soon turned to alarm. Despite clearing many trees behind him, a massive twisted formation now blocked the path. Something unnatural was reshaping the forest behind Gordon's backs. The true danger was just beginning to reveal itself, as an unnatural silence fell. Gislan's sharp command broke through the confusion. The expedition members halted as he called for attention. Flames reflected in their eyes as the forest seemed to shift around them. Gislan's instincts told him danger was near. Sensing something was off, he calmly directed Gordon to slowly back away. Though confused, Gordon obeyed. But before long, panic struck. Gordon tripped, dropping his load and causing chaos. The sudden noise sent fear rippling through the ranks. Some cursed his clumsiness, while others scrambled in confusion. All eyes turned to the giant tree now looming before them. Several soldiers dismissed the situation, mocking Gislan's concern and calling the forest overrated. They believed the blocked path was just a visual trick, but Gislan remained firm. He had seen this before in his past life. This was no ordinary terrain. He warned another soldier to move before it was too late. That soldier scoffed, accusing Gislan of fear-mongering. He didn't believe in the threat until it was too late. Without warning, shadowy tendrils lashed out from the ground. Screaming, the man was dragged into the darkness. There had been no warning, no presence, only death. The forest had finally revealed its fangs. A monstrous tree awakened, its eye gleaming with malice. It struck without warning, its movements unreadable. Gislan faced it calmly, recognizing the threat. "A dry ascent," he muttered, blade ready. The battlefield was consumed by chaos as dark, monstrous plants erupted from the ground. Twisting vines and gaping mouths with glaring eyes tore through the earth. Catching soldiers off guard, panic spread quickly. Those who witnessed the grotesque forms retreated in fear, screaming as the forest turned against them. As more creatures emerged, their numbers overwhelmed the fleeing soldiers. One by one, men were dragged away screaming into the mouths of these abominations. Gordon and a few others tried to escape, but vines snatched at their legs and arms, pulling them back. Gislan moved quickly, grabbing Gordon and a child, barely evading capture. A soldier tried cutting the vines that bound his comrade, but they proved too sturdy. Despite his efforts, Gordon was seized again, lifted into the air and hurled toward the monstrous trees. Just before Gordon could be devoured, Gislan appeared with his massive sword glowing with energy. He struck cleanly, severing the tentacles and landing between the monster and its prey. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of precise slashes, targeting the creature's central eyes. With one final blow, Gislan cleaved through the core as the creature collapsed. The survivors realized its weakness. Its eye, Gislan stood firm, silent and resolute. Gislan quickly took control of the situation. With a monstrous threat still looming, he commanded the scattered soldiers to regroup and tighten their formation. Recognizing the danger of the encroaching vines, he instructed them to raise their shields and hold a defensive line to avoid being picked off. As the soldiers formed a tight wall, Gislan ordered them to focus on defense while waiting for further instruction. Without hesitation, he requested the oil lamps Kaor had prepared earlier. Understanding the plan, Kaor confirmed the supply, and Gislan issued the command to light them and hurl them at the monsters. The soldiers complied, launching dozens of lit oil lamps toward the enemy. However, the monsters reacted swiftly, swatting away many of the projectiles before they could make contact. The fire strategy, though sound, proved ineffective. Before morale could falter, a group of elite warriors, Kaor, Belinda, and others, stepped in to support the front line. Kaor charged with brute strength, and Belinda followed with a precise, focused assault, striking the core eye of a creature. Seeing the coordinated efforts, Gislan gave new orders to Gillian and Belinda: prepare the remaining oil lamps and support the Cerberus mercenaries in the next assault. The plan would now shift toward a more aggressive strike. Gislan charged forward, sword drawn, intentionally drawing the monster's attention toward himself. His movement disrupted their focus and forced them to shift their attacks. Belinda, alarmed, called out in concern, but Gislan pressed on, cutting through their writhing vines and exposing their eyes to attack. The creatures responded violently, their roots thrashing in all directions. More emerged from the ground, overwhelming the terrain with sheer numbers. Gislan pushed deeper, slashing through limbs and keeping their attention fixed on him. Meanwhile, the soldiers noticed a terrifying truth. These monsters were mobile, walking on legs beneath their massive forms. Despite the growing danger, Gislan showed no hesitation. With a powerful leap, he drove his blade straight into another creature's eye. Belinda, seeing the opportunity, signaled the troops. The monsters had fully clustered around Gislan. She ordered all the oil lamps to be thrown. The soldiers launched the flaming projectiles in unison. This time, the lamps hit their mark, Engulfing the creatures in fire, Kaor and others joined in, relentlessly fueling the blaze. The monsters shrieked as the flames consumed them. Gislan gave the final order, continue the assault until every last one burned. Surrounded by fire, the tide of battle finally turned in their favor. As flames engulfed the battlefield, the soldiers began to relax, believing victory was within reach. Relief swept over them as the monstrous trees appeared to fall. Some laughed, others cheered, confident the enemy had been defeated by fire. But Gislan stepped forward, his voice stern. He warned them not to lower their guard. The true form of the creatures was yet to come. Suddenly, thick steam burst into the air, clouding the battlefield. Confused soldiers panicked, unsure if the fire had been extinguished. Gislan explained. The creature's outer shells were vulnerable to fire, but the moist flesh inside reacted by releasing steam, concealing what lay beneath. As the smoke cleared, a terrifying new sight emerged. From inside the charred remains, new entities crawled out, smaller, faster, and even more vicious. With the battlefield now shrouded in fog and creatures approaching, fear spread again. The monsters had not died, they had adapted. Raising his sword high, Gislan called for unity. He ordered everyone to raise their weapons. The strategy would now shift. From this point forward, it was no longer about fire or formation. Gislan declared it a close-quarters battle without hesitation. He led the charge into the heart of the monstrous swarm. The battlefield trembled as monstrous creatures emerged, halting the soldiers in fear. Towering and grotesque, the beasts struck terror into even the bravest warriors, Gordon and others, doubting whether close combat was even possible. The soldiers feared being crushed before landing a single blow. Yet Kaor, the red-haired warrior of the Cerberus mercenaries, led a fearless charge, rallying his comrades with unwavering confidence. Despite the chaos, Gislan remained composed. From the rear, Gillian, the veteran commander, reassured the troops, reminding them that their orders came directly from young Lord Gislan. With that trust, he urged them to follow through. As Gislan lunged into battle alone, his determination lit a fire among the ranks. Inspired, Gordon and others regrouped. Gislan's strategy became clear. He had already disabled the monsters' defenses, with their weak points exposed. They were now little more than lumbering targets. Kaor and Gillian led the assault, shouting commands and cutting down the enemy. Gislan moved without hesitation. He knew doubt would lead to death. His role was not just to fight, but to eliminate fear, to inspire resolve. Each strike he delivered shattered both flesh and fear, forging belief in victory, and showing his followers what was once impossible could now be achieved. With the battlefield now littered with the corpses of fallen beasts, the soldiers stared in disbelief. They had overcome what once seemed impossible. Gislan, calm and unshaken, ordered the troops to line up. The soldiers, still catching their breath, quickly obeyed, rallying around his command. The victory was clear, but it was only the beginning. Before them lay the forest of beasts. Even at its edge, dangerous monsters like the Dyer's Ent lurked, hinting at the horrors deeper within. Yet Gislan showed no fear. He reminded them that he would always take the lead and urged them to trust and follow him without hesitation. The troops responded with renewed determination. As they marched into the forest, their formation tightened and their resolve hardened. Gislan and Kaor scouted ahead, slicing through lurking threats, while Gillian and Gordon protected the main group. Yet, the deeper they went, the more ferocious the monsters became. A colossal beast charged, sending waves of panic. Kaor and Gillian launched a coordinated defense, striking its legs and forcing it down as it collapsed. Gislan landed the final blow from above. When the dust settled, all stood unharmed. "Stick with the employer if you want to live," Gordon roared, rallying everyone forward once more. After countless skirmishes, Gislan, and Kaor observed the troops' improved formation. Real combat had forged discipline. Gislan pushed them onward. They had not yet reached their destination. Gordon led the vanguard, parting the dense forest as the group advanced. Meanwhile, one soldier, overwhelmed by fear and fatigue, muttered that they had all gone insane for following this path through a cursed forest. Eventually, the group stumbled upon a shimmering lake. The water appeared clean and untouched. A rare sight in such a hostile place. The soldiers rushed forward in thirst, but Belinda warned them of unseen dangers. Gislan confirmed the lake's importance. This was the landmark on the path to the runestone mine. A camp was set up by the lake. Fires were lit, tents raised, and the soldiers finally rested. While the surface was calm, discontent simmered beneath. Around a campfire, a group of men voiced doubts. One, named Manus, suggested desertion. He feared Gislan's motives and claimed the noble would use them as pawns. Others defended Gislan, noting how he had saved their lives repeatedly. Still, Manus stoked paranoia. His smile twisted with hidden intent. He didn't just want to leave. He was manipulating fear, planning to use others as bait if it meant his own survival. Around the campfire, a skeptical mercenary challenged the others, doubting Gislan's intentions. But when another pointed to Gislan himself tending to a wounded soldier, cleaning the injury and applying expensive medicine, his actions spoke louder than any defense. Belinda stood by, silently observing, as Gislan treated the injured with care and without hesitation. Despite the cost of the supplies, Gislan showed no concern for wealth, only the well-being of those under his command. As he called out for the next patient, the mercenaries began to question their own doubts. They noticed that the employer used potions worth more than the soldiers themselves. something no one would do if they intended to treat their men as expendable. Even the doubters hesitated, realizing Gislan might be different from the nobles they once despised. Manus, however, fumed in silence. The shift in sentiment was ruining his plan to stir rebellion. Meanwhile, Gislan gathered Gillian and Kyor. He explained the quiet they'd experienced over the past 2 nights after relentless attacks since entering the forest. The sudden calm was unnatural. He had them count the lamps and noticed some were missing. With grim certainty, Gislan declared the truth. They had entered the territory of a powerful nocturnal monster. The true threat was only just beginning. Night fell over the outpost, cloaking it in eerie silence. Gordon, a muscular mercenary, lay resting among fellow soldiers after a long day. Suddenly, a flickering lantern above him began to sway unnaturally. As he stirred, the lamp broke free, floating on its own. His eyes opened slowly, confused at first, then alarmed. The lamp shot across the room. Gordon jolted up, instinctively reaching for it, but a grotesque, multi-eyed creature emerged from the shadows. It moved fast, too fast for anyone else to notice. Gordon screamed, swinging his weapon wildly, forcing the others to jump to their feet. In a panic, he warned them of monsters, slicing the air in desperation. His companions approached puzzled. There was nothing, no creature, no trace of danger. Gordon, breathing heavily, insisted something had been beside him. They dismissed his claims, assuming stress or nightmares were to blame. Still, he remained uneasy. Then, others in the group reported strange experiences. Some had heard laughter, others felt an ominous presence. Doubt turned to concern. A sharp-eyed man stepped forward, declaring that something unseen was indeed lurking nearby. As everyone turned toward the darkened tree line, they realized the real threat had only just begun to show itself. Gislan arrived at the camp, his presence instantly drawing attention. Calm and alert, he confirmed the unseen threat with sharp precision. Gathering the troops, he issued orders swiftly. The mercenaries encircled the command tent as the core team assembled inside to assess the situation. Gordon, still shaken, confirmed the monsters had surrounded them, completely invisible to the naked eye. Gislan clarified the creatures were known as Faller's darkness hunters that trailed them since reaching the lake. These entities blended with the shadows, unaffected by physical attacks, and capable of extinguishing light sources to isolate prey. As the team absorbed the gravity of facing hundreds of these creatures, panic stirred. Kaush suggested a preemptive strike, but Gislan advised restraint. Reacting recklessly would trigger the monster's cruelty, worsening their situation. Belinda pointed out that over half their lanterns had already been lost. Rather than charging blindly, Gislan proposed a counteroffensive when the creatures fully revealed themselves. Gillian questioned the feasibility of wiping out invisible enemies. Gislan confirmed they had a plan. Belinda had distributed special magic scrolls to the mercenaries. With all pieces in motion, Gislan gave the signal to prepare. The decisive moment was near, and this time, the hunters would become the hunted. Gislan laid out the enemy's strategy on the ground. The Falliers had surrounded the camp from 3 sides, slowly extinguishing the lamps to weaken visibility. He explained that direct confrontation would lead to collapse from the flanks. However, with the lake at their rear, the camp had one side protected. This terrain choice gave them a strategic edge. Despite being outnumbered, Gislan asserted they held the initiative. He divided the forces into 3 groups: defenders to block attacks, crossbowmen to suppress the enemy, and the elite assault unit led by himself. The plan was clear: defenders and archers would push enemies toward the center, while the elite force would flank from the left. If executed correctly, they would surround and eliminate the creatures. Belinda raised a critical point: physical attacks wouldn't work against enemies hidden in darkness. Gislan reassured her magic scrolls had already been distributed to bypass that limitation. Night fell darker than before. The final lamp was taken. The eerie laughter of the Falliers echoed across the forest. The soldiers, now in tight formation, braced themselves with visibility gone. The attack was imminent. As shadows closed in, tension peaked. The battle was no longer coming. It had already begun. As the darkness thickened, Gislan recalled the pioneer journal of the Delphine. It revealed a critical weakness. The Falliers were vulnerable to intense light. Once illuminated, they could no longer remain hidden. Acting swiftly, Gislan gave the order. At his signal, every soldier activated their prepared first circle magic scrolls. Brilliant beams of light erupted across the camp, slicing through the darkness like divine spears. In an instant, the true forms of the Falliers were exposed. Grotesque beasts with glowing eyes and writhing limbs, lurking just beyond their vision until now. Soldiers gasped as the concealed enemy was finally visible. The light had not only repelled the shadows, but unveiled how deeply they had been surrounded all along. Without delay, the crossbow units launched coordinated volleys to hold the beasts at bay. Defenders braced behind shields, absorbing the first wave. The strategy had worked. With the battlefield now lit, Gislan commanded the final step assault units to advance. Gillian, Belinda, Kyor, and Gislan led the charge, weapons drawn and glowing with magical power. Now fully revealed and no longer untouchable, the Falliers had lost their greatest advantage. The counterattack had begun, and Gislan's forces were ready to reclaim the night. Gislan led the charge, his blade glowing with intense energy as he commanded the assault units to advance. At his word, the elite warriors surged forward, Kaor, Gillian, and Belinda among them, rushing into battle against a swarm of monstrous creatures emerging from the shadows. The creatures, though able to merge with darkness, were weak when struck directly. Gislan, aware of their frailty, organized his team for a swift offensive. As the monsters lunged, he maneuvered with precision, cutting them down while assessing the enemy's formation. Each warrior had a role. Gillian absorbed the frontline pressure, drawing the enemy's focus. Kaor moved swiftly, striking from the flanks to scatter their cohesion. Belinda provided support from behind, identifying weaknesses and coordinating the assault. As the battlefield grew more chaotic, Gislan advanced without hesitation. With a wide arc of his sword, he tore through the mass of creatures. The enemy pushed harder, but his team held formation. A sudden light exploded across the battlefield, Belinda's magic illuminating the path ahead. Gunfire erupted from the rear lines as ranged units joined in, suppressing the monsters with precision together. They demonstrated the full strength of Perdium's elite force, unshaken, unified, and deadly. The frontline defenders found themselves overwhelmed as their arrows depleted and monstrous creatures surged forward. Panic set in. Screams echoed across the line as the Failures descended in greater numbers. Just as the situation turned dire, the assault unit led by Gislan arrived. Cutting through the chaos, Gillian and Belinda cleaved the front ranks, stabilizing the failing defense. With the tide turned, Gislan acknowledged his team's effort and rallied the troops. Morale surged among the soldiers as they recognized their employer on the battlefield. Encouraged, they widened their formation, surrounding the enemy to gain the upper hand. Yet the enemy retreated suddenly, slipping away before the formation could close. Gislan noticed the Failures' strategic withdrawal and quickly identified a retreat signal being sent by a leader marked with a horn. He ordered Belinda to locate and eliminate the commander, knowing that the enemy's coordination hinged on it. If allowed to regroup, the Failures would haunt them for days. Recognizing the urgency, Belinda acknowledged the command with newfound resolve. She began casting her tracking magic. Moments later, she launched herself into pursuit, her eyes fixed and expression sharp. The hunt for the enemy leader began swift, focused, and critical to ending the threat. Belinda soared across the battlefield, eyes locked on her target. Among the retreating monsters, she spotted the one with a single horn, Gislan's designated priority, wasting no time. She marked its position and relayed the location. Gislan charged without hesitation, parting the enemy lines with sheer force. His sword carved a brutal path as he closed in on the horned leader. With precise movement and overwhelming strength, he struck a fatal blow that tore through the beast's core. The leader collapsed, signaling the beginning of the end for the Failures. As the monsters faltered in disarray, Gislan declared the leader's death. The call to eliminate the remaining forces ignited a surge of determination across the field. The allied troops, reinforced by mercenaries like Kaor and Gillian, pressed forward with renewed fury. No creature was spared. The sun began to rise over a battlefield littered with corpses. The chaos finally quieted. Gislan stood tall among his team as the last enemy was slain. Silence fell before he announced their hard-earned victory. Cheers erupted from the exhausted soldiers. What began as a desperate defense had ended in total domination. The battle was over. The elite force of Perdium had prevailed, disciplined, relentless, and victorious. The battlefield echoed with cheers of survival as soldiers celebrated their hard-fought victory. Gislan gave short commands, assigning Belinda to confirm the head count and instructing Kaor to gather his Cerberus unit. Gillian would assist in spreading reflected corpses around the camp. Though gruesome, the tactic would repel other beasts, as the Failures were apex predators in the region. Kaor, confused at first, was briefed by Gillian on the strategic purpose. It would create a buffer of safety. Despite minor bickering, the team carried out orders. Gislan reflected on their progress. It had been 10 days since they entered the Forest of Beasts. With the Failures wiped out, the planned route was secure. Only the task of mining the runestones remained. As dawn rose, Gislan contemplated the cost of victory. Belinda reported the headcount, 3 missing from the contract mercenaries, but none from Cerberus. Suspicion rose around one man, Manus, who hadn't been seen since the fight. While the group debated Manus's fate, a separate scene played out. Deep in the forest, Manus was revealed to have fled, accompanied by a few others. He continued escaping while the others believed the battle had saved them all. But something ominous awaited ahead, blocking their path. As Manus fled, glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows behind them. Something far worse had awakened. A colossal, serpentine beast stirred beneath a bed of ice, its body pulsating with sinister energy as it shattered its frozen prison. Crimson eyes opened, radiating malevolence. The blood python erupted through layers of bone-littered ground, its awakening marking the beginning of a dark resurgence. Elsewhere, Gislan's forces advanced through a forest in disarray. Trees collapsed, the terrain treacherous, but the mercenaries moved with unexpected discipline. Kaor observed their unity with quiet amazement, noting their efficiency despite lacking orders. Even Gillian, the old veteran, acknowledged their improvement, prompting Gislan to confirm his plans to hire them permanently. Though mercenaries were rarely dependable in large-scale war, these had already surpassed expectations. Their campaign tactics were working. Fallen beast corpses, used as deterrents, had cleared the region of monsters. Gislan and Kaor noticed the eerie silence, no creature since leaving camp. Gislan grew uneasy, his instincts whispering of unseen danger. Suddenly, Belinda returned in haste. Her alert expression confirmed Gislan's fears. She had spotted something ahead, something significant. Gislan immediately gave the order to clear the path with full force. The mercenaries obeyed without hesitation, rallying as one unit. Whatever lay ahead, Gislan would meet it head-on, though the awakening force beneath the ground threatened to change everything. Gislan and his group finally reached their long-sought destination, a massive runestone mine buried deep within the forest. The crystalline formations glowed brilliantly, confirming their expedition's purpose. Gislan declared it the highest quality runestone source, leaving even seasoned warriors like Kaor and Gillian stunned. The mercenaries looked on in disbelief, aware that such a discovery could change their lives. As they absorbed the scale of the mine's value, a dark voice echoed from within the fog. A sinister figure emerged cloaked in darkness and power, declaring that no one would be allowed to leave. Panic set in as the mists thickened. The skeletal figure named Manus revealed himself. Catching the group off guard, Gordon, the massive warrior, recognized the threat too late. Manus's attack disrupted the area. Gislan took command, ordering everyone to retreat as he stepped forward, drawing his weapon with determination. With one powerful strike, he created a shockwave, holding the enemy at bay, yet more horrors awaited. As the group advanced, they discovered a field littered with corpses, both monsters and humans. Gislan realized the runestone mine was not unguarded. It was part of a monster's lair. The fog had hidden the remains, masking the true danger that lay beneath the mine. Despite prior records indicating no threat within the runestone mine, Gislan's instincts screamed otherwise. His fears were confirmed as the blood python emerged from the crystal field. Without hesitation, Gislan ordered everyone to prepare for battle, but the monster's sudden descent disrupted any formation. Gislan led the charge, commanding the group to scatter. He leapt at the creature with mana-infused speed and precision, striking its hide directly. However, even with amplified power, his blade left only a superficial scratch. Gillian and Kaor observed in shock. The beast's scales were nearly impenetrable. Undeterred, Gislan continued his assault, but the monster retaliated with a toxic breath. He narrowly dodged the acidic cloud, barely avoiding contact with the green mist. The venomous attack confirmed the blood python's lethality. Gislan's clothes were already stained from the near miss, and the poison sizzled through the air around him. As he adjusted mid-air, the beast launched another furious strike. Gislan deflected, maneuvering with agility, but the sheer force behind the blood python's tail slammed into the ground with crushing impact. Though still standing, Gislan now understood the battle ahead was not about overpowering. It was about survival, coordination, and uncovering the blood python's weakness before it was too late. As the massive red-scaled serpent, now clearly revealed as the blood python, unleashed chaos, Belinda screamed for Gislan, watching in horror as the creature slammed down with overwhelming force. The mercenaries scrambled in panic, dodging the crushing coils. The monster's sheer size and strength dwarfed all expectations, forcing even seasoned fighters into retreat. Gislan quickly realized the terrifying truth. The blood python was the true guardian of the runestone mine. Though he had considered its existence during planning, he never imagined it would surface here. It was a creature he once deemed impossible to hunt. The logical choice was to retreat and return better prepared. But that option no longer existed. He couldn't afford delays. With too much at stake, too many lives depending on him, and too much effort already poured into this campaign, retreat was not an option. Clutching his sword tighter, Gislan suppressed his hesitation. If he gave up now, everything would collapse. Channeling mana and determination, he rose with fierce resolve no matter the odds. He had to fight. Not just for victory, but because he carried the weight of too many burdens to run. Gislan stood amidst shattered ice. Activating his third core, power surged through his body, igniting a transformation that darkened his eyes and unleashed a fierce crimson aura. The blood python loomed before him, towering, relentless, and unfazed. With no hesitation, Gislan launched forward, slashing at the serpent's hardened flesh. Each swing collided with scale and blood, but the beast retaliated with brutal tail sweeps and unrelenting strikes. Despite the creature's raw strength, Gislan pressed on. The battle left craters in the ground, debris scattering from each impact. Gislan dodged a powerful downward smash, rolling out just in time. He countered with a precise upward strike, slicing deep into the serpent's side. Yet the blood python remained unshaken, its massive body coiling with renewed aggression. Memories of responsibility returned, Kaor, Belinda, and Gillian, watching from afar, relying on him. Gislan understood the weight of this battle. Even if victory seemed impossible, retreat was not an option. His role demanded resolve. As the beast snarled and prepared another attack, Gislan steadied his breath, gripping his sword tighter. The blood python's eyes glowed with fury, showing no sign of fatigue. But neither did Gislan. He advanced once more, determined to finish what he had started. Gislan recognized the cost of unleashing his third core. The longer it stayed active, the faster his mana drained. Facing the blood python with depleted strength would be fatal. As exhaustion crept in, Kaor, Belinda, Gillian, and their soldiers rushed to his side. They pleaded with him to retreat, offering to hold the monster back. But Gislan refused. With steady resolve, he ordered everyone to evacuate, unwilling to risk more lives. Confusion rippled through the group. Gillian and Belinda questioned his judgment, unable to grasp why he would shoulder the battle alone. Gislan knew the risk. He couldn't guarantee their safety. The blood python's strength dwarfed their defenses. One misstep could wipe them out. He couldn't afford to lose any of them. Not here. Belinda was stunned by his resolve. Despite his previous feats already bordering on miraculous, he showed no sign of hesitation. As the blood python unleashed a toxic wave, Gislan forced the others to withdraw. Yet, just as the order was being followed, the soldiers rallied. Inspired by his conviction, they chose to fight beside him. Led by Gillian, they prepared to create a diversion. Gislan, momentarily surprised, tightened his grip. With their support, the battle wasn't over yet. As Gislan stood firm, his allies stepped forward. Gillian, Kr, and Belinda voiced their trust, not just in his strength, but in his judgment. They asked him to place the same trust in them. Gislan, silent at first, recognized the bond they now shared. The blood python, massive and laced with poison, was nearly invincible. Its mana-repelling scales made traditional attacks futile, but they had one hope: its damaged right eye. Using this weakness, Gislan devised a final strategy. They would strike together, targeting the vulnerable spot. With the full force of the Forest of Beasts expedition team behind him, Gislan rallied his warriors with a single command: they would all return alive. The battlefield roared to life. Shields clashed, blades swung, and the blood python thrashed in fury. Coordinated attacks forced the beast back as the team worked in unison. Each warrior risked their life to buy Gislan the opening he needed. Amid the chaos, Gislan ascended high. Though he had lived this life once before, nothing was guaranteed, but he had resolved to act for the sake of those who followed him, and for the future only he remembered. This time, he would not let fate repeat itself. As the blood python opened its jaw for a final strike, Gislan descended from above with precision and power. His sword, glowing with concentrated mana, plunged directly into the beast's wounded eye. A brutal explosion of blood erupted as the blade pierced deep into its skull. The monster roared, its body convulsing violently before collapsing under its own weight. Silence followed, broken only by the heavy breaths of the surviving warriors. Gislan stood alone before the fallen creature. With unwavering resolve, he declared himself the future of Perdium, a promise not just to his allies but to the land itself. Back at Castle Perdium, nobles debated his fate. Some condemned his disobedience and demanded punishment. Others viewed his actions with cautious respect. Unknown to them, Gislan was already returning. Rumors spread fast of his survival, of the slain beast, of the miracle that saved the expedition team. Count Walter, stunned by the news from the castle gates, Gislan approached in silence, his figure marked by battle and burden. His allies awaited, uncertain of the reception he would face. But Gislan didn't waver. He had proven more than strength. He had fulfilled his duty, survived the impossible, and carved his own path forward. Gislan returned to the grand hall where his father, Count Walter, and the estate's officials awaited. His presence caused tension to rise immediately, and silent glares followed as he calmly announced his return. The Count's expression darkened upon seeing his son, but remained composed. Gislan's unauthorized expedition into the Forest of Beasts was quickly brought up. Despite the Count's explicit ban, Gislan had proceeded, arguing the necessity of his actions. The officials reprimanded him harshly, citing potential consequences including monster invasions and severe crimes. Gislan remained firm, emphasizing the success of his mission and the lack of resulting harm. However, the discussion shifted when an official presented a letter. It revealed Gislan's covert dealings with Count Rayfold's territory, particularly his exploitation of Lady Amelia and misuse of estate funds. The letter declared that Rayfold had canceled their support due to the offense, threatening economic consequences. Gislan silently analyzed the betrayal and realized Amelia had anticipated retaliation. His internal leverage over her had collapsed. Time, he concluded, was against him. When the council requested repayment of the 200,000 gold, which was vital for the Night Order, Gislan confessed with no hesitation. He had already used it all. Gislan declared that every coin of the 20,000 gold was used to develop the Forest of Beasts. His blunt admission drew tense silence, followed by ridicule. An elder accused him of wasting vital resources on worthless, monster-infested land. Despite the rising hostility, Gislan offered no justification for the Rayfold fallout, prompting one advisor to lash out and grab him in anger, calling him a disgrace. Tempers flared further when another elder denounced Gislan as a criminal, demanding his arrest. But Gislan remained calm and revealed an unexpected solution. He could personally supply the support fund from now on, including the gold already spent. Confused, Count Walter asked for clarification. Summoning his maid, Belinda, Gislan unveiled a large chest filled with glowing crystals. The room fell into stunned silence as he announced that the treasure was the highest quality runestone, mined directly from the forest he had developed. Disbelief turned to awe. The elders examined the crystals, realizing their immense value. Accusations turned into murmurs of realization, but skepticism lingered. One elder warned the quantity was insufficient to fund the entire territory. Gislan, however, remained confident. His calm smile hinted that this was just the beginning of what the forest would yield. Gislan revealed that the initial supply of runestones was only a portion of the resources extracted. More wagons arrived, fully loaded with glowing crystals and rare beast materials. The estate officials were stunned by the scale of the operation. They confirmed that everything, from runestones to valuable hides and byproducts, was secured during a 2-week expedition led entirely by Gislan. Belinda verified the details, emphasizing that only a fraction of the mine's riches had been brought back. Gislan clarified his motive. Every decision was made with the land's prosperity in mind. Even those who had criticized him earlier began to see the weight of his actions. Acknowledging the support fund gap, Gislan proposed to personally finance the estate with conditions. First, the release of 2 men who had simply followed his orders. Second, continued restriction of civilian access to the forest. And third, complete authority over military movements and security forces, eliminating interference. The council grew uneasy, suspecting Gislan of establishing a private army. But Gislan countered, stating these terms were merely necessary to stabilize the land in place of Rayfold's withdrawal. As tensions escalated, a group of returning warriors and workers arrived. Their leader addressed Gislan with deep respect, solidifying his growing influence. The operation around the Forest of Beasts was running smoothly. Gillian reported that the runestones were nearly all packed and ready for transport. Kayer confirmed the hides had been processed as ordered. When asked about the blood python, Gislan explained the dismantling would begin soon. Venom, flesh, and hide all preserved meticulously for trade or use. Meanwhile, Count Zwalter silently observed the discipline, efficiency, and strength of Gislan's mercenary unit stunned him. Randolph, a loyal aide, admitted his surprise that such elite warriors followed Gislan. Zwalter acknowledged the effort, comparing them to a formal elite force. Gislan humbly replied that without them, the expedition would have failed. Impressed but still cautious, Zwalter decided to pardon Gislan. This time, he reminded his son not to disobey again. Gislan gratefully accepted, while Zwalter reaffirmed his role as heir, seeing in him the same resolve that earned the title of Northern Wolf. As the Count departed, Gislan reflected on his father's lonely legacy, guarding a poverty-stricken land with no recognition. Dying forgotten, Gislan swore silently not to meet the same end. When others expected him to return and rest, Gislan declined. With Belinda by his side, he instructed the team to stay ready. There was still more to do. Despite warnings from Belinda and Gillian, Gislan refused to rest. He had survived the blood python's poison, but his resolve remained firm. With a soft plea, he silenced Belinda's concerns and pressed forward. Knowing that news of the runestone discovery would spread fast, Gislan anticipated threats from rival territories. He understood the urgency to grow stronger before enemies made their move. His goal was clear, to rise beyond reach, to a height where no one would dare challenge his authority. Without hesitation, he launched forward, leaving his shocked companions behind. The team could only shout in alarm as their young lord vanished ahead, driven by ambition deeper than ever. A white dove descended into a dimly lit throne room, carrying a sealed message to a lone figure seated in silence. As the man retrieved the note, tension filled the air. The message revealed a deliberate plan, provoked the Begard family through encroachment on the Forest of Beasts, then used their retaliation to justify a war that would lead to the complete destruction of House Perdium. Only after its downfall would the ducal house intervene. In a secretive war council, shadowy figures discussed the implications. With Perdium leaderless, the ducal house planned to appoint a new ruler. However, 3 individuals, 2 retainers, and a child remained inside the territory. Their presence, alongside the reappearance of the young lord of Begard, offered political grounds for war. The council confirmed Duke Delphine's personal involvement. Victor, a top military commander, would lead the assault, despite concerns about the sudden shift in strategy. The urgency stemmed from rising activity in the Forest of Beasts, a threat that forced the ducal house to abandon subtlety. Soon after, Count Harold Desmond publicly declared war. Meanwhile, inside a castle, Lady Emelian realized Gislan Perdium had secured a runestone mine using her gold. His bold move would complicate the incoming invasion. Lady Amelia, seething with frustration, confessed her failed schemes to Bernaf despite sending assassins and cutting off funding to Perdium. Gislan had survived and even thrived. Her emotions flared at the humiliation, but Bernaf calmly urged her to regain composure. Realizing her lapse, Amelia refocused her thoughts. They turned their attention to the newfound threat, Perdium's acquisition of a runestone mine. Though it promised financial revival, Amelia noted that the mine hadn't been monetized yet. The intelligence revealed the acquisition occurred just 2 days prior, too soon for them to establish a distribution route. She saw this as a strategic vulnerability. Anticipating Gislan's intent to sell the runestone, Amelia correctly predicted the destination, the Crimson Magic Tower, known for its dominance in magical research and its unquenchable demand for runestone. She ordered Bernaf to prepare an ambush along the transport route, targeting the laborers rather than Gislan himself. The objective was clear: intercept the transfer and steal the runestone. Bernaf raised a concern about the rival flame tower in the north, but Amelia dismissed it, citing its recent decline. Gislan, obsessed with profit, would choose the Crimson Tower. With chilling resolve, Amelia vowed to strip Gislan of everything this time. Inside the fortress, Gislan Perdium faced a monstrous threat. In the depths of the Forest of Beasts, he was swallowed whole by a gigantic creature. The beast's body began secreting acid and venom internally, initiating its natural digestion. However, Gislan, relying on his hardened will and mastery of mana, refused to succumb. Even as the air turned toxic and the pain unbearable, he channeled every drop of invading venom into his mana core. Using his third core as a filter, he neutralized the venom through rapid mana rotation. Though most would perish under such circumstances, Gislan's refined technique allowed him to survive what should have been certain death. He didn't just resist, he adapted. With absolute mana control, he converted the venom into raw magical energy, storing it as emergency fuel capable of withstanding a violent mana explosion. It was a technique only achievable by someone who had surpassed human limits. Eventually, Gislan emerged victorious. His body collapsed from the strain, but he awoke in a familiar bed, his own room, confused. But feeling invigorated, he recalled only fragments of what had happened. As he turned, he was met by the worried eyes of his little sister, Elena, silently watching over him. Suddenly, Elena clung to him in relief, informing him he had been unconscious for 2 full days. He remembered nothing after his return, only the moment his father had forgiven him. Elena's embrace conveyed the deep worry she had carried alone. Alerted by Elena, someone called for Belinda, the family's healer. Meanwhile, Gislan began assessing the state of his body. Despite undergoing extreme conditions inside the blood python and receiving only basic treatment, he felt unexpectedly strong. The physical damage should have taken weeks to heal, yet his resilience had improved remarkably. Stranger still was his mana. Its quantity had increased and its nature had changed. He theorized that during the mana venom purification inside the python, the beast's energy might have fused with his own. It was a technique unknown even in his previous life, but the unexpected risk had brought powerful results. He realized this could accelerate his growth exponentially. Determined to act, Gislan began preparing to sell the runestone before enemy factions intervened. But before he could summon his men, the door opened. Elena, Belinda, and a tall, armored figure entered. Standing at the front was Count Zwalter, his father calmly stating, "You're awake." Count Zwalter entered the room, relieved to see Gislan had survived the blood python's venom. Belinda also expressed concern over his sudden collapse. After confirming Gislan's condition, Zwalter requested a private conversation. With a serious expression, he asked one request to his son. Confused and cautious, Gislan hesitated, unsure what his father, who once disapproved of him, could now ask in such a solemn manner. Gislan followed his father into the cold, echoing training facility. Though the place was familiar, this moment felt foreign. This was his first private session with his father since returning to the past. In his previous life, Gislan had always avoided such encounters, fearing his father's cold demeanor and strict standards. Count Zwalter greeted him briefly and asked what Gislan wanted. Though his tone was calm, his silence lingered heavily. Gislan hesitated, remembering words his mother once told him. She had explained that his father bore the weight of the entire territory, suppressing his emotions to appear unwavering. Zwalter rarely expressed affection, always placing duty above personal warmth, except once, when he quietly admitted his love for his family. That memory brought clarity. Gislan began to understand his father's silence wasn't absence, but restraint. Back in the present, Count Zwalter raised his sword and instructed Gislan to prepare. Without hesitation, Gislan complied, acknowledging him not just as a commander but as a father. Their swords clashed violently, sparks marking each strike. Though no words passed between them, each movement revealed unspoken feelings. For Gislan, this was more than training, it was reconciliation forged in steel. The duel between father and son intensified. Blades clashed with violent force, each strike echoing through the training hall. Gislan blocked an overhead slash, feeling the sheer weight behind his father's sword. It was a sobering realization. This was the strength that once commanded armies and crushed northern tribes. Despite his agility, Gislan struggled to match his father's composed precision. Zwalter's strikes carried the power to destroy, yet were tempered with control, designed to protect rather than merely defeat. Every motion was balanced between discipline and might. They exchanged blow after blow. Gislan managed to hold his ground, even landing a few responsive counters. The duel finally slowed. Zwalter acknowledged his son's progress, noting his improved skills, yet he followed with advice. Gislan needed to loosen his stance and avoid predictable pressure during blade locks. Listening, Gislan reflected. His swordsmanship had always been raw, shaped by war, not instruction. No one had ever guided him before. Zwalter's critique exposed blind spots Gislan hadn't considered. For the first time, he understood the value of structured training. He had spent a lifetime relying solely on himself, but now, with his father's guidance, he realized perhaps learning from others wasn't weakness, but strength in disguise. After the training match, Gislan expressed sincere thanks for his father's guidance. Zwalter, composed but honest, admitted that he had initially planned to reprimand his son. Despite Gislan's recent achievements, he had broken rules, a dangerous precedent. Zwalter emphasized the importance of discipline. If contributions justified disobedience, order would eventually collapse. However, Zwalter acknowledged change. Unlike the impulsive actions of the past, Gislan now acted with greater purpose. He was no longer chasing merit blindly. Instead, he seemed to consider a wider responsibility. Encouraged, Zwalter told him to continue on this path, upholding the honor of House Perdium and embracing his role as its successor. Reflecting on those words, Gislan thought about the weight of responsibility. As they walked, Zwalter recalled that Gislan had come with a request. When asked, Gislan hesitated, then casually asked if there were extra funds available. Zalter blinked, caught off guard. Soon after, Gislan arrived at the Forest of Beasts outpost. Soldiers and mercenaries gathered, greeting him warmly. He asked about their well-being, receiving cheerful replies. Among them, Gillian shared news that Rachel, his daughter, once unable to walk, had recovered. Gislan's efforts had changed lives, and hearing this gratitude affirmed his choice. He wasn't just a fighter now. He was a leader, gathering Belinda, Gillian, and Kyer. Gislan revealed the truth. Perdium was under threat. Their expressions hardened as he laid out the situation. In a private meeting, he detailed the attempt on Elena's life, how he had stopped it, and the enemies lurking behind the scenes. These enemies had operated in shadows for years, waiting for the right time to strike. He spoke of a corpse that confirmed betrayal and the discovery of a powerful resource, the runestone mine, making Perdium a strategic target with limited resources and time. The odds were against them, yet hesitation could cost them everything. The group listened intently. Kaiser realized why Gislan had been in a rush. Belinda acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Gillian understood that their land's weakness made it ripe for invasion, especially with something as valuable as runestone now exposed. Despite the danger, Gislan refused to alert the vassals, suspecting betrayal within their ranks. They would act quietly, decisively. As the tension settled, his companions responded with unwavering support. Kyer was ready to follow. Gillian pledged his life. Belinda, fiercely loyal, declared she'd protect him no matter what. Gislan silently took it in. This time, he was not alone in the fight. Gislan identified their greatest enemy, the Delphine ducal family, aided by Count Harold Desmond and Amelia. Determined to resist their schemes, he led his team toward the Flame Magic Tower. Though the Crimson Tower was more profitable and secure, Gislan chose Flame to avoid political tension and potential ambush. His decision wasn't based on strategy alone. It was because of someone waiting there. Atop the Flame Magic Tower, a young sorceress immersed in books longed for change. Surrounded by arcane knowledge, she quietly asked her mentor when the promised light would arrive, hope evident in her voice. Unknown to her, that light was already on its way. Gislan was coming, not just to trade runestones, but to meet the one he hadn't forgotten. The group arrived at the towering structure known as the Crimson Tower, its height and splendor overwhelming even seasoned warriors. Gislan, Kyer, Belinda, and Gillian entered the city gates, awestruck by the advanced architecture and bustling magical presence. Despite having heard of it, none imagined standing before it. As they approached, they passed through a district known for crafting magic scrolls. Here, they witnessed mages inscribing spells midair, performing raw magic without scrolls, a rare sight for outsiders. Citizens gathered in amazement as glowing runes floated around cloaked figures. Suddenly, the air grew tense. A powerful mage among them activated a concealment spell. Glowing energy pulsed around the group before their bodies faded into invisibility, leaving onlookers stunned. The spell's power confirmed that their arrival had not gone unnoticed, and perhaps not welcomed. The mercenaries remained calm. Gislan recognized the magic as defensive, while others stared in disbelief. Belinda explained that although the tower had declined in power, Brevant remained one of the wealthiest regions in the kingdom, but Gislan questioned its facade. They finally reached the main gate, but something was off. No gatekeeper greeted them. Instead, abandoned suits of armor lay scattered, suggesting danger awaited inside. As Gislan's group approached the main entrance of the Crimson Tower, a mage suddenly shouted for them to halt. With a surge of magical energy, two massive, armored guardians sprang to life, crossing their halberds in warning. The imposing constructs blocked the gate, responding to the command of the tower's upper guards. From above, a stern voice declared that only authorized individuals may enter the tower. Suspicious of the visitors' intentions, the mage demanded their identity and purpose. Gislan calmly stepped forward, announcing their affiliation with the noble house of Perdium. His declaration was met with skepticism and mockery. The gatekeeper dismissed them harshly, calling Perdium a worthless territory. Gillian's request to speak to a transaction official was denied without consideration. Tension rose. Kyer and Belinda were visibly angered, while Gislan stayed composed. With deliberate calm, he revealed a glowing artifact from his cloak, a genuine runestone. The moment the runestone's energy pulsed through the air, the mage's expression shifted. Realizing the value of what they had brought, the tone changed instantly. The Crimson Tower, once guarded and dismissive, now rolled out its carpet. The mage, flustered, hurried to welcome them properly, regretting his earlier disdain. Inside the Crimson Tower, Gislan met with Sylvain, the tower's trade manager. Sylvain nervously offered his assistance, but Gislan remained firm. The volume of the runestones they brought demanded more than a routine transaction. He insisted on speaking directly with the tower master, someone who could take full responsibility for such a high-value deal. Sylvain was visibly shaken by the request, but complied, quickly ordering the group to be escorted to a reception room. As they walked through the grand halls, Belinda voiced her frustration at the earlier insult toward their territory. Meanwhile, eerie sounds echoed from deeper inside the tower. When Gislan questioned it, their escort dismissed the noise as harmless, a byproduct of magical experiments. Unbeknownst to them, a young girl was being scolded harshly by Alfoy, the tower master's heir. He berated her for entering the research area, accusing her of lacking magical ability and shaming her presence. Despite the humiliation, She quietly affirmed her right to be there, with tears in her eyes and determination in her voice. She declared herself a mage. Alfoy, amused by her resolve, mockingly agreed to acknowledge her claim, though clearly with contempt. The power structure within the tower revealed its cruelty. In a display of arrogance, the senior mage launched a basic attack spell, Fire Sling, toward the seated girl, daring her to block it with magic. Flames surged from his hand as he tested her claim to being a mage. Fear overtook her as the fire approached. She tried to muster a defense, but panic overwhelmed her, and the flames drew closer. Before impact, Gislan stepped in, swiftly deflecting the spell. The red carpet singed beneath their feet as the confrontation brought all eyes to him. The onlookers stood stunned, caught between confusion and fear. Gislan turned to the girl, asking if this was truly what passed for magic research in the Crimson Tower. His voice was laced with disdain, his presence now dominating the hall. The girl remained shaken, clutching her staff. The air grew heavy with tension. Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, Master Hubert received troubling news. The supply of runestones, the lifeblood of magical advancement, was nearly depleted. Furious, he questioned how it had come to this. The elders were blamed for prioritizing luxury over logistics. And worse, the rival Tower of Advancement had surpassed them. Their decline was accelerating, and Hubert knew it. The emergency erupted just as the Tower Council debated their crisis. Sylvain burst into the room, breathless, announcing an urgent development. An enormous shipment of runestones had arrived. The stunned expressions around the table shifted instantly to alarm and disbelief. Back in the hall, flames engulfed the corridor as chaos unfolded. Gislan moved swiftly to defend the girl again, cutting through waves of magical fire with precision. His sword slashed through arcane barriers, dispersing the spells meant to harm her. The force of his attack split the fire in two, leaving witnesses speechless. The mages watching stood frozen. One of them exclaimed in shock as the flames parted, something they thought impossible. The aggressor could barely comprehend what he was seeing. Suddenly, Belinda lunged forward and restrained the lead attacker, her strength and speed catching him completely off guard. His fear mounted as he realized the tide had turned. Just then, a furious voice thundered through the hall. Tower Master Hubert had arrived, shouting for the chaos to stop. His face was twisted with rage as he took in the scene before him. Scorched floors, subdued guards, and honored guests, standing unshaken at the center of it all. Gislan Perdium arrived at the magic tower with his companion Belinda and discovered a young mage named Vanessa being restrained. Without hesitation, he ordered her release Alfoy. Belinda complied, swiftly disabling Alfoy, who had been restrained Vanessa. The commotion drew the attention of Master Hubert, who confronted Alfoy. The shaken man claimed he was only trying to protect Vanessa from danger. Alfoy explained that Vanessa had no mana and feared she'd be harmed if she entered the laboratory. His explanation was met with scorn and disbelief. As Vanessa awkwardly admitted she merely wanted to access the lab, Gislan silently confirmed his suspicions about her identity. Memories of the past surged. Vanessa, once known as the Red Nightmare, had once brought terror with flames and destruction. Before that transformation, this was who she had been. Hubert, unaware of her history, interpreted the intrusion as a threat and prepared to attack, flames gathering at his fingertips. Belinda hesitated, sensing Hubert's aggression. Gislan stepped forward and introduced himself as Gislan Perdium, heir of the Perdium family, clarifying his purpose. A runestone trade, the statement shocked the room. Alfoy questioned his credibility, stunned by the idea. Calmly, Gislan declared that the runestone had already been prepared outside the castle. As Gislan extended the invitation to verify the goods, the tower members emerged to witness the shocking scene. Several carts piled high with gleaming blue runestones. The brilliance and sheer volume drew gasps. None of them had expected this level of preparation. The elders, visibly stunned, questioned how such a young outsider had amassed so much precious material. One of the tower's assistants estimated at least 10 cartfuls, enough to power the tower for months. At first, Master Hubert was speechless, overwhelmed by the rare sight. Then, he broke into laughter, giddy at the potential to finally surpass their long-standing rivals, the Crimson Magic Tower. Still, he quickly masked his excitement with criticism, claiming the quantity was below expectations and the quality lacked refinement. Kyer were visibly irritated by his arrogance, while Vanessa made a quiet observation. One cart could last weeks. Her input was dismissed, and Hubert mocked her. Yet her words stirred doubt among the mages. The elders began murmuring, some accusing the goods of being counterfeit due to their unexpected origin. Realizing their hesitation, Gislan calmly prepared to leave. But the elders, not wanting to miss an opportunity, persuaded Hubert to reconsider. With a forced smile, Hubert finally relented and agreed to purchase them all, claiming it was an act of generosity. As the Flame Magic Tower tried to push the purchase price below market value, Gislan calmly corrected them. They had misunderstood his offer. Without hesitation, he ordered Kyer to retrieve all the carts except one. The others were stunned, realizing Gislan had never intended to sell everything. The move caught even Hubert off guard. With the carts being hauled away, Gislan casually explained the situation. Their real destination was the Crimson Magic Tower. This visit was merely a stop to raise funds for the journey. Hubert panicked at the mention of their rival. His bluster faded, and he quickly invited Gislan inside, pretending it had all been a joke to ease the atmosphere. Inside the grand chamber, Gislan was introduced to the tower's elder council, mighty Fifth Circle mages. He acknowledged their power, subtly praising their position as the northern region's second strongest. Hubert quickly corrected him, asserting their dominance and dismissing circulating rumors. The meeting shifted toward negotiation. With impatience rising, Hubert demanded a price. Confident, Gislan gave his answer: double the market rate. The room fell silent. His composure never wavered, his eyes fixed on Hubert, signaling he had come not to beg but to control the terms. Gislan stunned the room by naming his price: double the market value. The elders scoffed, ridiculing him as NA-fey and inexperienced. Hubert criticized him for attempting a one-sided negotiation. Calmly, Gislan responded that such a steep price felt appropriate for the flame magic tower specifically. The elders were incensed, accusing him of mockery. Hubert's tone darkened, his eyes glowing with power as he warned Gislan to watch his step. But the young man held his composure, undeterred by the intimidation. Hubert backpedaled slightly, offering a minor raise above market value out of generosity. Gislan, unimpressed, stood up. His blunt words made his intentions clear. He no longer believed they wanted the deal. Even double, he claimed, was a discount, and he was prepared to leave for the Crimson Tower. Panic gripped Hubert. He hastily reversed course, offering to pay Gislan's full price. Gislan accepted, but for only one cart when questioned. He revealed his true strategy. If word spread that he sold only a portion for double, it would allow him to sell the rest elsewhere for triple. As he turned to leave again, Hubert finally broke. Desperation etched into his face. He called out, trying to stop the young man who had just outplayed them all. As the elders scrambled to meet Gislan's price, offering triple the market rate, he remained seated, composed. Hubert, frustrated at being outmaneuvered, begrudgingly agreed, but Gislan halted the transaction. He revealed that his terms were not yet complete. With calm authority, Gislan demanded one final condition: Vanessa. Hubert's expression twisted in disbelief and anger. The room fell into stunned silence as Gislan declared his true intention: to take Vanessa with him, not as property, but as part of his greater plan. At a grand assembly within the Mage Tower, Gislan stood before Tower Master Hubert and requested Vanessa as his exclusive mage. Hubert, shocked by the request, hesitated, but Gislan remained firm. The meeting ended with Gislan's intent clear. He saw untapped value in the girl ladder. Around a campfire, Gislan and his escort knights gathered for a meal. While one of them struggled with the task due to a missing arm, the group exchanged banter, masking the tension beneath their mission. Their conversation shifted when one knight brought up a dangerous figure, Vanessa, now rumored to be the Red Nightmare. They discussed the stories circulating across the land. Vanessa had reportedly burned down the northern region of Luthania, her destructive power reaching the Seventh Circle, a level achieved through mana cultivation, not traditional methods. Her methods were unorthodox and deemed unstable, prompting a recent subjugation request. Despite this, Gislan remained calm. The more he listened, the more his interest grew. He declared to his knight, Claude, that they should recruit her. Reflecting inwardly, Gislan revealed that when he eventually found Vanessa, she was barely alive, unable to control her powers. Yet, he believed her raw talent, properly nurtured, could become something extraordinary. Determined to avoid past mistakes, Gislan vowed to recruit Vanessa no matter the cost. When he brought the request to the Tower Elders, their reaction was mixed. Belinda questioned the decision, doubting Vanessa's strength. Others saw it as a convenient way to relieve themselves of responsibility. Gislan, however, stood firm. He proposed a deal. In exchange for rare runestones, he demanded Vanessa's full transfer to him and requested additional Third Circle mages for an upcoming territorial war. The room grew tense. The mention of a territorial war shocked the elders. Gislan clarified that these were his final terms. Silence followed until Hubert exploded in fury. He viewed the request as a direct insult to the Magic Tower's rules, which forbid participation in political wars. Accusing Gislan of ignorance and provocation, he unleashed his mana, revealing his power as a Sixth Circle mage. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Gislan remained composed. As Hubert threatened destruction, Belinda and the others grew anxious, but Gislan only stared back, unwavering. With piercing eyes, he warned Hubert that denying him now would be a mistake. A standoff began, one of power, principle, and pride, between a regressor determined to rewrite fate and a tower unwilling to bend. Gislan shifted the negotiation by revealing a major discovery, a massive runestone vein within Perdium territory, containing several dozen times the quantity already presented. The revelation stunned the Tower Elders. As rumors of the vein spread across the northern regions, Gislan warned that many powers would soon seek to seize it. He clarified his stance. Perdium wasn't trying to incite war, only to strengthen its position. He offered exclusive runestone rights to the Flame Magic Tower in exchange for support. The implication was clear: if Flame allied with him now, they could surpass their rival, Crimson Tower, and rise as the continent's leading magical authority. Hubert, processing the strategic implications, hesitated but ultimately extended his hand, sealing the pact with Gislan. Later, Hubert explained the outcome to his disciple. Alfoy, though reluctant, Alfoy was chosen to represent Flame Tower in Perdium. Hubert emphasized the importance of this opportunity, not only for Flame's future, but for Alfoy's growth as its next tower master. He was instructed to avoid direct conflict and monitor any runestone smuggling attempts. Despite his nerves, Alfoy accepted the mission. Motivated by both ambition and duty, he pledged to endure the coming year, believing it would secure Flame's rise to dominance. The group finally arrived at Perdium. Gislan welcomed the delegation from the Flame Magic Tower, including Alfoy, the heir to the tower. Alfoy surveyed the city with disdain, calling it a rural dump. Though instructed by Hubert to cooperate, he clearly resented being assigned to such a territory. Alfoy introduced himself formally and warned Gislan to make good use of his skills. His arrogance quickly clashed with Gislan's composed authority. When Gislan asked for Vanessa's whereabouts, Alfoy responded casually, saying she was still carrying luggage. Vanessa soon appeared, visibly exhausted and dragging heavy bags. Despite her status, she had been relegated to menial labor by the tower. Gislan called her over and ordered her to leave the bags. Alfoy protested, treating Vanessa as a lowly servant, claiming her lack of magic made her useless. But Gislan intervened. He declared that Vanessa was no longer under the tower's control. She now belonged to Perdium. His tone turned cold. He warned Alfoy that any further mistreatment of Vanessa would not be tolerated. If it happened again, Alfoy would have to answer with his life. Vanessa, quietly watching the exchange, held back tears. For the first time, someone stood up for her. Alfoy, humiliated by Gislan's authority, erupted with rage, screaming about his rank and threatening destruction. He ordered his fellow mages to prepare for retaliation. They raised their weapons, ready to unleash their magic in defiance, but Gislan, calm and firm, simply sighed, unimpressed. Kyra and Gillian, the warrior escorts, immediately stepped forward with their blades drawn, forcing the mages into submission. Alfoy cried out in disbelief, claiming barbarism, but Gislan silenced him with one command. He reminded Alfoy of the binding contract signed with the tower. Gislan had full control for 1 year in exchange for supplying runestones. Any reckless action could void that deal, and the blame would fall squarely on Alfoy. Gislan made it clear, in Perdium, Alfoy was nothing more than a backup mana reservoir. If he wanted respect, he had to earn it. Furious but outmatched, Alfoy was left speechless. Gislan then tasked Kaor and Gillian with handling the mages. Their smirking presence made it clear Alfoy wouldn't enjoy his time here. Meanwhile, Gislan turned to Vanessa and gave her his final instruction. She was to obey only him. With quiet reassurance, he reminded her of her worth. She was no longer a burden, but his exclusive mage. Vanessa, ashamed and uncertain, admitted she couldn't use magic. Doubt lingered in her eyes, shaped by years of mistreatment. But Gislan didn't waver. Reaching out his hand, he gently reassured her she wasn't worthless. With calm resolve, he promised to help her awaken her abilities. She wouldn't walk this path alone anymore. She was his exclusive mage. Gislan led Vanessa into the center of the grand chamber, his steps confident, hers uncertain. At his command, she reported her progress in magic, revealing she had memorized spells up to the 5th circle. However, she quickly admitted that despite her knowledge, she was unable to cast any spells. She had never once felt mana, not even as a child. Though frustrated, Vanessa had spent years diligently studying formulas, holding on to the belief that she might one day awaken her abilities. But reality remained harsh. No amount of theory bridged the gap. Her mentor, the only one who had guided her, had recently passed away, leaving her alone with unanswered questions and feelings of inadequacy. She questioned whether her inability was the reason she had been abandoned. Gislan saw through her sorrow. Her memorization of 5th circle magic was a feat comparable to elder mages. He acknowledged that true magic required more than knowledge. It demanded resonance with mana and personal insight. Vanessa possessed the theory, but her body could not follow. Still, her journey had not been wasted. Her path was different, built through perseverance, not raw talent. In a distant scene, others whispered of a powerful 7th circle mage, once mocked, who now terrified nations. Gislan made a bold decision. He would teach Vanessa mana cultivation, a path unfamiliar to most mages. Though confused and doubtful, Vanessa listened as he explained that both mage circles and cultivation were rooted in mana. Since conventional methods had failed her, this was a chance to awaken what lay dormant. Despite her fear of irreversible consequences, Vanessa hesitated, then reluctantly agreed. Gislan's confidence gave her the courage to try. She sat across from him, determined. As she focused inward, something stirred. For the first time, she sensed a faint ripple within her. The sensation was foreign yet powerful. It was magic, real and tangible. The breakthrough left her stunned. If this method truly worked, she could finally wield the power she had studied all her life. Gislan watched her with quiet intensity, recognizing a familiar drive in her. He revealed a haunting truth in her past life. Vanessa shared the same eyes as him, eyes filled with pain. Overwhelmed by failure and rage in her previous incarnation, she had descended into madness, mastering forbidden cultivation and reducing everything to ash. But this time was different. Now, with Gislan by her side, her path would not be one of destruction, but one of rebirth. Gislan initiated the mana cultivation process, channeling his energy toward Vanessa to guide her awakening. Blue light surged between them as he extended his hand, offering support so she wouldn't fall into despair again. Vanessa's body responded violently to the foreign sensation. Her chest burned, and her veins pulsed with raw power. The overwhelming heat drove her to cry out, but Gislan warned her not to panic. Vanessa's resistance threatened to disrupt the flow. He seized control of her unstable mana, urging her to stay focused. Slowly, Vanessa began to sense the energy's movement trickling through her limbs, converging at her core. For the first time, Vanessa felt the mana coursing through her veins, illuminating her path. Light burst from within her as her eyes widened. The realization of magic becoming tangible, her long-held dream was no longer out of reach. As the light faded, memories returned. Vanessa remembered the harsh judgments of scholars who dismissed her efforts, branding her as talentless despite her intellect. Though her mind grasped the depths of theory, they insisted that without magic she was nothing. Their words carved scars deeper than rejection. But now, under Gislan's guidance, Vanessa was proving them all wrong. Vanessa reflected on her past, on the young girl who once apologized to her teacher, blaming her lack of talent for his departure from the magic tower. In truth, Master Renato had never abandoned her. He had left in search of a way for her to use magic. His promise echoed in her heart that light would find her one day. Gislan's presence reminded her of that same vow with his hand outstretched. She recalled the warmth and faith her master once gave her. Her heart trembled as she accepted the light that now reached her. A promise fulfilled, tears welled in her eyes as she whispered silently, "Master, you were right." The light of magic finally embraced her, illuminating the depths of a soul long trapped in shadows. In that moment, Vanessa realized she no longer stood alone in the dark. Far from the quiet awakening, however, danger stirred elsewhere. In a wooden hall, chaos erupted. A crazed fighter overwhelmed a squad of armed men with terrifying ease. Laughter echoed as he mocked their blades and felled one opponent after another with brutal strength. Whatever peace Vanessa had found, the world beyond still burned with conflict. Inside a dimly lit tavern, chaos unfolded. A massive brawler tore through armored men with terrifying speed and brutality. His expression twisted with pleasure as he effortlessly outmaneuvered his opponents, striking with overwhelming force. One by one, the soldiers were thrown aside like dolls, crashing through furniture and walls. The ground was littered with splintered wood and battered bodies. While his companions cheered and mocked the fallen, the tavern reeked of arrogance and spilled ale. This was not just violence, it was a spectacle. Their dominance was absolute, their confidence unchecked, beyond the blood-soaked floor and shattered pride. The calm of night wrapped around the forested outskirts. A lone messenger arrived at a distant cabin, delivering an urgent dispatch from Count Desmond. Inside, Lord Victor received the order without emotion. He rose from his seat, donning his armor and sword with practiced ease. Bodies already lay dead in the cabin, evidence of prior conflict without hesitation. He exited the building, cloaked in fur and steel. For Victor, this wasn't an obligation, it was an opportunity to move again. Count Zwalter sat in solemn silence, surrounded by armored guards, as a letter was laid before him. The message was clear. House Dygald blamed Archduchess Gislan Perdium for the death of Gilmore Dygald. Enraged, Zwalter viewed this accusation as a pretext for vengeance. Declaring war, he immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle, the black flag of war rising into the sky. Within Zwalter's war chamber, his commanders protested the unjustified hostility from the Dygalds. The alliance had stood for years, and the accusations seemed baseless. But Gislan, the young strategist, remained calm. He revealed the true motive, the runestone. The magic artifact had likely been exposed when two of their retainers visited Dygald, possibly leaking secrets during his absence. The commanders were shocked by the betrayal. Gislan suggested the retainers may have acted out of ambition, not malice. Count Zwalter, though frustrated, realized his son might have foreseen this outcome. Yet, some officers insisted on war, citing superior numbers and experience. Before further deliberation, a scout burst into the room. Dygald's forces had arrived. Yellow banners waved outside the fortress. Thousands of troops already mobilized. Zwalter and Gislan watched in disbelief. War was no longer a decision. It was already upon them. As the Dygald army gathered at the gates, panic swept through the Perdium stronghold. The commanders were stunned by the sheer size of the enemy forces, far exceeding expectations. One officer, Randolph, was blamed for previously suggesting a reduction in their own army. Amid the chaos, Count Zwalter stepped forward, ordering everyone to focus. He commanded all soldiers to the walls and began immediate defensive measures. Civilians were rushed into the castle while every gate was sealed. Soldiers took formation along the perimeter, as Zwalter declared that the war had officially begun. Outside, Count Thomas de Gald, riding confidently, admired the grandeur of the Perdium castle inwardly. He mocked his son Gilmore, calling him useless, yet grateful for his death as justification for the invasion. Approaching the gate with his knight Victor, Tamos announced his arrival. Pretending diplomacy, he demanded answers and shouted accusations at Zwalter. With a twisted smile, he repeated the claim that Gislan Perdium murdered his son. Tamos offered a false promise, surrender, and the bloodshed would stop. Gislan, unwavering, saw through the lie. He knew this confrontation was inevitable. Gilmore's death was merely an excuse. De Gaulle's army and siege weapons were proof. This war was planned long before today. With tension high and armies facing off Count, Zwalter firmly rejected the accusations. Calm but resolute, he declared that his son Gislan did not kill Gilmore. That was his only answer. His eyes, glowing with fury, warned Tamos Dagall to retreat if he valued his life. Tamos, unfazed, mocked Walter's stance and praised his old spirit, calling him the Northern Wolf. Yet his words carried scorn. He blamed Walter's refusal to surrender for the blood that would follow. Turning away, Tamos departed, signaling his army to prepare inside the castle. Panic brewed. The commanders bickered. Some wanted to retaliate immediately. Others feared the size of the Dygald force. Retreat and reinforcements were debated, but no plan found consensus. Zoltar, overwhelmed, struggled to maintain order. Meanwhile, Gislan observed quietly. He pointed out the unnatural speed of the invasion. Dagall had declared war suddenly, but was fully mobilized. Raising suspicion, Gislan advised Walter to prepare for a siege. Perdium's defenders numbered just over 2,000 against nearly 7,000 attackers. Gislan calculated they had 15 days before the siege weapon struck. Holding the fortress while requesting reinforcements was the most viable strategy. Yet, Gislan knew something more dangerous lurked behind this invasion, something still hidden from view. With just 15 days before Dygald's siege began, Gislan made his move. Donning black armor, he resolved to use every remaining moment to shift the tide of war. Convening with trusted allies Kaur and Gillian, he presented a bold plan, a surprise attack on Dygald's supply unit before they could launch their assault. Despite doubts about the tight surveillance around the castle, Gislan revealed that he had prepositioned troops near the Beast Forest. The soldiers, clad in dark panchos made from dirus and bark, were hidden and ready for night operations. The plan relied on swift, silent movement. Only a small elite team would carry out the ambush to avoid detection. But one key problem remained. They didn't know the exact location of the enemy supply camp. Gislan turned to Belinda, entrusting her with a critical reconnaissance mission without hesitation. She accepted. As he watched her leave, Gislan knew the danger she faced, yet if anyone could complete the task, it was her. Meanwhile, he contemplated the final piece of his strategy, his ultimate trump card far from the fortress. Under the glow of a Dygald banner, the enemy supply camp stood silently, unaware that its destruction was only days away. At the Dygald supply camp, Pabro, a traitor's former Perdium retainer, reveled in luxury, boasting of his rewards for betrayal unaware. Shadows crept closer. Gislan's elite strike team arrived, silent, cloaked, and perfectly timed. The stormy night concealed their movements. Kaur, Belinda, and Gillian moved swiftly under cover of darkness. Undetected, the thick clouds and moonless sky gave them perfect conditions. With grim resolve, Gislan gave the command, "No prisoners." The ambush began. A warrior in black armor led the charge, his sword glowing with ominous energy, with lethal precision and zero hesitation. The squad launched their surprise assault. The supply unit had no warning. Death came swiftly from the shadows. Under the cover of night, the enemy encampment sat in a state of ease, unaware of the approaching threat. Without warning, mounted warriors launched a sudden charge. The camp's guards barely had time to react before being cut down by swift, brutal strikes. Gislan led the assault with calculated force. Carving through enemy soldiers in a blur of motion and blood, his mercenaries followed with precision, overwhelming the camp's defenders in seconds. The enemy, caught off guard, descended into chaos. Confused shouts filled the air as soldiers scrambled to understand what was happening. Questions about the failure of the sentries went unanswered. Despite their numbers, the disorganized troops couldn't form a proper defense. Gislan issued a cold command: follow the plan. Leave no survivors. At another part of the camp, Baron Pabro received news of the ambush. Though frustrated at the guards' failure, he believed their 1,000-strong force would prevail. That illusion shattered when he learned over 70% of his forces had already fallen. Panic set in. Faced with total collapse, he gave the order to retreat. But escape was futile. A lone figure appeared, Belinda calm and composed. She blocked their path. Recognition struck Pabro, and fear replaced any hope of survival. The enemy camp burned under the night sky, reduced to ash and corpses. Amid the carnage, the last remaining soldiers were either dead or surrendered. Bound and kneeling before the flames, Pabro awaited judgment. Gislan, mounted and silent, listened as his subordinate exposed Pabro's betrayal. He had sold information and supplied the enemy. Cornered, Pabro pleaded for mercy, blaming Count Desmond and claiming coercion. Gislan demanded the truth, and Pabro confessed, naming Desmond as the one who orchestrated the betrayal. Gislan remained expressionless. Pabro groveled further, offering ransom options and promising loyalty if spared. But Gislan had no interest in redemption. With cold resolve, he delivered a swift execution. For traitors of Perdium, there was no forgiveness, only death. As the fire raged behind them, Gislan and his unit prepared to move. Belinda and Kaur stood nearby, awaiting his command. Kaur asked what their next move would be. Without hesitation, Gislan ordered them to march toward the castle. The enemy's full attention would be diverted by the battle already unfolding there. Under the cover of that distraction, Gislan intended to strike with precision and finality. The fall of the enemy's stronghold was no longer a matter of chance. It was strategy in motion. As the enemy prepared to attack the castle head-on, Gislan orchestrated a flanking assault to disrupt their formation. Artillery fire rained over the battlefield, drawing the defenders' attention. Gislan commanded Kaor and Belinda to take the left wall, while he would handle the right. Meanwhile, he entrusted Gillian with the most dangerous role, leading a small unit to strike the enemy's base directly. Despite the odds, Gillian accepted without hesitation. His loyalty to Gislan was unwavering. As the others questioned who would secure the gate, Gislan gave a cryptic order to leave it untouched. The team understood that Gislan had a larger strategy in mind, one that would reshape the course of the war. The defenders inside the castle prepared for battle, shouting orders and launching projectiles to keep the advancing forces at bay. Arrows flew, and siege ladders clashed against stone walls. Yet the invaders, relentless and overwhelming in number, began scaling the fortifications. Close quarters combat broke out atop the walls. Swords clashed in chaos as defenders tried to repel the attackers. Amid the turmoil, Tamos appeared at the enemy's rear with his unit, laughter echoing across the battlefield. The balance had shifted, the true battle for the castle had begun. While the battle raged on, Tamos watched from afar with smug confidence. He declared the battle over before it had ended, celebrating prematurely. Siege weapons were readied for another volley, and the command to crush the enemy was issued. But their cheer faded as doubt crept in on. The front lines, Count Zwalter grew anxious. The walls were under heavy pressure, and now the gate too showed signs of collapse. Despite this, Tamos insisted they hold position, focusing only on the walls when asked about reinforcements. The report was grim. Every territory had refused to assist. Rayfold and Zimbar cited internal problems, and Count Loges had not responded at all. Panic set in. Far from the castle, Count Zwalter received devastating news. His supply unit had been attacked. Messengers were missing. He struggled to accept how the Perdium forces, supposedly cornered, could have located and struck the supply convoy. Smoke rose in the distance, undeniable proof. Tamos, cold and calculating, realized that someone on the Perdium side was thinking ahead. Unlike the rest, this opponent wasn't desperate, he was strategic. The loss of supplies turned the tide. Tamos' face twisted in uncertainty. The war had only just begun, and he was already outmaneuvered. Lord Victor stood firm, declaring that supplies were unnecessary. They would seize the castle by day's end. Tamos was stunned by the bold claim. As Victor analyzed the battlefield, he noted that the assaults on both flanks had stalled, likely due to Perdium's elite forces. However, the front gate remained relatively unguarded. Understanding the opportunity, Victor unsheathed his sword and gave a decisive command. All troops, advance. With overwhelming momentum, the enemy charged forward. Their target, the gate, Victor leading from the front, aimed to end the siege not with attrition, but with a single, crushing breakthrough. Victor, the towering knight in full armor, descended with thunderous weight, crushing the earth beneath him. His name was called, a signal for action. Eyes sharp behind the visor, he stepped forward with purpose. As dust settled, his massive hand reached for a uniquely shaped greatsword, glowing with authority and forged for war. Gripping it tightly, Victor prepared to lead. He raised the weapon high and issued a direct command. The front lines had faltered. He would now take the initiative. Mounting his warhorse, he rode alone toward the enemy gate, instructing his troops to hold the ground. The burden of breaching the stronghold fell solely on him. On the battlefield, Count Zwalter fought fiercely alongside his men. The enemy advanced relentlessly, scaling walls and overwhelming defenses. Amid the chaos, Zwalter was alerted. Something worse was coming. From a distance, a siege tower rolled forward, shrouded in smoke. Panic spread as defenders realized the enemy had calculated the wall height precisely. Zwalter demanded the catapults be made ready. They had only moments. Finally, as the siege tower neared, a catapult was launched, the projectile soared and struck its target. From behind, Victor unleashed a massive energy strike, cutting through the enemy lines in a devastating wave. Just as the siege tower neared the wall, a flash of blue energy intercepted the incoming projectile mid-air, shattering it before impact. The defending troops reeled in confusion. Count Zwalter and his men, believing salvation had come, were left stunned. Their catapult shot had failed, interrupted by an unknown force from the chaos. Victor advanced with relentless momentum. His presence confirmed their fears. Even Zwalter hesitated, realizing the intercept was no accident. The enemy leader declared Perdium's resistance futile, signaling the battering ram to move forward. The enemy troops surged with renewed fury, escorting the ram to the gate. Panic spread as defenders recognized the urgency, calling for retreat. Gislan's name echoed in desperation, but the front line was already buckling. A massive impact rang out as the battering ram struck. Behind the line, a group of captured mages, including Alfoy, were forced to prepare spells. Though outraged, they were powerless to resist, forced into the front lines of a conflict they had never chosen. Alfoy's panic clashed with Vanessa's calm while he saw doom in the ram's approach. She remained composed. When others declared the war lost, she simply watched, staff in hand, preparing for what came next. Something within her suggested the battle wasn't over yet. As panic swept through the mages, Vanessa remained still. While Alfoy cursed the young lord and questioned his sanity, Vanessa's thoughts drifted to the past. Her voice trembled not with fear, but with belief. Gislan, to her, was no lunatic. He was a strategist, calm and clear even in chaos. She recalled the recent training session where she first learned to wield her magic. Though inexperienced, Gislan hadn't doubted her. He reassured her, saying that even small progress mattered and that her mana would grow with time. His trust remained unshaken later. He led her to the inner yard, where groups of soldiers and even mages were digging trenches and embedding glimmering rune stones into the soil. Vanessa hadn't understood then, but she had followed in silence. When Alfoy questioned why mages were doing manual labor, Gislan's response was simple: no complaints during preparation. It wasn't arrogance, it was necessity. Now, standing in the war-torn castle, Vanessa recalled his words. Overwhelming numbers could breach any wall, the gate would eventually fall, but Gislan hadn't planned to stop them at the gate. He had been preparing for what would come after. When the real trap would be sprung, Gislan's voice echoed in Vanessa's memory. There was still a way to win. His confidence wasn't blind hope, but anchored in deliberate strategy. Vanessa's hands trembled as she raised her staff, mana surging. Despite her doubts, she stood at the center of the runic circle he had prepared. She activated the array. A surge of arcane light expanded outward, connecting the scattered rune stones. The ground lit with complex patterns. Mana flowed through her and into the system. The mages around her felt it immediately, a coordinated transfer spell on a scale they'd never seen. Realization struck Alfoy too late. This was no ordinary defense. It was a synchronized network of magic prepared for this exact moment. Vanessa, empowered and focused, was the key to unleashing it. Meanwhile, chaos consumed the battlefield. The gate began to collapse, defenders barely holding. Count Zwalter's eyes turned when a distant thunder of hooves signaled something else, an unexpected cavalry charge. From the flanks, hidden riders stormed in. Kyor and Belinda charge, sword blazing with stored mana. Victor and the opposing forces reeled as their formation shattered from both sides. The trap had been sprung. Vanessa had completed her task. Gislan's cavalry erupted through the enemy ranks like a blade through silk. Each swing of his sword carved devastating arcs, scattering the invaders with overwhelming force. His ambush squad struck swiftly from the flanks, leaving no time for the enemy to regroup. Panic spread as shouts confirmed what no one believed: Perdium had reinforcements. In the midst of the chaos, Gislan's horse launched skyward, propelled by mana. The soldiers below could only stare in disbelief as he soared overhead and descended like a thunderbolt into their formation, cleaving enemies apart in an instant. The ground trembled with each blow. One enemy soldier gasped. Stunned, Gislan had felled dozens in mere moments. Was he even human? Raising his glowing sword high, Gislan gave the rallying cry: "Soldiers of Perdium, rise!" His voice rang through the battlefield with renewed morale. His troops charged forward. The counterattack had begun, swift, brutal, and fully unleashed. Dagard's main camp stood firm at the center of the battlefield until a sudden breach shattered the calm. Explosions erupted as enemy forces launched a coordinated surprise attack from multiple directions. Amidst the chaos, Gillian led a squad through the battlefield's heart, commanding his men to spread wide and disable critical facilities while he drew enemy attention himself. The defenders reeled in confusion. Panic rippled through their ranks as their front lines collapsed. Gillian's squad exploited every gap, pressing deeper into enemy territory. Inside the camp, Count Tamos, caught unprepared, ordered an immediate evacuation. But before he could flee, Gillian burst through the inner perimeter, carving a path straight toward the command tent. Without hesitation, Gillian declared his intent. He was there to take Tamos hostage. The Count froze, overwhelmed by fear as Gillian's blade swept in a blur. With a precise strike, Gillian disarmed and subdued him, throwing the camp into further disarray. As Gillian regrouped, reinforcements arrived, among them a formidable warrior named Adon Praso. Confronting Gillian, he demanded a name. Gillian simply replied that he had none. He was not a man, but a weapon, one wielded by the Grand Duke of Perdium. Explosions erupted along the left fortress wall as Dagard's forces clashed with the attackers. Belinda, leading a small strike unit, charged forward with fierce determination, carving through the defenders. Kyor joined the fray atop his horse, slicing down enemies with brutal force. Together, they advanced with lethal coordination, though their banter revealed tension even in battle. While Belinda held the line, Kyor's reckless charge sent blood flying. She protested, but he dismissed her complaint, staying focused on the assault. Meanwhile, on the right side of the fortress, Gislan led a separate attack. Their sudden push overwhelmed the guards, causing panic and disorder. Screams of retreat filled the air as enemy morale broke. Seizing the moment, Gislan initiated a full charge, rallying his men to crush the enemy and destroy the siege towers amid the chaos. Gislan's forces followed with precision. However, enemy commanders mocked their charge, calling them disorganized fools. Despite opposition, Gislan pressed forward. Evading a barrage of spear thrusts, he moved with terrifying speed, vanishing from sight only to reappear in the midst of his enemies, cutting down anyone in his path. The defenders were overwhelmed, their formations collapsing under the relentless coordinated onslaught. Gislan surged into enemy ranks, carving through the battlefield with overwhelming force. His blade charged with aura, cleaved spears, shields, and men alike. No formation could halt his momentum with swift, brutal precision. He cut down defenders who barely had time to react, leaving a trail of bodies and panic in his wake. The chaos intensified as Gislan launched another devastating strike, sending foes flying through the air. Blood painted the dirt red while the defenders faltered. Amid the wreckage, his eyes locked onto the siege towers looming over the fortress. Determination flared, he knew what had to be done. As enemy numbers swelled, Gislan assessed the worsening odds. The fortress gate would fall soon, and their allies were barely holding back the tide. Delay meant death with no time to waste. He advanced, ignoring the calls to stop him. The enemy scrambled to block his path, but he tore through them, prioritizing speed over everything else. His blade flashed again, slicing through multiple opponents. Even as insults and war cries rang out, Gislan stayed focused, countering each attack with calculated efficiency. Every second gain pushed the enemy further into disarray. The battle's momentum now hinged entirely on him, and he refused to falter. Gislan advanced with lethal precision, each movement slicing down defenders who dared to block his path. His blade tore through armor and bone alike, leaving a crimson trail behind him. Alarmed by his rapid approach, enemy soldiers shouted to protect the siege tower, unleashing a volley of arrows in desperation. But he weaved through the attacks, undeterred. Clashing with another wave of guards, Gislan cut them down with relentless momentum. He hurled one corpse aside, using its momentum to create an opening toward the siege engine. More defenders rushed him, but he moved faster, dropping enemies with savage efficiency. A surge of mana pulsed from his hand as he activated a magical ability, Mana Thread, gripping his sword with enhanced control. With a powerful leap, Gislan launched himself toward the base of the siege tower. Crashing through enemy lines, he retrieved a massive weapon mid-air, his presence sending shockwaves across the platform. Enemy soldiers recoiled at the sight of him ascending, their fear evident. He landed hard on the tower's deck, startling the crew. Without hesitation, he raised his blade and slammed it downward, shattering the floorboards and scattering troops. Gislan now stood inside their strongest siege weapon, and he was just getting started. With a thunderous crash, Gislan struck the core of the siege tower. The massive structure quaked as debris rained from within. Soldiers panicked, realizing he intended to bring it down with brute force. Their shouts of disbelief filled the air, but it was too late. He had already ripped through the main supports. From the battlefield, Gillian watched with a mix of awe and disbelief. Gislan wasn't just attacking, he was dismantling the siege tower bare-handed. Inside the wreckage, Gislan emerged unfazed, his presence alone sending shockwaves through the enemy lines. Whispers spread. Was this man their commander? Back at the fortress gate, the guard troops struggled to breach the defenses, though they had superior numbers. Progress was slow. A subordinate estimated they needed 10 more minutes to break through. But Victor, the towering knight, had no patience. He gave him 5. With icy confidence, he declared he would eliminate the enemy commander himself and promised death to anyone who failed him. As Victor advanced, Kayor intercepted him. Stepping through the smoke with a smirk, he introduced himself as the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. Blocking Victor's path, Kayor raised his blade and grinned. The message was clear, this battlefield wasn't his to cross yet. Kayor charged in on horseback, launching a surprise assault with deadly precision. His large blade swung downward at Victor, the armored knight who calmly deflected the strike with practiced ease. The clash of steel rang out as Victor remained unshaken, matching Kayor's wild strength with composed defense. Kayor dismounted and intensified his assault, unleashing a relentless series of strikes meant to overwhelm his opponent. Each blow carried brutal force, yet Victor anticipated them, expertly parrying with his sword. Kayor grew more aggressive, diving in with explosive power, but even his heaviest attacks were blocked. The knight's defense was solid, refined, and unyielding. Realizing this, Kayor began to lose composure, surprised that his brute strength wasn't enough. Victor, still calm, counterattacked with a precise arcing slash that nearly caught Kayor off guard. Kayor tried to recover, but Victor continued to press forward with flawless technique. With a final powerful swing, Victor broke through Kayor's guard, blood splattered as Kayor was struck cleanly. The knight's expression remained firm as he judged Kayor with disdain. To Victor, Kayor was just another reckless mercenary, predictable, impulsive, and easy to dismantle. The fight was over. Kayor had lost not from lack of power, but from lack of discipline, wounded but not defeated. Kayor struggled to rise as Victor loomed before him on horseback. The knight's strength echoed in Kayor's thoughts, confirming the captain's warnings. Victor wasn't just any soldier. He was Desmond's secret weapon, a hidden force working to bring down Perdius. In a flashback, Kayor recalled a conversation with Gislan. He acknowledged Victor's power, surpassing any Kayor had fought except himself. He explained Victor's likely tactic: create chaos with overwhelming numbers, forcing their defenses to collapse. But this, Gislan stated, was part of their plan now. Kayor understood his role. If Victor reached the gate, everything would fail. Gislan's strategy hinged on stalling him. Kayor was to be the wall. Rising once more, he gripped his blade and charged. Laughing despite the pain, he hurled himself at Victor again. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside the gates. The castle trembled as mercenaries clashed with enemy troops. Vanessa, the young mage, watched the battlefield unfold, calculating, anticipating. Her focus was razor-sharp. The tide had to be controlled. Elsewhere, a fierce skirmish erupted as Adon and his men confronted the advancing forces. Gillian held the front lines with unmatched resilience. Each second counted, and no one could afford to falter. Victor's power became more ruthless as the battle escalated. Despite Gillian's strength and heavy blows, his axe couldn't break through the knight's impenetrable shield. Victor, growing impatient, launched a ferocious counterattack. Gillian was struck hard and wounded, blood spilling as the clash intensified. Still, he endured, holding the line under immense pressure. But Victor's command over the battlefield was overwhelming. With a brutal charge, he launched Gillian into the air and smashed him against the ground. As the impact echoed, Victor issued a single cold command: fall. The shockwave ruptured the terrain. The gate behind them cracked, crumbled, and collapsed, opening the path for the enemy troops to surge forward. Inside the castle, Gislan and his men watched with alarm. The enemy had breached the wall. Pressure mounted on the defenders as the flood of soldiers poured in. Amid the chaos, Vanessa focused, absorbing mana from the mages around her. Though urged to act, she waited, eyes locked with fierce determination. Timing was everything. Her lips moved with quiet resolve. The spell wasn't ready. She needed more. Not yet. The moment had to be perfect. As the gate fell and the enemy approached, Vanessa's magic pulsed, growing, preparing for something far greater. With the gate breached, Victor raised his blade and issued the command to storm. The castle waves of enemy soldiers flooded in, answering his call to overrun the defenders. Amid the chaos, Victor set his sights on eliminating the enemy commanders to destabilize any chance of resistance. He ordered Count de Guard to be brought before him. But Kara, bloodied yet defiant, blocked Victor's path once again. Refusing to retreat, he stood in the knight's way. Victor, calm and unwavering, mocked the mercenaries' desperation, reminding him that the battle was already lost. He pointed to the shattered gate and claimed Kair's resistance was meaningless. Even so, Kair didn't back down. Despite Victor's calculated analysis of their strategic failure, Kair's eyes burned with a different kind of resolve, one not rooted in victory, but in defiance. Lifting his weapon, Kair laughed and declared that on the battlefield, rank didn't matter, knights or mercenaries, it came down to who was left standing. With that, Kair surged forward again. Fearless, Gillian joined the fray from another front, striking fiercely at the enemy commander. Together, the defenders rejected surrender. For them, it was no longer about winning the war, but about not giving Victor the satisfaction of an easy conquest. As the clash between mercenaries and knights escalated, Gillian executed a bold move. He struck not at the front of the shield, but with the inner edge of his massive axe, slipping through an exposed gap. The strike landed hard, catching the enemy commander off guard. Blood spilled, and the knight reeled, momentarily stunned by the unexpected precision. But the retaliation came swiftly. Furious and wounded, the knight lashed out, shouting in outrage. Gillian braced himself with grim resolve. He lifted his weapon high and brought it crashing down. The shockwave echoed, breaking through the defense. Even the sturdiest defense has a gap, he muttered, pushing past his own limits. In a final charge, Gillian committed everything. He had pledged his life to the young lord and no longer fought for himself. His body moved as a weapon, driven by purpose alone. I shall only bring him victory, he declared, striking once more with devastating force. At that moment, Victor's eyes snapped open. He felt the turning point. Energy surged through Gillian's veins, his blow echoed like a signal across the battlefield. Kair, watching the tide shift, launched himself again toward Victor. The fight was far from over, and now, hope returned. Kair knew he could die, but if he could land just one strike on Victor, it would all be worth it. Before the chaotic battle, Kair approached Gislan, recalling a past battle where Gislan's flawless evasion had stunned everyone. Curious and eager, Kair asked how such a move was possible. Gislan, calm and reflective, told him it wasn't merely about physical movement, it was about something deeper. Later, during a clash against the armored knight Victor, Kair charged head-on, relying on brute force to an outsider. He looked like a reckless beast charging without thought. Victor, analyzing the attack, dismissed Kair's approach as predictable and primal, easy to exploit. Confident, Victor prepared to strike him down, believing Kair lacked any real strategy. As they clashed, Victor easily read Kair's opening strikes. Each swing was powerful but lacked deception. Victor remained composed, countering swiftly, punishing every exposed gap. Kair's attacks seemed increasingly desperate, yet he continued to press on. Victor lectured him mid-battle, mocking his impulsiveness and warning that such decisions often led to death. Victor then unleashed a decisive attack, believing it would end the fight. But in that moment, Gislan's earlier words echoed in Kair's mind. Hidden within his charge was not desperation, but intent masked behind recklessness. As the final blow neared, Kair's expression shifted. This time, he wasn't just attacking, he was calculating. Kair's instincts kicked in as Victor's attack neared. Kair twisted his body unnaturally, causing Victor's strike to graze rather than land cleanly. Using that small opening, Kair launched a fierce counterattack. His blade surged upward, targeting Victor's exposed flank with all his remaining strength. His intent was clear. He only needed one solid strike to turn the tide. The attack connected. Blood sprayed, but Victor didn't falter. Instead, Kair was the one sent flying from the recoil. Though he had managed to wound Victor, the gap between them remained immense. As Kair lay on the ground, battered and bloodied, Victor stood above him, analyzing what had just occurred. Victor acknowledged Kair's unexpected move. That single irregular motion, The one Victor had deflected earlier had not been random. It was calculated. Kaor had used that flawed position to bait an opening and strike. It was a technique born from desperation, the kind only someone ready to face death would attempt. Despite the respect earned, Victor's expression remained cold. Kader had indeed exceeded his limits, but still failed. Rising slowly, Victor pointed his weapon at Kair one last time with execution looming. He asked without emotion, was there anything Kair wished to say before the end? As Kair lay bloodied on the ground, his eyes opened with a fierce glint. Despite his injuries, a realization surged through him. He had landed a hit. Victor, taken off guard by Kair's defiance, looked down in disbelief. The damage was real. Kaor, half smiling through the pain, repeated the fact aloud with satisfaction. Suddenly, a flurry of throwing daggers rained down between them. Belinda with white and red hair descended from above, disrupting the standoff. She reached Kaor just in time, swiftly hoisting him onto a horse. With surprising speed and grace, she launched into retreat with him in tow. Victor remained still, processing the moment. He reflected on how close Kair had come to dying in pursuit of that one strike. Had the woman not intervened, Kair would have paid with his life. But Victor now questioned something deeper. Had Kair intended to die for that one hit? As the realization settled in, Victor's attention snapped toward distant footsteps. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of soldiers were approaching. The sound grew louder by the second. Kair's attack had been a signal, a stall tactic. Victor turned slowly, eyes narrowing toward the rising dust cloud of an advancing force. His voice dropped, wondering. As Victor watched the enemy forces advance through the breached gate, a surge of magical energy lit the horizon. From behind the enemy lines, a wave of blue light pulsed, intense and rising. Victor's eyes narrowed. Something powerful was about to be unleashed. Vanessa, the young mage, stood firm at the heart of the formation, her body glowing with raw mana. Her expression was no longer uncertain. Remembering Gislan's words, she cast away hesitation. This was her moment. As she activated the spell, Vanessa's magic circle expanded across the battlefield, capturing the advancing troops within its reach. With unwavering resolve, she invoked Flame Strike, a high-tier spell. In seconds, an inferno erupted across the field. The flames consumed dozens of enemy soldiers instantly, the explosion shaking the very ground. Fire spread through the ranks, disrupting any formation the invaders had left. Victor stood motionless, stunned by the magnitude of destruction. His forces scattered in disarray amidst the chaos. Gislan observed from afar, satisfied. Kaor, still injured but safe, was carried away to recover. Though they had nearly lost the city's outer defenses, the tide had now turned. The flame that Vanessa unleashed was not just a spell, it was the beginning of Gislan's counteroffensive. As Vanessa's flames consumed the battlefield, the invading soldiers screamed in panic. Chaos erupted among their ranks. Many were burned alive, others trampled during their frantic retreat. Gislan's forces wasted no time. He gave the order to surround the castle gate, cutting off any escape. The counterattack was swift and brutal. Mounted units flanked the fleeing invaders, mowing them down before they could regroup. Victor's forces, meticulously prepared for siege, were now being undone by a combination of surprise, coordination, and sheer magical destruction. Victor's composure cracked. As flames surrounded him and his forces burned, one of his officers begged him to retreat. The battlefield had turned into a death trap. Still, Victor kept his calm, though the irritation was evident. He recognized the truth. His plans had failed. Despite extensive preparation, his enemy had deployed specialized warriors and an elder-class mage, assets far beyond expectation. He realized the alignment of events was no coincidence. Acknowledging the trap, Victor finally ordered a temporary retreat. They would fall back, regroup, and strike again. But before he could issue all commands, the ground trembled. From the blaze emerged Gillian, the axe-wielding giant, silent, imposing, and ready to bring war on his own terms. Gillian confronted the enemy commander with unwavering calm, declaring their army defeated. He demanded surrender. Flames roared behind him, his axe casting a long shadow. Panic spread among enemy troops, but Victor only smirked. With a burst of power, Victor refused. Roaring with fury, he launched himself into the air, blade glowing with lethal intent. He declared that his war wouldn't end in retreat, that it had only just begun. Charging straight at Gillian, he vowed to claim victory alone, even if he had to sever every head himself. His madness burned as fiercely as the battlefield, marking the beginning of a brutal new clash in the chaos. The massive enemy force surged through a canyon under cover of dusk. Unaware they were stepping into a well-laid trap, flaming projectiles rained from above, igniting the valley. The narrow terrain became a furnace as hidden ballistae launched from the cliffs, striking without mercy. Trapped and disoriented, the enemy ranks were driven into chaos as Gislan's forces tightened the net. Belinda and her unit launched a mounted assault from the flank, cutting down soldiers attempting to flee the fire. The battlefield tilted in Gislan's favor, and with fire behind and blades ahead, the ambush reached its peak. Amid the smoke, Gislan regrouped with his escort, confirming their safety and assessing the aftermath. Though the plan had seemed reckless, its execution was precise. Belinda admitted its success hinged on narrow timing, and any delay would have meant disaster. But Gislan's gamble paid off. Suddenly, they realized Gillian was missing. As panic set in, he appeared, charging alone into enemy lines where Victor, the enemy commander, awaited. Without hesitation, Gislan clashed with Victor in a fierce duel. Sparks flew as blades collided, fire roaring behind them. The battle was not over, and the outcome now hung on this brutal confrontation. Gislan faced Victor head-on, their weapons crashing with thunderous force. Each of Victor's strikes carried immense weight, forcing Gislan to give ground. But Gislan countered with powerful swings of his axe, his momentum building with each movement. The battlefield around them blurred as the two warriors clashed in a brutal exchange. Despite his age, Gislan fought fiercely, but Victor's speed and strength were overwhelming. Every strike pushed Gislan closer to his limit. Blood was drawn, and Gislan's arm was slashed, weakening his grip. Victor didn't relent, launching a relentless barrage that kept Gislan from recovering. Cornered and exhausted, Gislan was nearly overwhelmed. Victor mocked him, but Gislan endured, searching for an opening. At last, he baited Victor into overcommitting. In a sudden motion, Gislan twisted his body and unleashed a hidden mechanism within his axe, a secret projectile. Victor realized too late. The explosion shattered the earth beneath them, launching both warriors backward. Dust and flame erupted as the battlefield trembled from the blast. Gislan had staked everything on that final move. Victor, enraged by the explosion, launched a devastating counterattack with brutal force. He impaled Gislan through the abdomen. The old mercenary's expression didn't waver. Blood poured, but Gislan had twisted his body just enough to avoid a fatal hit. Still, the wound was severe. Victor paused, recognizing Gislan's resilience. He acknowledged the old man's victory over Adon and his calculated attempt to strike despite exhaustion. Gislan, weakened but standing, refused to retreat. He had fought not for glory, but to buy time. Victor prepared to finish him, roaring his final threat. But before the blow could land, a strange force interrupted. A heavy axe embedded into the battlefield between them. Both men turned. A lone figure approached through the smoke and flame. Victor, caught off guard, demanded identification. The figure didn't respond. Instead, their steady pace toward the center of the battleground said everything. Victor's eyes widened as he recognized Gislan still awake. Gislan's lips curled into a faint smile. Despite his injuries, he knew someone had come to carry on the fight. As the flames raged behind him, the armored figure lifted Gislan's blood-stained axe from the ground. With one smooth motion, he hurled it into the inferno. The weapon spun through the firelight, landing beside him like a fallen banner. Victor's eyes narrowed. He recognized the black armor immediately. A surge of energy exploded from the newcomer. Core unleashed. The battlefield trembled. Without hesitation, the warrior charged, his speed unnatural, his movements sharpened by power. Their blades met with explosive force. The dark armored warrior's strikes were unpredictable and ferocious. He moved with terrifying precision, forcing Victor onto the defensive. Their clash shattered the ground, purple light clashing with steel. Victor struck back, but was met mid-air, then countered and driven backward. Gislan, injured but conscious, watched the duel unfold. The newcomer wasn't just skilled, he was deadly. Each swing of his blade pushed Victor further away from control. The fight grew faster, the pressure greater. Victor realized he wasn't facing a mere mercenary. This warrior, shrouded in black, wielded technique and strength beyond reason. The clash intensified. The mysterious black-armored warrior launched a furious series of attacks, pushing Victor to the edge. Gislan's axe, now wielded with renewed precision, tore through the air. Sparks burst with every strike, but Victor countered fiercely, narrowly dodging a lethal blow. The two combatants locked eyes mid-air, recognition beginning to dawn. Victor's confusion grew. He couldn't predict his opponent's movements. The warrior's techniques were unpredictable, untraceable. A single misstep would mean death. And yet, something about the mercenary felt familiar. Then, the Black Knight spoke. He revealed knowledge of Victor's inner circle, his war power, and even the shadow faction that had backed him from the start. His voice cut deeper than any blade. It was someone who knew too much. Victor reeled. Was this all a trap? Had everything. The battle, the ambush, even Gislan's sacrifice been calculated? In a panic, Victor launched another aggressive strike, shouting in denial, but the masked warrior met him with fury, blades crossing mid-charge. Victor, stunned, realized the impossible. Perdium knew everything. The enemy wasn't just strong. He had planned this from the very beginning. As the black-armored warrior pressed forward, Victor made a declaration. He was no ordinary commander. He revealed himself as the hidden joker of Count Desmond, a secret enforcer meant to act in shadows, not on the battlefield. Now exposed, he wielded his full strength, clashing against the warrior in a storm of flame and steel. But the Black Knight remained unshaken. He rejected the mind games, cutting through the deception with conviction. Their blades collided in bursts of purple and blue, each blow shaking the ground. Victor fought with cunning, evasions, reversals, and counters, but he couldn't throw his enemy off balance from every angle. He tried to bait a mistake, only to find himself repeatedly countered. The warrior's precision forced the victor into defense. The battle grew frantic. Each swing came faster, more brutal. Then, in a moment of overreach, Victor leapt, and the black-armored warrior was ready. He caught the incoming blow and slammed the enemy into the earth with crushing force. The battlefield trembled, smoke rose. And in that silence, one truth became clear. Perdium wasn't just resisting Desmond's schemes. It was dismantling them. One piece at a time, Victor's helmet flew from his grasp as he was thrown to the ground, battered and overwhelmed. Struggling to rise, he looked up to see the black armored warriors slowly advancing. The battlefield around them burned, casting long shadows behind the approaching figure. The warrior drew a massive sword, stained and battle-worn though known to favor axes. He now wielded a blade more suited to his style. Victor, bleeding and stunned, couldn't comprehend his enemy's true nature. Then the helmet was removed. It was Gislan. No longer hiding, the young heir of Perdium had fought in disguise, orchestrating everything. His reveal confirmed it. This war was always under his control. Amidst a battlefield engulfed in flames, a young warrior stood tall, his presence defiant and commanding, removing his helmet. He declared himself as Gislan, the young lord of Perdium. Before him knelt Victor, wounded and bloodied, staring in disbelief. Gislan's unexpected appearance triggered a flood of memories, and Victor, stunned, muttered the name of the man he thought long gone. Victor, once hailed as the strongest knight of the North, realized he had walked into a calculated trap. He laughed bitterly, overwhelmed by the chaos around him. Gislan confirmed the reality. Victor had indeed been defeated, not by brute strength, but through superior strategy. For Gislan, war was not about honor but victory, and he had no shame in using deception to achieve it. Victor slowly rose, refusing to yield, channeling his remaining strength. He gripped his glowing blade, his body surging with energy in his eyes. The only truth that mattered was survival. Whoever remained standing was the true victor. Gislan, calm and unwavering, met his enemy's challenge without hesitation. As both men prepared to clash, the flames around them roared louder, bearing witness to a final battle that would decide who truly ruled the North. As flames towered behind them, Gislan and Victor charged headfirst into battle. Behind Gislan, his great companions, even his father, continued the battle. Gislan and Victor held nothing back, their blades colliding with explosive force, each strike echoing across the scorched battlefield. Their duel was ruthless. Gislan's movements were sharp and precise, relying on speed and control. Victor, driven by raw strength and experience, countered with heavy, aggressive blows. They exchanged multiple strikes, neither giving the other time to breathe. Sparks burst from each clash, illuminating their grim faces. Victor unleashed a series of powerful swings, pushing Gislan back. But Gislan dodged with skill, landing a swift counterattack that forced Victor to adjust. Their duel moved like a storm, fluid, violent, unrelenting. Blades cut through the air in wide arcs, each hit threatening to break the stalemate. Despite his injuries, Victor remained relentless. He delivered a brutal punch that sent Gislan reeling, blood streaking down the young lord's face. But Gislan responded immediately, slashing upward and driving his blade deep into Victor's side. The momentum shifted violently. The fight was no longer about pride or power. It was a desperate struggle for survival, one only the victor would leave alive. Victor, roaring with fury, slammed his blade down with overwhelming force, launching Gislan into the air. The young lord twisted midair and landed with sharp precision, his eyes scanning his opponent for any weakness. Blood stained both of them, but neither man showed signs of retreat. They clashed again, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the battlefield. Victor's strength was monstrous, his strikes shaking the ground while Gislan met each attack with focused precision. Their duel became faster, more brutal. Neither gaining the upper hand, pausing for a heartbeat, they stared at each other. Gislan's expression was unreadable, calm yet fierce. Victor smirked with blood dripping from his mouth, acknowledging the challenge with amusement and grim determination. The fight resumed with a flurry of blows. Victor swung wide, unleashing powerful arcs of blue energy, but Gislan deflected them with tight counters and agile footwork. Gislan's blade carved upward, forcing Victor to block in haste, but the pressure didn't let up. The young lord leapt high, flipping above Victor and landing a heavy downward strike. Victor staggered, then retaliated with a fierce uppercut of his blade, knocking Gislan back. The clash between Gislan and Victor escalated to a brutal crescendo. Their weapons blurred through the air, each blow carrying lethal force. Sparks exploded from every collision as they exchanged a flurry of slashes and parries. Gislan's precision met Victor's raw might again and again, each man refusing to fall. Victor pushed forward with a wide, sweeping strike Gislan blocked, but the power sent him skidding across the battlefield. Victor capitalized with a follow-up swing, but Gislan weaved under the blade, countering with a precise upward slash that nearly grazed Victor's jaw. Neither flinched. Each movement was instinct, shaped by years of war. Victor's smile twisted with pain and amusement. The battle was far from over. He lunged again, forcing Gislan back with relentless attacks. Gislan leapt into the air, then crashed down with a heavy blow that shattered the ground beneath them. As they clashed, Gislan silently assessed his opponent. Despite all preparations and his enhanced power, Victor remained a threat. Each of Victor's attacks carried the weight of experience and unyielding resolve. Gislan realized with clarity, this was not just a duel of strength or skill. It was a test of endurance, and the slightest hesitation would mean death. As Gislan clashed with Victor, his mind wandered to the past, a time when war had just begun. Back then, he had launched an attack against Count Desmond, only to be intercepted by the same man who now stood before him. Victor had blocked his ambitions once, forcing him into a prolonged battle that cost precious time. Although Gislan had emerged victorious, the encounter left a deep impression. The delay had been costly. Surrounded and outnumbered, Gislan realized that warriors like Victor were threats that could not be ignored. It was then that he resolved to eliminate such obstacles without hesitation. From that day on, he vowed to destroy anyone who endangered Perdium's future. The memory faded as Gislan roared through the flames, blade drawn. Victor met him head-on, the battlefield erupting around them. Their blades crackled with energy, blue clashing with red as they exchanged devastating strikes. With a final, furious charge, Gislan drove his blade deep into Victor's chest. The warrior collapsed, blood pouring from his wounds. Gasping, Victor muttered the name of the man Gislan once sought to kill, Count Desmond. As Victor lay dying, the battlefield fell quiet. Gislan stood victorious, his conviction now forged in blood. The battlefield quieted as flames consumed the remnants of the city. Gislan stood silently over Victor's fallen body, victorious but not without scars. Bloodied and broken, Victor clung to life, asking one final question. Gislan's real identity. Gislan offered no reply, his silence spoke louder than words. Victor, through fading breath, mocked the past version of Gislan, calling him the disgrace of Perdium. Yet, in his final moments, he smiled. The fight had been worth it as the sun rose behind the mountains. Victor's body lay still. Gislan turned away, leaving behind the legacy of the man who once stood in his path. The war had changed him forever. As the sun rose over the scorched battlefield, the remnants of a brutal clash lay strewn across the valley. Corpses and shattered weapons painted the ground. The air thick with smoke and ash, amidst the aftermath, Gislan and Gillian slowly approached the castle gates, their steps heavy from the battle. The once impenetrable fortress now stood battered, its defenders barely standing after the fierce siege. Inside the castle, soldiers and civilians lined the entrance, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Gislan scanned the crowd, searching for familiar faces. The survivors, bloodied and exhausted, gathered to meet their commander. Gislan's eyes, though bruised and weary, held quiet relief as he saw his comrades alive. The crowd erupted as Gislan and Gillian stepped forward. Despite his injuries, Gislan maintained composure. Addressing the group with gratitude, he acknowledged their efforts, offering praise for their loyalty and courage. Kara teased Gillian's stubbornness, while Belinda updated Gislan on Vanessa's condition, drained of energy but safe within the castle under care. As the chaos settled, a voice called out to Gislan. A knight embraced him tightly, declaring his pride and hailing him as the true successor of House Perdium. The war was won, but a heavier legacy had just begun. As the smoke began to clear, Gislan approached Count Zwalter, his father, amid the remaining embers of battle. Their eyes met across the courtyard, both bloodied but alive. Without a word, the two embraced, the weight of survival and victory pressing between them. Zwalter looked at his son with pride, recalling the moment Gislan first revealed his bold plan. At the time, it had seemed impossible. Yet now, against all odds, they had succeeded. Gislan had led them through what was meant to be their downfall. Though his father praised him, Gislan remained humble. He credited the victory to Zwalter's defense on the castle wall, a crucial move that held the enemy at bay. But Zwalter firmly insisted. The triumph belonged to Gislan. The people erupted in celebration. Soldiers shouted, "Perdium has won!" As banners waved and cheers filled the air. Belinda, Kaer, and the others looked on, their eyes reflecting exhaustion and relief. Gislan stood quietly amid the joy. His goal had been achieved. This was the future he fought to reclaim. But as he turned his gaze toward a darkened throne and a looming shadow, he knew this was only the beginning. The true war had not yet ended. After the victory, Gislan immediately turned to strategic matters. While his brother and father urged him to rest and regroup, Gislan remained focused. He insisted there was no time to waste. Count de Garde, who had betrayed their alliance and sparked this war, needed to be dealt with swiftly. Any delay would allow their enemy time to recover or plot retaliation. Gislan requested the authority of a lord's deputy so he could march with the mercenaries immediately. Though hesitant, Count Zwalter saw his son's determination and agreed. He reminded Gislan to act with caution and dignity, as Count de Garde had once been a loyal noble. Gislan acknowledged the warning but remained firm in his resolve. Rallying his closest allies, Gislan called upon Kaer and Belinda to prepare for departure. Despite their wounds, they answered without hesitation. With their horses ready, the squad departed at full speed, racing toward de Garde territory. The war may have paused within the walls of Perdium, but Gislan knew the conflict was far from over. He led the charge with purpose, not for glory, but to ensure lasting peace through decisive action. At Castle de Garde, a white flag was hoisted, signaling surrender. Inside, Count Tamos fumed with rage, overturning furniture and shouting at his staff. He couldn't accept the reality. His alliance with Desmond had collapsed, and Perdium had claimed victory. Blaming Desmond's defeat, he saw the situation spiraling beyond his control. Tamos barked orders to prepare for negotiations and reparations, convinced that Perdium's honor-bound nature would make them accept favorable terms. Desperate and arrogant, he planned to shift the blame onto Count Desmond and survive the fallout by offering money he didn't truly possess. His advisor, Lowell, expressed concern. They had drained their coffers for the war. But Tamos, unmoved, demanded the funds be extracted from the common citizens. When Lowell hesitated, Tamos struck him down and mocked his empathy for the people, calling it weakness. Bruised and trembling, Lowell suppressed his anger. Years of serving under Tamos had left him bitter and disillusioned. He could no longer endure the tyranny. As rebellion stirred in his heart, word came in, Perdium's forces had already reached the gates. Outside, Gislan and his squad had arrived at full speed. The war was no longer about battles, it was now about justice, retribution, and breaking corruption from within. After a brutal battle, Gislan leads his forces to victory and earns the recognition of his father, Count Swalter. Yet Gislan refuses to rest, determined to push forward and secure surrender from Count de Garde. Despite hesitation from others, he rides out with Kaor and Belinda. At Castle de Garde, Count Tamos panics, schemes to exploit the situation, and prepares for reparations only to be swiftly surrounded. Gislan arrives, not as a mere warrior, but as the Lord's deputy, declaring the terms of surrender with unwavering resolve. As the soldiers close in, Tamos faces judgment under the full weight of Perdium's justice. A few hours earlier, Gislan and his forces pursued fleeing enemies through dense terrain. Count de Garde had already retreated, abandoning his men to their fate. Kaor, irritated by the cowardice, criticized de Garde's quick desertion. Despite his frustration, Gislan acknowledged that the enemy's escape wasn't due to failure, but by calculated leniency. He considered one day letting de Garde face off against Gillan, suggesting a deeper plan at play. While riding, Kaor questioned Gislan's strategy of offering surrender negotiations, especially for someone like de Garde, who had once plotted against Perdium. Gislan explained that despite de Garde's treachery, pursuing harsh reparation could politically backfire. A diplomatic solution would protect their position. Kaor disagreed, suggesting brute force would be simpler. Belinda chimed in, questioning whether nobles should be treated differently than mercenaries. Gislan remained calm and reflective. He clarified that while his father might have chosen force, he intended to act differently. Back at the enemy estate, Gislan's forces stormed the hall, surprising Count Tamos. The trembling Count demanded respect, but Gislan stood firm. Even Belinda hesitated, unsure of the consequences. Tamos protested his loyalty to the kingdom, but Gislan remained unmoved. The sword raised in warning made it clear Gislan's path would not mirror his father's. Gislan stood firm before Count Tamos de Garde, declaring the man a traitor for betraying their alliance and siding with the enemy. His sword drawn, Gislan made it clear those who threaten Perdium must face death. Tamos, trembling and cornered, realized too late the consequences of his ambition. Panic set in as Gislan raised his blade. Tamos, desperate, cried out to halt the execution. In a final act of self-preservation, Tamos offered his territory in exchange for mercy. His words stunned the onlookers, but Gislan, unshaken, admitted he had anticipated the offer. Tamos continued bargaining, proposing falsified inheritance rights to make Gislan a legal successor, even urging his aide to prepare documents immediately. Still unimpressed, Gislan questioned the Count's motives. Tamos then added promises of monetary reparations, pledging to raise funds through heavy taxation if necessary. He begged shamelessly on his knees for his life. Amid the quiet tension of the court, Gislan regarded the groveling noble with cold detachment. His composure remained unchanged as he questioned Tamos directly. Did he truly value his life so much? Even after sacrificing so many others for power, Gislan's choice lingered unspoken, but the weight of it pressed down on everyone present. Tamos, desperate to survive, agreed to Gislan's terms, believing he had secured a chance. But in a sudden motion, Gislan dragged him outside the castle gates. There, in full view of his people, Tamos was thrown to the ground, publicly humiliated. The townspeople were stunned. Seeing their count groveling, they murmured in disbelief. Confused and unsettled, they questioned the bizarre scene before them. As Tamos protested being treated like a common criminal, Gislan warned him to speak carefully. The reason became clear: his fate now rested in the hands of the people. Gislan proclaimed his identity and explained that Tamos had declared war and was now defeated. He offered the citizens a choice: pay reparation to save their lord, or forfeit him and let Perdium absorb the land. The crowd responded with outrage. Memories of past exploitation resurfaced, and resentment boiled over. They refused to be burdened again for a noble's ambitions. As Gislan presented the choice clearly, anger swelled among the citizens. A stone flew through the air, striking Tamos in the head. More followed. The citizens, now unrestrained, lashed out. Their cries revealed years of suffering, loss, hunger, and betrayal. In that moment, Tamos faced not a court's judgment, but the wrath of his own people. The crowd's fury reached its peak. Enraged citizens screamed and rushed Count Tamos, blaming him for the years of suffering. They struck him without mercy, demanding justice for the starvation, the deaths, and the pain he had caused. Tamos cried out, but no plea could stop the tide. His downfall came not by sword or trial, but by the hands of those he once ruled. Gislan, watching from a distance, remained silent. When the crowd's wrath settled, he turned calmly and ordered his men to return. The war was over. Beside him, Kaor and Belinda followed without words. As they departed, Gislan instructed Belinda to report to his father. Kaor teased lightly, but Gislan remained focused. At Castle Perdium, nobles reacted with shock upon hearing the news. Count de Garde was dead. Gislan stood before his father, Count Walter, explaining his decision. Though he had been told to show restraint, Gislan had judged that mercy would only invite another attack. He revealed that Degard hadn't acted alone. Desmond and Rayfold were involved, backed by Amelia's tactical interference. With Degard gone and the territory absorbed, Perdium gained a strategic buffer, but the political web was tightening. Zwalter reminded Gislan, slaying a lord didn't guarantee ownership. The next move would need precision to solidify his claim over Degard's territory. Gislan presented a forged inheritance document before Counts Walter and the council. The document stated that Gislan was a distant blood relative and the rightful successor. Though skeptical, Zwalter examined it carefully. Gislan explained that Count Degard had signed it himself before his death. With it, the inheritance laws could be bypassed, securing Gislan's political foothold. Zwalter, while accepting the document, warned his son of the burdens ahead. Ruling over a territory was no easy task, and manpower would be a concern. Gislan responded with calm certainty. He had someone in mind for the role. Far away, in the Austin territory of the Seren Kingdom, a bustling tavern roared with gambling and shouting. The camera shifted to a rowdy dice game. Amid the clamor sat a muscular man named Claude, known for his strength and reputation. His calm demeanor clashed with the chaotic energy around him. A rival gambler tested Claude's patience, tossing dice with flashy theatrics. Claude remained stoic, issuing a warning to not try any tricks. As tensions rose between intimidation and bluff, it became clear this wasn't just gambling. After the war's end, Gislan stood before a grand audience, receiving a noble title for his battlefield contributions. Count Zwalter's envoy formally declared him Baron of Fenris, marking his rise from a soldier to a lord. The hall erupted in celebration as his name echoed proudly among the crowd. This recognition signified not only victory, but the beginning of Gislan's political ascent. Sometime earlier, Gislan had reviewed a map of Begard's territory, excluding the directly ruled central region. 5 baronies surrounded it. He decided to establish his domain in Fenris, positioned at the center, a strategic location. Sharing his plan with his advisors, he welcomed any questions, though most remained silent, understanding the authority behind his words. Some viewed the meeting as mere formality, yet Count Zwalter, Gislan's father, acknowledged the responsibility such a role entailed. He also noted the financial strain left by the war. When asked about resources, Gislan admitted he had used all available runestones during the siege. However, he reassured them he would secure more through his own efforts. In the present, his allies, Belinda, Kaior, and Gillian, greeted him warmly. His promotion brought pride to those who raised him, affirming that his harsh methods were backed by unwavering commitment. As Gislan's new status as Lord spread through the hall, his companions reacted with pride and teasing. Belinda playfully boasted about her young master's rise, while Kaior winced at her forceful affection. Amid the celebration, Gislan was reunited with his younger sister Elena, who rushed to embrace him. Close behind her was Rachel, Gillian's daughter, whose quiet presence drew his attention. Their exchange was calm and respectful, though Elena eyed them suspiciously, unsettled by their closeness. Rachel had recovered completely, thanks to Gislan's help. Gislan acknowledged the support from his allies before calling the room to order. Standing before the assembled group, he formally declared himself the new Lord of Fenris and informed them of the structural change. They would no longer serve him as mere mercenaries. Instead, he intended to form a permanent private army under his command. The announcement shocked many, but Gislan confirmed that he would grant them knightly status and train them accordingly. He praised their valor in the recent war as proof of their worth. When concerns about costs were raised, Gislan stated plainly that they would find a way to fund it. Turning to Gillian, he checked on his condition, receiving a steady assurance in return. Before departing, Gislan assigned Gillian the crucial task of leading the people to Fenris ahead of him. Aware that the region was unstable after the war, he trusted Gillian to restore order and prepare for his arrival. Though surprised, Gillian accepted the duty, moved by the confidence Gislan placed in him as one of his most trusted companions. As preparations began, Gislan selected Belinda and Kaior to accompany him on a separate journey. Their destination was the Austin territory, a region in the Seren Kingdom. While Belinda was thrilled at the idea of traveling, and Kaior imagined a relaxing trip filled with games, Gislan made it clear the visit had a serious purpose. Meanwhile, a new scene unfolded elsewhere. Vanessa startled her elderly companion, Alfoy, by requesting to draw mana from him. She justified it by citing Gislan's comment that he was merely a mana battery. The strange exchange was interrupted when Gislan entered the room. Calmly assessing the situation, he reassured the startled man and praised Vanessa for her performance in her first real battle. Vanessa, initially flustered, quietly accepted his praise, her expression softening under Gislan's rare show of warmth and recognition. As Gislan prepared for his journey, Alfoy demanded recognition for his efforts in the war. Though initially overlooked, Gislan acknowledged him and casually included him in the group, stating he would also be traveling with them. Their next destination was the Austin territory, specifically the Kraken gambling house, a lively place filled with noise and smoke. Upon arrival, Kaior was thrilled by the chaotic atmosphere, while Alfoy expressed confusion about their presence in such a place. Gislan instructed Kaior and Alfoy to relax while he handled business. Kaior joked about Alfoy's naivety regarding money. hinting at how the world really works, through calculated risks. As Belinda assumed Gislan was there to unwind, he clarified his purpose, locating a man named Claude whom he intended to appoint as steward of the territory. Gislan explained that Claude's gambling lifestyle stemmed from unavoidable personal circumstances, but he was someone with strong skills in managing resources. Though Belinda questioned his choice, Gislan stood firm in his decision. Just as he was about to reveal Claude's name, chaos erupted nearby, drawing their attention. Someone had recognized Claude loudly and aggressively, setting the stage for the next confrontation in the depths of the gambling den. Inside the gambling house, a commotion broke out. A man named Claude was accused of cheating at the table, despite his earlier winning streak. Surrounded by thugs, he was pinned down and ordered to have his hand cut off for allegedly using a rigged die. His accuser, a burly enforcer named Captain Crank, prepared to deliver the punishment without hesitation. Claude denied the accusation, insisting he had done nothing wrong, but the gamblers showed no mercy. Crank revealed he had swapped the die himself, making it impossible for Claude to have used tricks, proving the situation had been rigged against him all along. Despite the unfairness, Claude's pleas were ignored. Crank justified the violence with vague remarks about misunderstanding and mistrust between people. Just as the blade was about to fall, Gislan intervened, grabbing the sword mid-swing. Calm and authoritative, he declared his presence and intention to stop the brutality. Claude, dazed and bloodied, looked up in confusion as the situation shifted drastically. The gambler's attackers froze. Crank, now wary, demanded to know who was interfering. Gislan introduced himself clearly, not as a passerby, but as Baron Gislan Fenris, representative of the Luthania kingdom. Gislan stormed into the infamous Kraken gambling house. His sudden appearance and aggressive stance immediately startled the guards, forcing them to respond with weapons drawn. However, before a full-blown fight could break out, Crank, the imposing owner of the establishment, ordered a halt to the chaos. Calmly asserting control, Crank welcomed Gislan but warned him against causing further disruption. Once tensions eased, Gislan revealed his purpose. He wasn't there for games or gold, he was tracking someone. His target, a man named Claude, was found trembling in a corner. Without hesitation, Gislan announced that he came to take Claude away. Despite Claude's confusion, it was clear the matter wasn't up for debate. Meanwhile, Alfoy, Gislan's companion, was participating in a high-stakes dice game. With impressive luck or hidden skill, he rolled a perfect score of 1,000 points, declaring victory and seizing a massive pile of gold coins. The gamblers around him reacted with disbelief and jealousy. Among the crowd, Kayer observed the scene with growing interest. Whispers of Alfoy's talent spread, but eyes also began to shift toward his, whose presence hinted that this was more than just a chance visit. Alfoy basked in his unexpected winnings, stunned by how quickly he had earned more than his magic scroll trade could offer. His heart raced from the thrill of victory, but the mood shifted as voices rose in protest nearby. At the same time, Gislan and Belinda identified the gambler they were seeking, Claude. But Crank, the manager, abruptly denied any possibility of taking Claude away, accusing Alfoy of cheating in the game. Gislan's expression darkened at the claim, while Claude smirked. Sensing an opportunity, Claude then dramatically fell to his knees, apologizing to Gislan, revealed here as Baron Fenris, and confessed that he had squandered the financial support he was given. He insisted it was due to cheating at the house and pointed out that dice were tightly controlled, suggesting the casino itself manipulated the outcome. Belinda rejected Claude's excuse as a blatant lie. Crank, however, deflected responsibility by casting doubt on Claude's character. He warned Gislan that the gambling house was under Baron Austin's protection, and any disruption might trigger a diplomatic crisis. Calmly but firmly, Gislan refused to walk away, stating that the loss felt no different than theft, and that he would not let it slide. Crank, sensing mounting tension, suggested a compromise. Gislan, determined and unwavering, proposed a gamble of his own, a single game to settle the matter. If he won, Claude and the stolen winnings would be returned. If he lost, Gislan would surrender his entire fortune and noble status. The bold offer stunned everyone. Claude, Crank, and Belinda were equally shocked by the stakes. Gislan silenced their doubts, declaring he needed Claude, regardless of his flaws or past mistakes. The weight of his words left no room for protest. Crank accepted the challenge, amused by Gislan's confidence. The gambling hall erupted in noise, spectators flooding in to witness the high-stakes confrontation. Whispers spread. The infamous drifter Crank was finally being challenged. Crank laid out the rules, simple and brutal. Each man would roll dice, and the lowest score would win. Ties would force a re-roll until a clear winner emerged. Gislan agreed without hesitation. Two decide who would go first. They flipped a coin. Gislan called heads, Crank tails. As the coin spun through the air and landed, it was tails. Crank would make the first move. Crank took the first move, confidently declaring he'd roll first. With a practiced grip, he shook the dice cup with force, slamming it onto the table with dramatic flair. The crowd leaned in with anticipation as the cup lifted, revealing a roll of 1. Gasps echoed through the room. Scoring the lowest number on the first roll was nearly impossible. Murmurs surged. Crank had likely secured an early and unbeatable victory. Belinda frowned, unimpressed by the theatrics. Claude sat in silence while Gislan remained unreadable. But the crowd buzzed in disbelief. Many questioned why Gislan had dared challenge the Drifter at all, especially now that the game seemed practically lost. Crank, amused, mocked the anticlimactic outcome, calling it unfortunate that such high stakes might resolve so quickly. But Gislan silenced him coldly, pointing out that Crank was more eager to talk than play. Crank retorted that Gislan's calm exterior was just a bluff. What none of them realized was that Crank's confidence wasn't blind luck. He had cheated. Unseen by the others, Crank used a special cup with a hidden opening and swapped in a weighted die during the shake. It was a trick he'd mastered and never been caught using. Confident in his deception, Crank inwardly mocked Gislan, believing no noble could outwit his rigged game. But Gislan, calm and focused, infused his role with a burst of energy. As the cup hit the table, it shattered, revealing a powdery trace, no visible dice. The crowd went silent. Then Gislan spoke. "Lowest number wins, 0 points." Shock rippled through the room. Crank stammered in disbelief. Whispers spread. The dice had turned to dust. The audience questioned the legitimacy, stunned by the impossible result. Crank furiously accused Gislan of cheating, but his fury only deepened when Gislan revealed a hidden die in Crank's hand. The weighted one used to fake a 1-point roll. Gasps erupted. Crank's trick had been exposed in front of everyone. Gislan reminded him of his own words about fairness. Realizing his cover was blown, Crank panicked and lunged violently, demanding to know how Gislan had seen through everything. Without hesitation, Crank drew his weapon, but Gislan reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with ease. The situation had escalated from a gamble to open conflict, and now Crank, once untouchable in his domain, was cornered not just by skill, but by truth laid bare. Gislan confronted Crank, exposing his lies as Claude and Belinda watched. Crank denied wrongdoing, but when cornered, he ordered his men to attack. Gislan stood firm, ready for battle. Gislan burst into the gambling den with sharp precision. His cold gaze swept the room as he advanced, quickly intercepting a pair of armed men who lunged at him. His footwork was fluid. A twist, a kick, a sweep, all timed perfectly to disable them before they could react. The room erupted into chaos as more attackers surged forward. He wasted no time. Without drawing a weapon, Gislan neutralized each threat with calculated efficiency. Crank swung a glowing blade, but Gislan ducked and flipped over him, landing a clean blow to his spine. Another brute tried to flank him, but Gislan disarmed and floored him with a backhanded strike. Crank attempted to counter with brute strength. He roared and raised his weapon, but Gislan was already behind him, slashing his side in one clean motion. Crank's men froze, stunned by how fast their boss fell. Fear spread, reinforcements arrived. Kaor and Belinda stepped in, flanking the stunned gang. Kaor immobilized one man while Belinda asked for orders. Calmly, Gislan responded. The gambling house's manager had been caught cheating. With a blade at Crank's neck, Gislan gave one final warning: silence or ruin would follow. Crank, drenched in sweat and trembling under Gislan's blade, quickly surrendered. With a hoarse voice, he accepted the noble's warning, understanding the consequences if he stepped out of line again. Gislan calmly turned away, commanding Claude to follow. But when he glanced back, Claude was already gone. Outside, it was discovered that Claude had not only escaped but also stolen Gislan's money. His allies were outraged. Claude's betrayal was unexpected, especially after being saved. Belinda suggested searching nearby gambling houses, but Gislan calmly halted her. He already knew where Claude had gone. Under the cover of night, Claude rode swiftly through the city streets, holding tightly onto a small pouch. Reaching safety, he sighed in relief, grateful to be alive. Though he questioned Gislan's mercy, he felt no guilt for the theft. He had achieved what he came for. A flashback to a year earlier revealed Claude's desperation. Living in a ruined shack, he believed gambling could rebuild his life, fueled by false hope. He clung to a promise of a winning formula. But Anna, a cloaked woman tied to his past, confronted him with truth. His obsession had already cost lives. Overwhelmed by guilt, Claude finally accepted it was all his fault. Claude reflected bitterly on his past, blaming his own recklessness for the suffering he caused. In his eyes, his immaturity turned Anna, once a scholar of Seren Royal Academy, into a branded traitor. The memory of her arrest still haunted him. Her wrist bound, led away by soldiers under the cold rain. She was the daughter of Boethius Arceus, yet no status could save her that night. The memory sharpened. Anna was dragged away on command, and Claude, broken and bloodied, lay helpless. The man in charge, a powerful baron, offered him a cruel deal: 1 year to pay 2,000 gold, or Anna would be executed. Claude, devastated, swore he would raise the ransom no matter the cost. That was the beginning of his descent into gambling and deception. Meanwhile, within the imposing walls of Castle Austin, Baron Austin reviewed prisoner records with disdain. Displeased with overcrowding and unpaid ransoms, he ordered executions for those who hadn't paid within a week. Among them was one prisoner he remembered with amusement, the daughter of a traitor. As the 1 year deadline approached, Claude's desperation had turned into a race against time, and Baron Austin's decree may have already sealed Anna's fate. Within Castle Austin, Baron Austin casually discussed Claude's failure, assuming he had long abandoned hope. Hearing that Claude wasted his time gambling, the Baron dismissed the possibility of ransom being paid. With no guilt, he ordered Anna's execution, quietly before Claude ever found out. If Claude ever did bring the money, they would simply take it and dispose of him afterward. Just as the order was sealed, a knight rushed in to report. Claude had arrived, demanding Anna's release and holding a heavy sack. Baron Austin was stunned. Claude stood firm in front of the court, showing the full amount, 2,000 gold collected from his gambling victories. Baron Austin inspected the gold with disbelief, realizing it was genuine. But instead of honoring his word, he gave a dismissive nod. Claude was ordered to be imprisoned. Claude protested furiously, reminding the Baron of the deal, but Austin waved it off with a cruel smirk, claiming the money's origin was suspicious and that he would first verify it with Crank. The guards seized Claude by force. His desperation was ignored, his sacrifice discarded. What was meant to be a rescue became a betrayal, and Claude's nightmare had only just begun. Claude, restrained by guards, was threatened by Baron Austin. If he valued his life, he remained silent in prison. Claude protested helplessly, seething with disbelief at the injustice. Austin, smug and dismissive, mocked the fact that a mere gambler had managed to gather the ransom, gloating. He fondled the gold coins while sneering at Claude's desperation. But Claude didn't stay silent. Fueled by fury, he broke free and roared in rage. Guards moved to suppress him, but a sudden interruption shifted the atmosphere. Gislan entered the room with a commanding presence, flanked by Belinda, Philip, and Crank, now subdued and kneeling. Claude stood in shock as Gislan approached. With a nod of approval, Gislan commended Claude's efforts. The air grew tense as Austin demanded to know who he was. Gislan calmly introduced himself as Baron Gislan Fenris from the Luthania Kingdom. Seeing Crank defeated and delivered by Gislan's hands, Austin's confidence shattered. His guard of intimidation failed as Gislan kicked back in Austin's own office, demanding tea with an air of total control. The tables had turned. Claude's efforts hadn't been in vain. Justice had arrived, not through negotiation, but through the intervention of a far more powerful force. Baron Austin flew into a rage as Gislan entered his hall unannounced and refused to kneel. The Baron's knights demanded obedience, but before they could act, Kaor stepped forward and swiftly incapacitated one of them, asserting control over the tense room. Gislan remained calm, instructing Kaor to stand down. He wasn't there to fight, only to seek rightful compensation. The Baron was stunned by Gislan's boldness. His demands seemed absurd until Crank, the tied-up manager of a gambling house, was dragged in. Belinda testified that Crank had rigged a game against them, resulting in massive financial loss for Gislan and Claude. The Baron, still unsure, hesitated, questioning Crank directly. Crank, desperate, denied the accusation. But Belinda struck him down and exposed his lies. The Baron's confidence wavered as he realized the situation was more serious than expected. He asked what Gislan truly wanted. Gislan clarified that cheating in a noble gambling house was a disgrace to Austin's name. He didn't seek vengeance, only fair restitution. Yet the Baron deflected responsibility, claiming it had nothing to do with him. Gislan, eyes sharp, replied that it had everything to do with the Baron's authority and the honor he failed to uphold. Gislan reminded Baron Austin that the Kraken gambling house, the Baron's major source of income, was built on noble trust. If news of cheating were to spread, it would imply the Baron was exploiting fellow nobles. The threat wasn't veiled, it was strategic. Austin's rage erupted as he accused Gislan of extortion, but Gislan calmly demanded double the amount they had lost as rightful compensation. Then he issued another demand, the release of Anarchius. Claude, standing nearby, tensed. The pieces finally clicked in Austin's mind. Gislan's visit wasn't just about money, it was a calculated move. Austin's fury exploded. He turned on Claude, accusing him of betrayal and of colluding with foreign nobles. Despite the rising tension, Kaor kept the situation in control, calmly requesting a dagger from Belinda. Austin, losing all restraint, made his decision. He would silence them all. Declaring that killing everyone would erase the incident, he ordered his knights to attack. One of the guards lunged forward, sword raised. But before he could reach Gislan, chaos erupted. The room turned into a battleground as blades clashed and betrayal reached its peak. The confrontation had escalated beyond negotiation. Now, only force would decide the outcome. The room erupted into violence as Baron Austin lunged at Gislan, dagger in hand. Gislan swiftly disarmed him, driving the blade into Austin's shoulder, silencing his scream. Simultaneously, Kaor and Belinda intercepted the incoming knights, engaging them with precise and controlled strikes. Gislan calmly issued the command to disable, not kill, a tactical choice that kept the moral upper hand. Kaor responded begrudgingly, subduing enemies with calculated force. Belinda moved like a shadow, disabling each guard with efficiency. Gislan joined the fray, fighting with fluid skill, knocking out armored opponents one by one. Together, the trio overwhelmed the guards without spilling fatal blood. Amid the chaos, Claude stood still. Overwhelmed by the sight, Gislan fighting not for power or pride, but to help him, it was something Claude couldn't comprehend. As Kaor and Belinda held the front line, Claude's confusion grew into realization. His voice trembled as he watched the battle. Why would someone go this far for him? His past choices, his regrets, and the weight of unworthiness surged within. Gislan's actions weren't transactional, they were intentional. In that moment, Claude began to understand. This was no mere scheme, it was trust, it was loyalty, and it changed everything. As the battle settled, Gislan supported a shaken Claude, assuring him that someone still believed in his worth. Claude's heart trembled. Kindness, freely given, was something he had long forgotten. The room, once filled with chaos, now lay littered with unconscious knights and a broken baron. Baron Austin, seething, tried to protest, but Gislan silenced him with unwavering resolve. He reclaimed the money and demanded Anna's release, giving the baron one last option: accept or escalate further. Claude, now resolute, stepped forward. If Austin had complaints, he could bring them to the Luthania kingdom. The warning was clear. Their side had power and conviction. Austin could either accept defeat or face ruin. With their task complete, the group departed. The scenery shifted to peaceful hills and winding roads. The castle faded in the distance as they journeyed toward new beginnings. Claude, riding with the others, stared out quietly. Gislan had done all this not out of obligation, but choice. Reflecting on his path, Claude asked himself if he truly deserved to walk alongside them. He looked toward the future and asked one more time whether he should stay behind or choose a life near Anna. As the wagon rolled across open fields, Claude confessed his guilt. He believed Anna would be better off without the man tied to her father's death. Gislan, however, saw it differently. To him, saving Anna wasn't charity. It was a debt being repaid. A debt from darker days when his heart had been consumed by revenge. The tension eased as the group took in the peaceful scenery. Gislan suggested Claude take over managing the local estate, subtly revealing that he'd already chosen him as its steward. Claude resisted at first, but Gislan ignored his protests, handing over responsibility with a smirk. There was no backing out now. But peace never lasts long far away. Under a looming stained glass window and a circle of dark figures, a new threat stirred. A man cloaked in shadow uttered Gislan's name with venom. The name's Perdium, and Fenris's echoed among them like warnings. In the aftermath of liberation, Gislan returned to Fenris Castle. Now under his rightful rule, former mercenaries, nobles, and warriors gathered in the Grand Hall, summoned by his authority. With Belinda and Kyor standing by, he addressed the crowd, signaling the start of the territory's restoration. The territory, long ravaged under Degard's rule, lay in ruin. Gislan began immediate reforms, appointing Claude to oversee administration. Their first task was a full census. Every villager was to be accounted for. Food became the top priority. Claude was ordered to stockpile supplies and assign oxen and tools for farming, despite the land being barren and unyielding. Undeterred, Gislan proposed using the bones of slain monsters as fertilizer. As they walked the territory, he listed countless failing structures to be torn down and rebuilt: warehouses, sewers, and critical infrastructure. Claude, overwhelmed by the enormity of responsibilities, realized he now held titles ranging from tax collector to welfare officer all alone. When he protested, Gislan calmly dismissed his concerns and encouraged him to test his limits. With no time to argue, Claude rushed off, burdened by the weight of rebuilding an entire nation, but driven by Gislan's unshakable resolve. As Claude fled the office, overwhelmed by his endless responsibilities, Gislan casually summoned Wendy, a skilled enforcer with precision and strength. She intercepted Claude mid-run, flipping him effortlessly onto the floor. She calmly introduced herself as Claude's newly assigned bodyguard, appointed by Belinda. Her stoic demeanor contrasted sharply with Claude's rising panic. Gislan, unfazed, reminded him that such actions were once routine, and that they were only at the beginning of their work. Marching through the recovering territory, Gislan reflected on the burdens of nobility. A noble, he believed, must safeguard their people, yet centuries of exploitation had bred deep resentment. The peasants distrusted the ruling class, having suffered starvation and despair. Some had even given up on survival altogether. If these basic needs went unmet, the nobility would remain isolated and powerless. Gislan knew that restoring the territory began with restoring the people's hope. But progress hit a critical wall. There were not enough funds. Belinda warned that continued spending would bankrupt them in 3 months. Kyor suggested mining more runestones, but Gislan rejected short-term solutions. They needed a lasting source of income. Just as he prepared to delegate more tasks, Claude arrived, only for Gislan to unexpectedly reconsider, withholding further orders for now. Convinced he had found the ultimate solution, Claude proposed a bold idea to save the territory: build a casino. With a confident grin, he announced it as the best plan to generate revenue quickly. However, before he could finish celebrating, Wendy launched him clean out of the room on Gislan's signal. Unfazed, Claude argued his logic. The land was infertile, runestone access was limited, and farming was failing. A casino, he insisted, was realistic. The masked mage unexpectedly supported Claude's idea, but Gislan rejected it outright. Short-term profit, he warned, would invite criminal elements and weaken their control. Restoring the territory's foundation was the priority, not entertainment. Claude pressed further, demanding alternatives as food stocks dwindled. In response, Gislan took full responsibility. He vowed to resolve the food crisis himself and make crops grow despite the withered soil. Claude, adamant the land was useless, challenged the claim, declaring such plans impossible. With calm defiance, Gislan asked if Claude wanted to bet on it. 3 months later, lush golden wheat blanketed the once dead fields. Claude stood speechless beside Alfoy, unable to believe the transformation. Against all odds, the land had flourished, just as Gislan had promised. The once barren fields had become a golden sea of crops. Villagers celebrated the successful harvest, overwhelmed by the return of agriculture to land long deemed dead. Claude, stunned, questioned how it was even possible. Gislan calmly explained the process, using the powdered bones of the blood python to enrich the soil and planting hardy rye enhanced with a mana compression sigil. This allowed the crops to grow faster and be harvested more often. Alfoy realized too late the true purpose behind Gislan's request to develop the sigil. Even Vanessa was shocked by the creative application of magic usually reserved for humans, but Gislan admitted the idea wasn't his. It came from knowledge he had acquired elsewhere, knowledge from the future. The mana compression sigil, controversial for its cost, had already been proven effective in future magic research. As the villagers rejoiced and pledged loyalty to their young baron, Gislan turned his attention to Claude and Alfoy. They had made a bet and lost. He reminded them of their contract. Had they won, they would have received gold and freedom. But since they lost, they were now bound to work under him, unpaid for 10 years. Defeated, the two men could only sigh in disbelief. With the first harvest complete, the territory achieved a critical milestone: food security. For the first time, they could now allocate the runestone reserves for strategic development instead of simply selling them for survival. Gislan, seeing this as an opportunity, requested Hubert to establish a branch of the magic tower within Fenris. Although surprised, Hubert listened as Gislan explained his reasoning. During the war with the Guard, Gislan had sacrificed runestones to secure a victory. He warned that if Fenris were attacked again, they'd be forced to repeat that costly measure. To prevent it, they needed infrastructure and mages. Soon, mages from the tower were deployed to aid construction. Their magic accelerated projects across the territory: housing, waterways, churches, and the Flame Magic Tower's new branch. While some mages resisted manual labor, their protests were silenced with contracts and firm diplomacy. Fenris began to flourish, but the peace was short-lived. Claude rushed in with urgent news. Rebellion had erupted in Rayfold, led by Countess Emilia Rayfold. Gislan realized the uprising was orchestrated earlier than in his previous life, likely triggered by his own interference. Desmond and Emilia, pawns of Duke Delphine, were now acting openly with grim resolve. Gislan knew his war was far from over, with Lady Emilia now managing the territory. Gislan stood firm. He would not allow outside forces to dictate their next move. Their course was set. They would head for the Luthania Kingdom's capital. Cardinia, meanwhile, in a remote, dimly lit room, a solitary figure sat surrounded by chaos and scattered remnants of a failed experiment. Silently, he stared at the light above, weighed down by regret. A single thought echoed in his mind: the burden had become too heavy. A falcon soared high above the land, its descent signaling the approach of something momentous. Below, the massive fortified city of Cardinia stretched wide across the plains, a symbol of unmatched power. Inside the gates, the city bustled with activity, guarded by disciplined troops and lined with structures built for both function and elegance. Gislan and his party finally arrived, gazing up at the towering castle with mixed emotions for Kaer. The city was overwhelming, unlike any territory they'd seen. Claude marveled at the rare magical wares sold openly in the market, impressed by the city's advancement. But Gislan remained silent, his expression dark. As the group moved deeper into the city, Gislan confessed his discomfort. Cardinia's grandeur irked him. To him, it felt like a declaration of superiority. His companions exchanged uneasy glances. Only the white-haired woman accepted his words without question. Claude sensed something deeper, an internal battle. Gislan's grudge ran deeper than pride. Memories flooded back, Cardinia burning, his own blade soaked in blood. He had attacked it once, hunting Duke Delphine, only to die in the chaos he caused. His hatred had blinded him then, but now he knew one truth: he couldn't win alone. Some time before entering Cardinia, Gislan met with his father, Count Zwalter, at Castle Perdium. When questioned about his journey to the capital, Gislan assured him it was for a matter of great importance. Zwalter, concerned about the vulnerable Fenris territory in Gislan's absence, questioned his plans. Gislan proposed to support Perdium with a full year's worth of food and assigned trusted officers, General Homer and Captain Randolph, to oversee Fenris. Although the provision was generous, the looming threat of a rebellion led by Rayfold and Desmond made the situation volatile. Zwalter was uneasy, knowing full well what a rebellion meant without Gislan's presence. However, Gislan had calculated the risk. Emilia's recent rise to power meant her faction was still stabilizing internally. This fragile window would allow time to gather strength. He clarified his intent: to win the kingdom's support and shift the balance of power. Arriving in Cardinia, his agent presented a secluded mansion surrounded by dark woods. It was vast and affordable, but eerily abandoned. Belinda noted its size, while Claude expressed growing unease. The warriors bickered, and Gordon, disturbed by the chilling forest, questioned the climate. Despite discomfort and distrust, Gislan had chosen this place. It was the beginning of his next move. Despite rumors of hauntings, Gislan dismissed the mansion's dark reputation and agreed to buy it without hesitation. The merchant eagerly sealed the deal, clearly relieved to finally sell the property. Claude, ever suspicious, noted how delighted the seller appeared, but Gislan brushed off concerns, unfazed by talks of ghosts, confident that nothing supernatural could truly harm them. Using the fear surrounding the mansion as leverage, Gislan skillfully bargained the price down to 200 gold. When the seller hesitated, Gislan pressed harder, pointing out the financial burden of maintaining a cursed, unsellable estate. Trapped in logic and desperation, the merchant caved. Unbeknownst to them, something watched from the upper floors of the mansion, hidden in the shadows. But Gislan had no time for fear. Upon taking possession, Belinda rallied the group to cleanse the mansion's gloom, commanding a full-scale cleanup effort. While the team got to work, Claude questioned Gislan's political strategy. Why would kingdom nobles acknowledge a minor countryside baron Gislan? Calm and composed, revealed his intent, not to request meetings, but to compel them to come to him. With quiet confidence, he would turn this rundown estate into a place too significant to ignore. And the first step began with a humble cooking fire gathered in the mansion courtyard. The group stared in confusion at the unexpected tools and ingredients Gislan had laid out. When asked if it was alchemy, he calmly explained they were going to produce cosmetics. The revelation shocked everyone. Gislan planned to craft and gift a premium product to every noble household in the capital, confident it would open doors that status alone could not. He revealed his secret weapon, a recipe once plundered from Duke Delphine's estate during his past life, an unrivaled formula for a dream cosmetic named Deneb. Unlike the toxic lead-based products popular among nobles, Deneb was safe, luxurious, and addictive. Gislan was confident it would captivate the capital. Using magic, zinc was oxidized into powder beeswax, oils, and rare extracts were combined with care. Fairy blessed oil completed the formula as the final mixture shimmered. A fragrant aroma filled the room. Even the skeptical members of his group were taken aback by its elegance. The cosmetic wasn't fully ready. It had to solidify overnight, but Gislan already envisioned its impact. Deneb would become indispensable among nobles. A product none could resist. With it, Gislan would build influence, one noble at a time, and quietly usurp the empire Duke Delphine once ruled. With the cosmetics now prepared, Gislan instructed Claude to wrap them up as gifts for the nobles. When asked if he would test it himself, Gislan brushed it off with calm certainty. His confidence in the product was unwavering. But unknown to all, something unnatural was already stirring within the mansion. That night, a storm rolled over the estate. Thunder echoed across the darkened halls as the inhabitants slept peacefully. Unaware, but in the shadows, a presence awakened. Red eyes glowed beneath a dark helm, moving silently through the corridors. The armored figure descended into the chamber where the cosmetics were stored. It examined the containers with care and removed the lid of one. Scooping up a small amount of the cream, the figure hesitated, then gently applied it to its concealed face. Moments later, Gislan appeared. Calmly confronting the intruder, he asked if it was the rumored ghost. The figure tensed, but Gislan, unfazed, simply assured it of the product's quality. There was no fear in his voice, only absolute conviction. Even the ghost had now tried Deneb. Whatever haunted the mansion was no longer just a legend in the dark. It had become a silent witness to Gislan's rising scheme. The storm raged as Gislan approached the estate, lightning crackling above the cathedral-like structure. Alone and determined, he entered the courtyard only to be met by an armored assailant leaping from the shadows. Without hesitation, Gislan drew his blade and intercepted the sudden strike with swift precision. The battle unfolded immediately. Gislan's movements were sharp and efficient as he clashed blades with the attacker. Sparks flew with every impact, each swing forcing both warriors to reposition rapidly across the slick stone floor. Their exchange grew faster, evasive maneuvers, feints, and relentless pursuit. Gislan maintained focus, analyzing the rhythm of his opponent. As the clash continued, Gislan began to recognize the pattern in her strikes. The attacker, a masked woman in white robes, moved with a calm, trained precision. Her stance, timing, and technique echoed something deeply familiar. A realization dawned on him. This swordplay was not random. It was an elite style, graceful yet deadly. She flowed like a dancer, her form executing arcs that traced through the air in smooth, fluid patterns. Gislan's instincts caught the name of the technique: mid-duel spiral of roses. Each move she made was deliberate, each strike wrapped in beauty and lethality. Gislan tightened his grip, ready to counter. After a fierce clash, Gislan tightened his hold and overpowered the masked woman. As steel locked with steel, fragmented memories surfaced. Her sword technique resembled one tied to a name he hadn't uttered in years. He studied her stance with suspicion. She was no ordinary intruder. Calmly, but firmly, he demanded to know her connection to the Branford family. The echo of the battle rang through the estate. Belinda and Gillian rushed toward the disturbance. Alarmed by the noise, they found Gislan standing silently inside the hall, his back turned. Without offering an explanation, he ordered them to return to their rooms and rest. Alone once more, Gislan stared out into the night. Despite the unease, he felt the situation might not be as grim as he initially feared. Perhaps his regression would yield better results than expected. Elsewhere, morning light bathed the statue of an angel in a blooming courtyard. In the grand chamber, a woman prepared herself in silence. Countess Mariel of Aylesbury sat before a mirror, surrounded by attendants. Though praised for her beauty, she viewed her reflection with quiet bitterness, masking the signs of aging under layers of powder. Once a fashion icon, she now questioned whether she could reclaim her past. Mariel, overcome with shock, seized the young maid's cheeks with sudden intensity. She marveled at the maid's smooth skin, demanding to know the secret behind such firmness. The maid nervously confessed that Count Aylesbury had received gifted cosmetics from a noble and passed them down to the staff, uninterested in using them himself. As word of the cosmetics' effects spread, the estate stirred with excitement. A grand carriage, guarded by knights, arrived at the estate gates. Claude and Alfoy were stunned by the sheer opulence of the entrance. Rumors buzzed. Was it a queen inside? Descending from the carriage, Countess Mariel drew all eyes. Her transformation was astonishing. Her youthful glow and confident steps left nobles speechless. Whispers confirmed the truth. The cosmetic had indeed worked. Claude was hurriedly pushed forward by Wendy to greet Mariel, too stunned to resist. The group proceeded to the estate where Gislan waited. A servant nervously announced the unexpected visitor, Countess Aylesbury. Gislan looked up, intrigued. Face to face, Mariel greeted him with elegant poise, introducing herself and inquiring if he was Baron Fenris. Gislan confirmed his identity with calm composure, welcoming her with courtesy. Her arrival, though sudden, signaled an encounter that neither of them would take lightly. As they conversed in the garden pavilion, Mariel expressed subtle disappointment that no gifts had been sent to her personally. Gislan clarified that he had withheld the cosmetic out of respect, fearing it might seem inadequate for someone of her status. The tension faded slightly, and Mariel nodded in acknowledgement, shifting the conversation to business. She revealed her true intent. She wanted to monopolize the miraculous cosmetic. Having tried it herself, she found it so effective that her usual products were now obsolete. She offered a deal. Gislan would supply the product exclusively, and she would handle everything else. Gislan responded with calm confidence, agreeing to bulk sales. However, Mariel warned him that breaking into the capital's cosmetic market would be no small feat. She pointed out his current status, living in a remote mansion, as a sign of weak finances. From the shadows, Gislan's aides grew tense at her condescension. But he remained composed. He named his price 100 gold per unit. Mariel was stunned. She accused him of toying with her, realizing the high cost made monopolization nearly impossible. Still, Gislan stood firm. His price was set for a reason. If the Queen of Socialites wanted exclusivity, she would have to pay accordingly. Mariel, still reeling from Gislan's high price, offered a counter-proposal. She desired exclusivity, but Gislan declined. Instead, he presented something intangible. Honor curiously intrigued, Mariel watched as a chest was brought forward and opened, revealing a collection of finely crafted jars. Gislan explained that the cosmetic, handcrafted and named Deneb, was a commemorative gift, symbolizing their new connection. He acknowledged that many nobles were still unaware of Deneb's potential and emphasized its transformative power. More than a product, it was a market changer, and Mariel, with her influence, could lead that revolution. She smiled behind her fan, flattered yet impressed by his calculated charm. They struck an agreement. Gislan would produce and supply the cosmetics, while Mariel would become its face, dictating the fashion trend across the capital. She extended her hand to seal the deal, and Gislan accepted it graciously. As she prepared to leave, Mariel offered her gratitude and offered assistance if needed. Gislan seized the moment. He requested she relay a message to Marquis Branford. The atmosphere shifted, though vague. The mention hinted at a deeper motive behind the entire exchange. Mariel, now fully aware of Gislan's layered intentions, prepared to deliver more than just a product. She would deliver a message of purpose. In the grand halls of Branford's estate, a message arrived. Baron Gislan Fenris could cure his daughter's ailment. The Marquis stirred, repeating Gislan Fenris with cautious curiosity. Claude celebrated as crates overflowed with gold coins, overwhelmed by the booming success of their luxury cosmetics business. The products, endorsed by a famed countess, had become an overnight sensation. While others cheered at the fortune, Gislan remained composed. Amid the frenzy, Claude suggested abandoning land reforms to pursue the business full-time, though Gislan showed little interest. Belinda quietly questioned Claude's excitement, noting he wasn't even the owner of the wealth. Later, Gillian praised Gislan's strategic success, claiming he had secured his position in the kingdom. But Gislan denied it. His ambition extended beyond fame or fortune. He silently reflected, his thoughts hinting at a deeper goal not yet achieved. That night, Gislan walked alone through the estate's quiet halls. He met a cloaked stranger beneath the moonlight who confirmed his identity, asking if he was Baron Fenris. The meeting marked a turning point. This visitor clearly had a purpose. Soon after, Gislan was summoned by Marquis Branford. Climbing the grand steps of the palace, he approached the guarded doors and was ushered into a regal chamber with Belinda and Gillian behind him. Gislan stepped forward. The Marquis awaited, face stern. As the real negotiations were about to begin, Gislan, now before the powerful Marquis Branford, introduced himself formally as Baron Gislan Fenris, heir of the Perdium family. The Marquis, unimpressed, recalled Gislan's past reputation as a reckless warlord who claimed victory through bloodshed. Despite the cold reception, Branford acknowledged that Gislan differed from his father, suggesting he had been monitoring developments across the border territories. Branford's authority extended far beyond his estate. As the kingdom's highest-ranking minister and leader of the royalist faction, he controlled the flow of political and military decisions. Gislan understood the weight of this meeting and knew that Countess Mariel's support had made this rare audience possible. The Marquis instructed him to sit. Gislan complied, silently observing the atmosphere and calculating his words. When asked if he could resolve the Marquise's daughter's problem, Gislan answered with confidence. He claimed he could cure her illness. His calm demeanor didn't falter. Skeptical, Branford questioned how Gislan could offer such certainty without ever having met his daughter. Rosalind, the tension in the room rose, but Gislan showed no hesitation. The fate of this conversation would determine whether Gislan would gain the Marquise's trust or be dismissed as a fraud clinging to past glory. Marquise Branford challenged Gislan's bold claim, skeptical of how someone unfamiliar with the illness could claim to cure it. Gislan replied that his time in the capital allowed him to gather enough rumors and information. He asserted that he had experience healing a similar condition before. The Marquis, intrigued but cautious, appreciated Gislan's confidence, but dismissed him quickly, commanding him to leave. As Gislan turned, the Marquis revealed the truth behind his hesitation. Many had claimed they could heal his daughter, Rosalind, but all had failed and paid with their lives for the false hope they offered. He admitted he didn't want to see another promising young man die in vain. Still, Gislan remained composed. He understood the weight behind the Marquise's words. The man had clearly exhausted every method to help his daughter. When questioned again, Gislan reaffirmed his conviction he was different from those before him. Branford, sensing the sincerity, relented. He granted permission for the treatment attempt. He ordered his staff to support Gislan in full, but Gislan declined a reward. Instead, he asked for one thing in return, something personal, unspoken, and deeply important. The negotiation was no longer just about healing. It was about ambition, leverage, and something yet to be revealed. Gislan boldly declared that he would ask for one thing in return for curing Rosalind. The Marquis, caught off guard, asked him to repeat himself. Calmly, Gislan appealed to the Marquis' power, calling him the pillar of the kingdom and implying that such a small request should pose no difficulty. The Marquis grew tense, questioning whether Gislan was truly demanding payment for saving his daughter's life. Without hesitation, Gislan affirmed it. He argued that saving Rosalind, the Marquis' own family, was far more valuable than any favor. He challenged the Marquis' pride, questioning what use his immense authority held if he couldn't protect his own blood. The words struck deeply. The room fell into a shocked silence. Belinda and Claude stood stunned nearby. Yet the Marquis softened, conceding that if the price was something Gislan truly desired, he would consider it on one condition. Gislan had to put everything on the line. The Marquis extended his hand, asking if Gislan could make that kind of commitment. Gislan answered without pause, "I will." Their hands clasped in a symbolic agreement. Yet outside, the Marquis immediately moved to secure control, ordering the royal treasury to sever aid to Perdium and to isolate Gislan's mansion within the capital. The Marquis set strict terms. Rosalind must be returned in perfect condition without a single flaw. Gislan accepted without hesitation, confident in his ability. But behind him, Claude panicked, realizing the gravity of the deal. Belinda stayed silent, but her eyes reflected deep concern. She knew that defying the Marquis would risk not just failure, but destruction for both Fenris and Perdium. Gislan stood firm, aware of the danger. The Marquis, after all, had crushed others for far less. Yet at the heart of this perilous arrangement was the one unsolved problem in the entire kingdom: Rosalind's illness. If even the Marquis had failed to cure it, then Gislan knew what was at stake. His resolve had to exceed that of the man with the most power in the nation. He walked forward, steeling himself for what lay ahead. There was no retreat. Elsewhere, within a tower, a young woman sat in the shadows. It was Rosalind, surrounded by books and isolation. She questioned why she had to suffer to help others. Her father's teachings echoed in her mind. Only the strong had the right to give aid, so she had obeyed. She trained, studied, and prepared. Now she possessed the strength she once lacked. Rosalind, concealed in armor, revealed the cost of her strength. Disfigurement, Gislan recognized her immediately and affirmed his identity as the Lord of Fenris. With calm resolve, he extended his hand to her, not as a savior, but as an equal prepared to face her pain and destiny together. Gislan entered the dim chamber with resolute steps, standing before the armored woman cloaked in silence, Rosalind Branford. Despite her hostile demeanor, he calmly stated his intent to cure her affliction. Yet his presence was met with scorn. A stone flew in his direction, but Gislan remained unfazed, dodged it with ease. Rosalind, visibly wounded and mistrustful, challenged his claims. Countless had promised healing before, only to exploit her condition for personal gain. She rejected his offer, believing it would end in failure like the rest. But Gislan declared his approach was different, his own life staked on the outcome. His determination only irritated her further, accusing him of arrogance bolstered by commercial success. Still, he showed no anger. Instead, he acknowledged her suffering. Rosalind, heir to two of the kingdom's most influential bloodlines, was once a brilliant figure in both war and politics. After her mother's death, she became the Branford family's pride and symbol. Gifted with swordsmanship, mana control, and wisdom, Rosalind built influence across industries. However, a mysterious skin disease shattered everything. Neither noble efforts nor medicine could cure her. The true cause, a misalignment in her mana cultivation, rendered healing nearly impossible. Her resistance to help only deepened the tragedy Gislan now hoped to reverse. Gislan, seeing no other option, moved swiftly. With a surge of mana, he closed the distance between him and Rosalind, initiating a precise takedown to restrain her. Though her reflexes remained sharp, she could not match the precision of his control. Within moments, she was disarmed and pinned to the ground. He called for his assistants, Belinda and Wendy, who immediately moved to secure Rosalind. Despite her fierce resistance, she was carried to the prepared treatment table. As she struggled, Gislan informed her that the mask had to be removed for a full assessment of her condition. She resisted again, but the mask was taken off. Belinda, along with Claude, stood by anxiously. Gislan remained calm, explaining that the upcoming procedure would require 7 days of strict endurance. Rosalind, still defiant, questioned his resolve and mocked his intent. But Gislan, unwavering, answered bluntly. If he failed, he would die, and so would she. As the light from his mana flickered across the room, Rosalind lay silent. Her crimson eye watched him carefully, no longer filled with hostility, but with something uncertain. Gislan raised his hand, channeling energy into his palm, ready to begin. This treatment, unlike all before, was not mere hope, it was conviction. The room ignited with a blinding storm of mana. Gislan's treatment had begun, one developed by Rosalind herself in the future he had witnessed. The energy surged into her body, violently clashing with the corrupted flow within. The pain was immediate and excruciating. Rosalind writhed beneath the magic, screaming in torment as her system rejected the purification process, flooded with agony. Her thoughts spiraled. She cursed her fate, questioning why she alone was burdened with such suffering. The treatment that was supposed to save her felt more like punishment, but despite it all, Gislan didn't falter. He reminded her they would both die if this failed. Rosalind, torn between fury and despair, finally surrendered, not out of trust but out of necessity. Meanwhile, outside the estate, unrest brewed. The mansion was surrounded, soldiers and aides confused and uneasy. Tensions rose, some believing Gislan had once again acted recklessly. Yet Kasser held back, trusting in his unshaken resolve one week past. As sunlight returned to the sky, footsteps echoed through the castle halls. The Marquis of Branford himself descended into the treatment chamber. Blood stained the floor. Gislan stood alone, silent, watching over Rosalind's motionless body, her figure wrapped in bandages, unmoving. The outcome of the trial still uncertain. The room was heavy with silence. Blood still stained Gislan's clothes, a testament to the grueling treatment he had endured alongside Rosalind. Across from him, the Marquis of Branford stood still, observing him with a hardened, unreadable gaze. Without a word, Gislan stepped aside. The Marquis approached the covered body and slowly lifted the sheet. Beneath it, Rosalind's eye flickered open, bright crimson and clear. The Marquis said nothing, but a quiet shift in his expression betrayed his astonishment. Against every expectation, the daughter he had long mourned in silence was alive and cured. News spread quickly throughout the capital. Whispers filled the streets about the miraculous recovery of the Branford heir, speculation about her return to society, and an upcoming banquet surged. Gislan, joined by Belinda and Claude, approached the grand estate with new purpose. In a private meeting, the Marquis acknowledged Gislan's success. Honoring his promise, Gislan gave credit to the Marquis's trust, but both men knew it was more than that. It was resolve against time, pain, and fate. When asked what reward he sought, Gislan paused. His allies waited, tense. A single moment of silence passed before he met the Marquis's eyes, ready to claim the next step in his greater plan. With confidence and clarity, Gislan made his request. He asked the Marquis of Branford to become his legal guardian. The room fell silent. Even the Marquis's retainers were stunned by the boldness of the plea. But Belinda smiled knowingly, having expected such a move. Claude, ever the strategist, saw the brilliance behind it. If the Marquis accepted, he would be obligated to support Gislan fully in both political and legal matters. It was a move not of sentiment, but of careful power building. The Marquis, however, wasn't naïve. He saw through Gislan's calculated phrasing. The favor had seemed simple, yet it came with deep implications. Gislan calmly admitted he had already set his eyes on someone in the north, Count Brevant. The Marquis immediately caught on. Brevant, though influential and backed by the Magic Tower, was passive and prone to manipulation. As they exchanged names and evaluations of the northern lords, Rayford, Desmond, others the Marquis understood. None held the balance Gislan sought. He pressed the young lord further. Was he implying he was more fitting than Brevant? Gislan smiled and answered with a challenge. If the Marquis was truly willing to grant him one wish, then he should be bold. Appoint him, Gislan, as the official northern representative. Marquis Branford remained silent for a long moment before acknowledging the depth of Gislan's resolve with the room as witness. He declared his support. He would become Gislan's guardian, binding his honor to the young baron's future. Rising with formality, he declared that Gislan's enemies were now his as well. The pledge sealed their alliance publicly and politically. Gislan responded with a kneeling vow, swearing to uphold the Marquis's honor soon after Rosalind entered the chamber, restored and composed. She acknowledged Gislan not just as her savior, but as someone to whom she owed a personal debt while her father had fulfilled the official promise. She offered one of her own, pledging to become Gislan's guardian as well from her own will. A grand banquet unfolded beneath a glittering chandelier, where nobles whispered behind fans and raised brows in curiosity. The air buzzed with speculation about a rumored cure, cosmetics said to have healed Lady Rosalind's ailment. something even renowned physicians had failed to treat. Suspicion brewed among the guests, yet all agreed that Marquis Branford wouldn't host such an event without purpose. Whispers hinted that he had chosen a faction to support. Among the attendees, attention shifted as Gislan, Baron of Fenris, made his entrance beside his stern companion, Belinda. Despite her sharp tone reminding him of decorum, Gislan remained visibly uninterested, unsure of his place among the elites. Belinda dressed boldly, insisted they could not afford to be underestimated, not at a banquet hosted by one of the kingdom's true powers. The atmosphere shifted dramatically when the grand hall doors opened. Marquis Branford himself entered, stealing the attention of the entire ballroom. The crowd turned in awe as he descended, flanked by his daughter, Lady Rosalind. Her confident steps and striking presence confirmed the gossip. She had indeed returned to society. Rosalind greeted the assembly with poise, her return signaling a shift in influence and the beginning of new political alignments within the noble court. As Rosalind descended the grand staircase with her father, gasps rippled through the crowd. Nobles whispered in awe. Her once sickly complexion was gone, replaced with grace and vitality. Her transformation silenced the rumors and confirmed the miracle they had doubted. Gislan observed from afar, barely recognizing the woman whose name had stirred so much talk. Her former temper and frailty seemed like distant memories. The Marquis soon addressed the guests. Though the banquet celebrated Rosalind's recovery, he had a second, far more strategic announcement. He declared that he had chosen his official ward, Baron Gislan Fenris. Shock spread through the hall. The man credited with Rosalind's recovery was now publicly acknowledged and backed by one of the most powerful families in the kingdom. As the Marquis spoke with authority, he made it clear Gislan would now be treated as one of their own. The Branford family's protection was not a gesture, but a declaration of alliance. The weight of this decision sank into Gislan. He recalled the Marquis's earlier instructions. This banquet was not just celebration, but introduction. He was now expected to engage with nobles, build connections, and prepare for future power struggles. Though burdensome, Gislan recognized the banquet's value in the long game ahead. Despite the Marquis's declaration, murmurs of doubt echoed through the ballroom. Some nobles questioned Gislan's youth and status, skeptical of whether he truly deserved such favor. Belinda seethed quietly, but before tensions could escalate, Rosalind stepped forward with purpose. She formally addressed Gislan, expressing public gratitude for curing her illness. Her sudden approach hushed the whispers, calm and composed. She dismissed the criticism as mere noise, stating that attention often followed those in the spotlight. Gislan, feeling the weight of scrutiny, admitted to himself that such popularity was more suffocating than flattering. Rosalind reminded him that the banquet was not only her return to society, but also his debut under Branford's protection. With the kingdom watching, they were expected to act together. They prepared to greet the high-ranking guests. Belinda briefed Gislan on the power structure within the royalist faction. Three noble pillars dominated: Countess Muriel, who held influence over culture and commerce; Chief Justice Norton, tied to the royal court and administration; and Marquise Macquarie, head of the military. These key figures were not just guests, they were symbols of power. Rosalind explained that the order in which Gislan approached them would reflect political alignment, risking offense or alliance in every move. As Gislan stood before the kingdom's elite, Marquis Branford's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that this political world was unlike the battlefield he once knew. Every move now held consequences. He scanned the room, locking eyes with the three great powers: Count Aylesbury, the Chief Justice, and the military's Marquis Macquarie, each watching with measured interest. Gislan chose Count Aylesbury first, introducing himself respectfully. This surprised onlookers, particularly Macquarie, who believed he should have been addressed first due to his military status. Aylesbury, however, welcomed the gesture, responding with warmth. His wife, grateful for Rosalind's recovery, offered Gislan subtle support, even teasingly referring to him as "our little brother," revealing an informal alliance already forming behind the scenes. But not everyone was pleased. Macquarie's aides grumbled about tradition and hierarchy, criticizing both Gislan's choice and Branford's judgment. Unbothered, Gislan turned to face the critical military faction, fully aware of the tension his decision had caused. Their eyes narrowed, and one of them voiced doubt about Branford's discernment. Still, Gislan approached with calm determination. His entrance into high society had not only begun, it had triggered the first tremors of shifting power. Every greeting, every stare, was now part of a larger game. After greeting the military faction, Gislan approached the Chief Justice, Sir Norton, who greeted him warmly. Thankful for Rosalind's recovery, Norton offered unexpected aid, promising to handle the legal barriers related to Gislan's efforts in liberating dwarves and slaves. The gesture was more than courtesy, it was a political offering, but not all responses were so gracious. Marquis Macquarie, still aggrieved by Gislan's choice to greet Count Aylesbury first, issued a veiled threat. He warned Gislan not to grow arrogant under Branford's protection and claimed he could sever ties any time. Gislan, undeterred, responded with polite humility, acknowledging his inexperience and asking for continued guidance, disarming the tension with diplomacy. Rosalind later questioned if Gislan's order of greetings was deliberate. He replied calmly that he followed what felt right, yet that instinct had already won him both attention and envy. As the banquet continued, nobles clamored for his favor. Gislan's reputation was growing rapidly. Even Count Aylesbury and Sir Norton noted that Macquarie's resentment was visible, but they doubted he could act on it now. Meanwhile, Marquis Branford observed in silence. He acknowledged Gislan's strength and foresight, but quietly worried. As a star rises quickly, so too does the length of the shadow it casts, and enemies lurking within it. A chilling presence swept through the banquet hall as the doors opened with an ominous screech. A tall, imposing figure entered, casting long shadows that unsettled even the most composed nobles. All eyes turned. Count Aylesbury, Sir Norton, and even Marquis Branford stiffened. Gislan's gaze narrowed in recognition. The figure approached, draped in dark elegance, cane tapping with eerie precision. Gislan's heart hardened. He had not forgotten that face. Raoul Joseph, strategist of the ducal house, had finally appeared. More than just a rival, Raoul represented something far deeper. He was the closest aide to Duke Delphine, Gislan's nemesis, a man tied to the very downfall of House Fenris. Behind Raoul, figures in crimson and black armor loomed. They bore the crest of the ducal house, their silence more threatening than words. This was no simple guest appearance, it was a declaration. The true enemy had stepped into the light at last. Tension rippled through the hall as Raoul Joseph, strategist of the Delphine ducal house, made his way toward Marquis Branford. Whispers spread rapidly. Few wanted to be involved with the infamous faction. Despite their strained history, Raoul greeted Branford directly, claiming he only came to pay his respects. But it was clear his true intent lay elsewhere. His gaze shifted to Gislan Branford, suspicious, questioned the identity of the cloaked figure accompanying Raoul. Raoul casually identified him as his escort, but Branford insisted on a formal introduction. When the escort remained silent, Branford demanded he reveal his face. The man, finally responding to the command, stepped forward with a show of strength. Recognizing him as Toledo, Branford addressed him sternly. He reminded Toledo to carry himself with dignity so as not to bring shame to Duke Delphine. Raoul accepted the reprimand without resistance, though the tension between factions deepened. In the shadows, information emerged. Raoul had already infiltrated the capital quietly, avoiding Branford's surveillance. Now, standing openly before Gislan, Raoul's presence signaled more than respect. It was a declaration, as the two locked eyes. The meaning was clear. The Duke's reach had extended into the capital, and the battle for influence had officially begun. The atmosphere between Gislan and Raoul grew tense as they stood, face to face. Raoul questioned if Gislan knew him, but Gislan's cold stare confirmed it. He did their exchange hinted at deeper history. Beneath formal greetings, resentment brewed. Gislan silently recalled that the schemes leading to House Perdium's fall had Raoul's fingerprints all over them. Feigning civility, Raoul invited Gislan for a private conversation. Away from the crowd, they sat across from one another. Toledo standing watch, Raoul got straight to the point. He expressed interest in the cosmetics Gislan had used to cure Rosalind, claiming the ducal faction had been working on something similar. Gislan, guarded, deflected with polite skepticism, suggesting if the goal was a contract or technological exchange, Raoul would be disappointed. But Raoul's words cut deeper. He implied that Gislan's rise was undeserved, suggesting it was mere chance that a countryside noble became a wartime hero and gained capital influence. Raoul's tone shifted from business to provocation. He masked envy behind sarcasm, questioning whether Gislan's success came from luck or true skill. Though the words sounded casual, the underlying threat was clear. The ducal faction saw Gislan not as a partner, but as a threat to be measured. Raoul watched Gislan closely, waiting for a reaction. Gislan downplayed his skills modestly, but Raoul wasn't fooled. With a smile that masked deeper intentions, he made his offer an invitation to join Duke Delphine's faction. Gislan remained silent, his expression unreadable. Raoul leaned forward, warning that talent had a shelf life. He painted the North as a place where promising men faded into obscurity, consumed by conflict and hardship. In contrast, the ducal faction could offer protection, influence, and a path to power. The appeal was strategic, luring Gislan with promises he couldn't ignore. But Gislan calmly replied that he was already part of the royalist faction. Raoul pressed further, suggesting his ties there were still weak. He offered land, influence, and even hinted at retiring Gislan's father, removing any obstacles in the way. Gislan saw through it. Raoul's charm was a tool to turn him into a controllable piece on the board. Despite being allied with the royalists, Raoul sought to manipulate him. When Raoul suggested Gislan take time to consider, Gislan responded with his own counteroffer, calmly asking Raoul to join his side instead. The move reversed the power dynamic, leaving Raoul momentarily speechless and his smile strained. The proposal stunned Raoul, and as he left in silence, he reflected on Gislan's resolve. His escort, however, had sensed something darker. During the entire meeting, Gislan had been analyzing their strengths and planning how to eliminate them both, if needed. As tensions peaked in the quiet room, Gislan struck first. His swift sword clashed violently with the masked bodyguard's blade. Sparks flew as their intense duel erupted, each testing the other's precision and strength. The attacker, cloaked in fur and muscle, matched Gislan's strikes with brute force, but Gislan's movements were too refined, too precise. He twisted mid-air, dodging a heavy slash, and countered with calculated aggression, pinning his opponent back. After the brief but intense clash, the room returned to a tense silence. Gislan calmly resumed his seat, as if nothing had happened. He then made a bold counteroffer to Raoul across the table, an offer that flipped the power dynamic. Raoul, intrigued and slightly amused, acknowledged Gislan's audacity. He praised his wit and composure, noting it was the very reason Marquise Branford favored him. As the meeting ended, Gislan remained composed, silently observing the departing guests. The masked bodyguard glanced back, shaken by the encounter. He now understood Gislan's identity, not just a knight, but Cayen Balzac, the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. Inside the carriage, the noble processed the failed attempt and ordered a revised strategy. Now fully aware that Gislan was no ordinary obstacle, but a serious threat. Gislan is no ordinary knight. He's the strongest sword of the north, feared even by enemy elites. The Grand Cathedral loomed in silence, its spires cutting into the gray sky above the restless city. Inside, crates of coin and supplies were seized, soldiers moving in disciplined rhythm to secure the wealth. Among the bustle, a noble figure watched, already resolved to return home and prepare for greater tasks. Outside the estate, an agreement was set, gold promised, resources counted, and trust balanced on fragile terms. The noblewoman's gaze lingered, unsatisfied by the baron's narrow focus on money. Testing the bond of patronage, he stood firm, declaring sponsorship required deeper understanding as cold winter air framed their sharp exchange. The baron's ambitions surfaced, questioned for its sincerity, as he claimed only a desire for simple survival. Her piercing eyes judged the answer untruthful, citing his choice of faction as evidence of deeper resolve. At last, he admitted his true aim, Perdium's successor, sworn to restore Fenris with steadfast determination. He confessed the enormity of his goal, acknowledging her importance but refusing to share its crushing weight. His rejection unsettled her, for burdens by nature were meant to be divided, not guarded alone. Yet his hand grasped hers, firm and unyielding, as conviction overpowered hesitation between them. The world seemed to pause, light spilling across them as his vow imprinted strength into her spirit. Her eyes widened in silence, struck by the raw certainty radiating from the man before her. The gestures sealed their bond, a silent promise of loyalty, sacrifice, and a future yet to come. As the banquet drew to a close, the baron departed quietly, leaving only a trace of his intent. The lady's heart stirred with unspoken warmth, her guarded expression softening under the glow of his presence. His steady steps carried him away, the night marked as a turning point for their uncertain alliance. By declining a rival's offer, he preserved dignity for Marquis Branford and strengthened his political standing. Supplies and wealth redirected toward Fenris flowed in abundance, securing relief and prosperity under the Branford name. Settlers and dwarven smiths migrated to the land, ensuring its rise beyond a forgotten and impoverished domain. Yet whispers of danger loomed, with enemies suspecting his growing power and plotting schemes in the shadows. He remained vigilant, aware that hesitation could cost him everything in a world ruled by ruthless ambition. His oath sharpened against Duke Delphine, vowing to erase that name from history with unrelenting resolve. Fields of golden harvest swayed near the fortified estate, a symbol of Fenris's slow but steady renewal. Chains clattered as prisoners were marched forward, their strength diminished but their presence shaping new beginnings. Among them stood Galvaric, his scarred frame heavy with defeat yet unbroken in silent defiance. The crowd stirred as the baron arrived on horseback, greeted by cheers that filled the village square. His companions observed the welcome, some with curiosity, others with guarded confidence in the loyalty displayed. The people's voices roared together, marking his return as more than a leader. It was a promise of hope. The dwarves whispered among themselves, unsure whether to trust promises of freedom or expect betrayal from nobles. Galvaric's hardened expression dismissed their hopes, insisting that nobles were the same, bound only to self-interest. Yet the young lord's steady gaze revealed determination, one that refused to fit their bitter assumptions. Galvaric's companions questioned him, wondering if their plan should continue under the new lord's authority. He silenced them with certainty, declaring the course unchanged even as suspicion lingered in his eyes. From a distance, the baron observed his expression calm, concealing a sharper resolve beneath quiet confidence. The crowd's cheers filled the air, and companions urged the young master to respond to their loyalty. Amid the celebration, one knight rejoiced openly, while another focused on new tasks awaiting in the lord's study. The baron dismissed rest, reminding his men that service was unending, each return only another beginning. Within the hall, a meeting commenced. Papers spread wide as reports flowed from trusted retainers. The baron demanded updates on governance, pressing for details about progress made during his absence. Each officer delivered their findings, from administration to construction, ensuring nothing had faltered in his time away. News of prosperity followed, grain storage nearly complete, dwarves laboring efficiently, and harvest yields exceeding expectation. Even the fields rivaled the kingdom's richest regions, marking Fenris as a domain reborn from hardship. His retainers acknowledged his vision, affirming that the impossible dream of revival was now becoming undeniable reality. The young lord reflected on their progress, satisfied with growth. Yet aware it still fell short, he ordered more provisions secured, stressing that resources must expand alongside their growing settlements. At last, his voice hardened as he declared the true intent. Preparations for war had begun. Shock rippled through the hall, retainers struggling to grasp the sudden announcement of imminent conflict. He silenced disbelief, naming potential adversaries who posed danger despite the shield of royalist allegiance. With evidence in hand, he directed attention to reports, each line confirming threats gathering beyond their borders. Documents revealed mass recruitment of knights and alarming stockpiles of weapons by rival territories. Iron shipments flowed in staggering quantities, too great for peace, pointing to inevitable confrontation. The council exchanged grim looks, realizing that the signs were undeniable. War was approaching their doorstep. Discussion turned tense, concerns raised about the iron trade monopoly and enemy alliances forming rapidly. The Baron countered with clarity, revealing that enemies had prepared long before Fenris gathered its strength. At the close, he stood resolute, vowing to share his strategy with those loyal to him. The chamber fell silent as he declared their first strike, an attack on the county of Cabaldi. Gasps erupted, disbelief and urgency mixing among his commanders at the bold, unexpected decision. Yet his gaze remained steady, leaving no doubt that his path toward war was already set. The towering fortress of Cabaldi stood firm, its walls designed to intimidate all who approached. Inside, rage echoed as a powerful figure clenched his jaw, frustration consuming his composure. He sat rigid on his seat, his presence alone dominating the chamber with unspoken tension. Count Cabaldi dismissed warnings with arrogance, certain his strength surpassed threats from the northern lands. Advisors reported Fenris's growing power, naming Gislan Fenris as a rising force to be reckoned with. Stern council urged him to prepare, describing the young lord as unpredictable and dangerous. The count scoffed at their caution, mocking the idea of Fenris mounting a challenge to his rule. Yet orders came from higher authority, assigning responsibility for battle to his most capable knight. Defiance erupted in laughter, his voice booming as he denied the possibility of war reaching Cabaldi. Pride filled his words as he listed the castle's impenetrable walls and unmatched defenses. Weapons forged with expert craftsmanship bolstered his confidence, a legacy of strength passed through generations. He proclaimed no enemy had ever breached his fortress, blind to the shifting tide beyond. Beyond Cabaldi's lands, Fenris's forces advanced, their steps measured and formation steady. The Baron led the march, armored and resolute, with trusted allies at his side. Their arrival signaled the beginning of a campaign, one destined to test Cabaldi's arrogance. The army assembled under clear skies, their leader's presence commanding the attention of hardened mercenaries. He observed their determined faces, recognizing the weight of loyalty carried into this campaign. Behind him, the looming fortress of Cabaldi marked the enemy that would soon be tested. Drawing his sword, he raised it high, the steel glinting as silence fell over the crowd. With firm resolve, he declared the birth of a new order forged from loyalty and strength. The men erupted in unified shouts, their spirits ignited as they accepted their transformation into knights. Among the gathered, doubt lingered, voices questioning whether such ambition could truly be realized. Some wrestled with disbelief, but the memory of his bold strategy silenced hesitation. They recalled the decision to strike Cabaldi first, the move that startled allies and enemies alike. Advisors fretted at the rapid escalation, struggling to understand how plans had advanced so quickly. The Baron explained calmly, identifying Cabaldi as an enemy disguised under false neutrality. Victory, he asserted, would bring not only triumph, but control over vital iron resources. Concerns about Cabaldi's powerful armament spread, its soldiers praised as among the finest in the north. Yet he revealed a strategy greater than numbers, vowing to turn mercenaries into mana. Wielding knights, his declaration promised an army whose strength rivaled tens of thousands, reshaping the battlefield to his will. Vanessa brought forth barrels filled with crafted sigils, their glow signaling preparation for an unorthodox plan. The barrels brimmed with mana compression tools designed to hasten cultivation beyond ordinary limits. His retainers stared in shock, realizing the immense cost of creating such quantities of refined artifacts. The young lord explained his adaptation of the Perdium technique, reshaped for rapid mastery of mana. Some worried over his boldness, yet he dismissed concerns, valuing survival above family tradition. Veteran warriors reminded the council of Cabaldi's fortress, a citadel famed for unbroken defense through generations. Discussion turned grim, noting a siege would favor Cabaldi, rendering mercenary tactics nearly useless. Advisors suggested abandoning the strike, but he countered with certainty, his gaze filled with strategy. He reassured them all, declaring his readiness with a plan already in motion. Soldiers questioned how they would learn mana so quickly, doubting the possibility of knighthood within weeks. The Baron promised success, unveiling his method to condense years of training into a single month. The gathered men braced themselves, sensing the intensity of what lay ahead in his training. The first trial began, warriors convulsing as mana flooded their bodies under forced compression. The young lord instructed them to endure, explaining the process of gathering mana to form a core. Hands glowed with unstable energy, the birth of knights beginning amidst pain, determination, and transformation. The night echoed with the cries of exhausted men, their training pushing them beyond human limits. The young lord dismissed them to rest, though his mind remained fixed on preparation. He turned his focus toward the dwarves, intent on forging arms for the rising order. Later, he stood alone under a darkened sky, the stars veiled by gathering clouds. The fortress loomed in silence as he noted the absence of the moon's guiding light. Beneath the shadows, figures stirred, clawing their way from the earth toward sudden freedom. Galvaric emerged first, rallying the others with a promise of escape across distant borders. The dwarves hesitated, torn between hope and the chains of their former servitude. Yet with firm resolve, he urged them onward, their march fueled by desperation for liberty. Their escape was cut short as the young lord stepped from the shadows before them. The dwarves faltered, shocked that he had anticipated every move of their attempted flight. His calm presence made clear that there would be no escape under his watchful gaze. Galvaric bristled, rallying his kin with defiance, their eyes burning red with rage. The young lord admitted he came alone, standing unflinching before the hostile crowd. The dwarves declared rebellion, convinced that only his death would grant them true freedom. The forest floor was littered with fallen dwarves, their rebellion crushed under the young lord's strength. Galvaric still struggled upright, his battered body refusing to collapse despite his wounds. The lord noted their resilience, proposing survival through service rather than death in chains. Galvaric spat out defiance, unwilling to trade freedom for servitude under another master. His resolve burned, declaring death preferable to crafting weapons without resistance. The lord, however, saw potential, admiring the strength of spirit before him. The young lord offered a deal, 10 years of service in exchange for eventual freedom. The dwarves wavered, stunned by a promise of liberty they had never imagined, though skeptical of noble words. Whispers of royal faction support stirred faint hope. Galvaric hesitated, distrust warring with the glimmer of a possible future. The lord pressed further, stating he desired more than wealth or luxury. He spoke of creation and ambition, sparking confusion, but also curiosity among the dwarves. Under the night sky, he voiced his true dream to soar freely above the earth. A month later, Cabaldi Castle loomed as tensions escalated into looming conflict. A message arrived, Baron Fenris demanding tribute or warning of retribution to come. Count Cabaldi read the letter, his face twisting at the insolent words from Baron Fenris. Advisors muttered, calling the letter rude and reckless, questioning Fenris's judgment. They speculated Fenris's territory was desperate, straining under shortages caused by new immigrants. Others argued his choices only invited losses, believing his resources would collapse under pressure. They expected food prices to stabilize with the coming harvest season. Cabaldi dismissed Fenris's tactics as youthful recklessness, burning the letter with contempt. Night fell over Marquis Branford's mansion, its halls heavy with silence. The Marquis walked alone, his steps deliberate through the ornate corridors. His sharp gaze betrayed caution, as though sensing weighty matters approaching. A sealed letter awaited him, placed silently upon his desk. He unrolled it, recognizing the sender with a frown of concern. It was Gislan Fenris, a name that carried deep implications. The Marquis studied the warning, his mind turning cold and calculating. He ordered the royalist nobles to stockpile food for 10 years. A famine was foreseen, one powerful enough to destabilize the entire kingdom. Rosalind entered her father's study, noticing he had not rested the previous night. She found him standing silently, gazing over his desk with deep thought. Without turning, he ordered her to summon the vassals and royalist nobles for an urgent meeting. After sending a decisive letter, events unfolded across the kingdom with grave consequences. An unprecedented famine swept through the land, striking every region without mercy. Crops withered, rivers dried, and starving citizens collapsed, sparking violent struggles for food. Historians would later record the disaster as one of the greatest in the era. Within his hall, the young lord prepared himself, knowing the time for action had come. As food prices soared, confusion spread among rivals who realized Fenris' territory had stockpiled supplies. Anger grew among enemy nobles as they questioned delays in securing food from allies. One lord slammed his fist, demanding action and blaming missed opportunities. Others admitted their territories had also suffered, unable to strike due to the harsh famine. Desperate ideas emerged, with one suggesting iron be traded directly for food. Some feared this would play into Fenris's hands, strengthening their growing power. Still, the looming threat of starvation forced nobles to consider betraying old alliances for survival. Count Cabaldi's rage burned as he clenched his fists, furious at the thought of bowing to a younger rival. Sweat dripped from his face as he finally muttered an order that revealed his desperation. He commanded his men to hand over their iron in exchange for food, no matter the humiliation. His advisors panicked, warning that giving away iron to Fenris was reckless. The Count dismissed their fears, claiming the fortress could withstand any enemy assault. Before preparations could be made, a messenger arrived, announcing that Fenris's army was already at their gates. Outside the fortress, the Fenris soldiers advanced in formation, their morale unshaken. The armored troops discussed their new equipment, forged with rare scales and infused with mana. Their confidence soared as they tested their strength, believing no enemy could harm them now. At the front, Gislan Fenris inspected his forces with a sharp gaze. He praised the dwarven craftsmanship, acknowledging the armor's unmatched resilience. Then, with calm authority, he gave the order to march, leading the charge himself.